night because the Avs exploded for 7 goals, 7-4 over the Dallas Stars. They forced the first Game 7 of this season's Stanley Cup playoffs. So Colorado will meet the Stars one more time on Saturday for a winner-take-all Game 7. Over in the NBA, the New York Knicks are moving on to the second round after they survived the Detroit Pistons. 116-113 was the final score of Game 6 last night, but all of that came on the back of Jalen Brunson, a game-winning three-pointer with 4.3 seconds left to play. The Knicks saw themselves on the wrong side of a 19-point swing. They were down 7 points with 2:35 left to play. But Bronson wouldn't let his team go down, so he scored 7 of New York's final 11 points to close out the series. And the Clippers, they needed a huge performance out of James Harden on Thursday. They got one. Facing elimination, the Clippers held off the Denver Nuggets 111-105 in Game 6 behind 28 points, 8 assists, and 6 rebounds from Harden. Game 7 of that series set for Saturday in Denver. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Hey. Why be so blunt? You in the concubines. It's like these hymns.
Mario Andretti
on the Momo.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Beautiful morning in D.C. Good morning, B-Mitch. How you doing?
I am great, man. 78 degrees as I was driving in. I said, I'm liking this.
Yeah, man. I've enjoyed it. The only thing that is kicking my ass a little bit is the pollen.
Yeah. I've been kicking mine for like the last month and a half, too.
Yeah, I feel like the last week, I don't know, the last like 5 days has kind of been bad for me.
You outside?
I have been outside a bunch.
Yeah.
That's probably it.
Yeah.
Gets in my throat. I hate that. Plenty of sports last night. Now, we had no locals going. Obviously, the Caps are chilling. We got close to being able to figure out when the Caps' next game would be. Toronto beat Ottawa, and it was pretty nuts. I don't know if you watched any of that. Toronto beat Ottawa. I got to be home solo with the kids last night, Landfill, which is definitively not called babysitting, if anybody's asking.
You finally figured it out, huh?
I told you, Lauren had a fundraiser.
Yeah, a fun. No.
Margarita night
she had
now
a
constitutes a fundraiser.
Not a fundraiser. Razor. She had a fundraiser.
Margarita night,
Landfill. Margarita night at a girlfriend house. That is a fundraiser, not a fundraiser.
Yeah, Margarita night seems like the opposite of a fundraiser.
No, not fun. The D is no longer in there. It's just fun.
Yeah, because they're spending the money, not raising it.
It's my understanding they raised funds, Landfill. I don't know what to tell you.
They raised glasses.
So, but I was home solo, so I got control of all the TVs. So I didn't have to just go top TVs and Bravo on the big one. I had full swing going. I had hoops, hockey, hoops and puck. We got close. So Toronto was actually down in the third period, which would have meant that was going even longer. They were able to score twice. Then they got an empty netter. Really good finish. So the Eastern Conference is completely done in the NHL. And somebody asked me to explain this, so I'm going to explain it. So the first round in the NHL playoffs is seeded out the top 3 in each division and then 2 wild cards. So that's how the Caps faced the Canadiens because they were the 1 and they faced the 8. But the second round in the NHL, because they've had so much realignment and stuff, they want to build the division rivalries. So it's always going to be a divisional playoff game. That's why Washington's playing Carolina and Toronto's playing Florida.
Mm-hmm.
And even you go to the West Side, it's Vegas versus Edmonton. We still don't know because Colorado won last night. That's going to a game 7, and then Winnipeg and St. Louis play tonight. If Winnipeg beats St. Louis, it starts to make a lot of sense for the Caps and the Canes to play Sunday. because there wouldn't be another game for Sunday. If St. Louis wins tonight, this thing might take a while because you still just have other games. So if you want the Caps and the Canes to get going, and I think we're all pretty amped up for more playoff hockey.
Yeah.
You're rooting for the Jets tonight just to kind of close it out. And it's not a lock that the game would be Sunday, but it could be as early as Sunday.
As early as Sunday.
It could be.
What time? I needed to be later because I got a golf tournament Sunday.
My guess is, and I don't know this, my guess is it would be Sunday night.
Okay. I can handle that.
I don't know. I think they'd want it to be like a Sunday prime time.
I should be celebrating a victory, I think, if I play like I'm supposed to play.
Well, Ainsley has a lacrosse championship at noon on Sunday.
Oh, you knock it out, baby.
So I need this game to at least be 4
or 5.
Yeah.
Something like that.
All the Caps coverage on 106.7 The Fan is presented by Ace Computers. Ace Computers proudly recommends Windows 11 Pro for the U.S. military. Made in America. Check out acecomputers.com now. I don't know if you watched any of this game last night, B, but I watched the first period, and then I went to bed of Edmonton, L.A. last night.
Nah.
They scored 5 goals in the first period.
Damn.
Yo,
wait, both of them together?
Combined.
Okay, I thought you said one team. Like,
it was 1-0 L.A. in like 90 seconds.
Damn.
Yeah, it was like
Mike Tyson knockout.
It was like watching UNLV in 1990. Like it was as fast paced as humanly possible. It was a lot.
Did they know something about the goalies?
They got power plays. Like it was just, I don't know. It was nuts. Edmonton went on to win that. I don't pretend to be a hockey expert, but when you hear the way hockey people talk about Connor McDavid, you could see it when you watch.
He is so damn. He's so smooth
and fast
as hell.
It's hard to.
So you can see it when you watch him. Kind of like I told you when I first saw Ovi. He just looked different, and McDavid's the same way.
Right, and Ovi's game is very different than McDavid's, but it's totally. Just a ton of fun. So we remain in this limbo of not knowing when Caps Canes is coming, but we know it's coming. The other side of that, Toronto and Florida is now settled. That'll be fun to watch. You know, when the Caps were playing the Canadiens, I was very much watching Hurricanes Devils because I told you, Lampville, it was going to be Caps at 5. I knew they were going to win, and I knew they were going to play Carolina, and I think this is a tough opponent.
Just don't know when the game's in.
I'm not as worried about watching Toronto. The Leafs and the Panthers, those are both good teams. The Panthers are obviously defending Cup champs. I do think if Washington gets past this one, they're going to the Cup final. So we'll see. Everybody stay tuned. There's also some hoops last night. Did you get to watch any hoops, B?
I got home late. I was hanging out with Jeff.
All right, but the basketball ended. It was dark out, so you weren't playing golf. They got TVs in the clubhouse over there.
It was dark. We were sitting outside talking.
All right. The end of the Knicks game.
Jeff was drinking Sprites.
The end of the Knicks game. Jeff was
drinking. No lie.
Finished from what
he was drinking straight Sprite.
Well, when I left Forestville, he was not drinking straight Sprite. So something tells me somewhere along the way, Jeff had to figure his life out. Is that accurate, Jeff?
Yeah.
So you guys hung out at Rude for a while and then went and played golf at Woodmore.
Duncan
Where'd you
called
go?
me and say, "Man, you want some?" I'm like, "Yeah, let's do this."
Yeah.
He didn't call me like that again.
Who called you like that?
Leon.
Oh boy. So you guys went and played over there.
Yeah.
You played well. I take it.
He did all right.
And Jeff didn't even play.
Jeff was our ball spotter.
How'd he do at that job?
He did a good job. He said, "I'm gonna go up." I said, "Dude, just get out the way though."
Jeff's just out here caddying.
Jeff was locating balls and stuff, man, getting us right.
Nah, man, I had to take down notes. I was watching so I could get my swing together.
Jeff, maybe as you try to figure out your role in the golf universe, caddy's a good spot.
Yeah, you're big. You carry 2 bags.
Make good money if you
you do one round.
Double loop, you make good money.
You probably get 120, 150 per person.
Dog, if you are carrying a bag for 18 holes, you could easily walk with $300, $400.
That don't sound bad. I ain't gonna lie, that don't sound bad. Depending on who you carrying that bag for.
Yeah, if you got somebody playing Army golf, it might be a problem.
Yeah, nah.
And
well, if they're trash, they're probably not paying no big tip.
Right. Well, and Jeff, getting the big tip also requires you to really know what you're talking about. And more than anything, be able to read greens.
He will make you believe that he knows what he's talking about.
Sometimes you just gotta say it with confidence.
Gift the gab, baby.
Yo, reading greens is a pretty binary result. Either you were correct or you were incorrect.
Hey, we'll find out however the shot finish.
Landfill in the text thread just said, Jeff wants the big tip.
So,
y'all have to relax.
I'm gonna tell him pause.
Yeah, what are we doing here?
Knicks advanced last night. I was pretty stunned by this.
You took Detroit, didn't you?
I ended up taking Edmonton. I liked Detroit in that game, but my pick, I mean, you can check with White Brian. I backed off Detroit. Landfill took it. I took Edmonton. Dude, so now you get Knicks Celtics in the next round.
Celtics going forward.
I agree with you. I'm a little blown away, though, by the numbers of this.
The numbers always look like that in the first game. Until
No, I'm saying for the series.
What's the numbers for the series?
Boston's minus 750. That
Why are
means,
you blown away about that? Boston won. Did they win the championship?
Yeah. That gives the Celtics have about a 90% likelihood of winning this series.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
They are a better team. And Brunson has been dealing with injuries throughout.
He was great last night.
If he's not 100% in that whole series against Boston, they get handled.
He was 100% last night.
Yeah, he knows how to cook, dog. And he can draw
He
fouls.
also shoved off on that 3 at the end, like pretty good little pusher.
I mean,
but
it happens, Jay.
Yeah.
I mean, if you learn how to shove off like this, like
he extended his hand
a little bit.
They weren't going to call that. I understand.
But why not? Yeah, if it's a foul, call it. I don't like when you say, well, I'm not going to call it late in the game. Call it. If it's a foul, it's a foul.
So the East playoffs are set. It's Cleveland and Indy and the Knicks and the Celtics. Honestly, I think unless you're a significant fan of one of those teams, I think that's all pretty boring. I think it's
which game is that?
Cleveland Pacers. I think Cleveland wins in 5. Celtics Knicks. I think the Celtics probably win in 6. The West could be a lot more interesting.
I know somebody took the Nuggets, didn't they? And then I took the Clippers.
You did take the Clippers.
Yeah.
I think Warriors Rockets is tonight. I think, right? I'll watch that.
They're gonna close out the Rockets tonight.
I wouldn't mind seeing that go 7. I tend to root for Steph, but that's a 9:00 start, much more doable. Those 10 and 10:30 starts. Whew,
I'll be in Winchester.
Eyes get heavy.
My eyes might be heavy at 9:00 tonight.
Yeah, so we got Rockets Warriors tonight, and then Jets Blues tonight. We're rooting for the Jets. We want to let's get this thing done. Let's get the Caps Canes show on the road. We think anyway. Obviously, plenty else going on in kind of the sports universe. We've reached a stage with the RFK stuff that it's like it's now in the negotiation, like the amount of conversations going on behind closed doors. That's great. That's what all those folks are paid to do and elected to do. And I don't have a ton of new information or interest related to the stadium. You know what I'm saying? Like we've made our points clear.
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious about the team now and talking to people that we haven't talked to yet about what it will mean. At 10:30, Charles Mann's going to join us. I care very much what he thinks.
Yeah.
Kind of how we talked to Doc Walker about it yesterday, all those things. As we go forward, though, I was listening yesterday when we were driving home from Rude. Was there a daytime Nats game yesterday? I was listening to Linnell, who was filling in for Rooster, I think, because Rooster had a colonoscopy. Remember, he decided to share that with us.
Yeah.
And I guess there's a bunch of a lot of new batches of power rankings among the NFL have come out because the draft's over and off season's been, free agency's largely been conducted for some time.
Mm-hmm.
And now the draft is done. There's new sets of power rankings. And Then I listened to the Junks this morning, and they had new sets of power rankings. Rich Eisen, you know Rich Eisen,
Yep.
NFL Network has his own, I guess.
Mr. Running the 40, Rich.
Yeah, that dude. He has the Commanders second overall in his power ranking. It goes Eagles, then Commanders. That to me seems a little high. I think it was NFL.com that Linnell was talking about, had them 6th. That seems closer to correct. Now, Linnell took great umbrage with the fact that, like, the Ravens and the Chiefs were ahead of Washington. I think we should chill a little bit.
Yeah.
At this stage, I don't really care about where they land on power rankings.
I mean, at this point, nobody's playing games. So
Right.
who really cares?
I was talking to someone yesterday that played in the league for a while, has done a lot of business in around the league. And basically, that person's point was what Washington did with the tackles.
Yeah.
They're cementing that their offense, barring some sort of injury that changes everything, right? But what they've done is they've cemented they've got a top 5 offense. And with that, they've cemented that they're probably a 9 or 10 win team.
Mm-hmm.
And with that, they've probably cemented that they're in the playoffs. They're in the playoff conversation.
Yeah.
Now you get a couple good breaks, maybe it's 13 wins. A couple things go sideways, maybe it's 8 or 9.
Mm-hmm.
But like, to me, what I care about in early May, 1 week before even rookie minicamp, is that they are now in a position where they are firmly in the playoff discussion.
Yeah.
And then, much like last year, the goal for me, I think really for every team, is at least the divisional round of the playoffs.
Yeah.
Football's a crazy game, but you get to that weekend, everything's
got a
realistic,
chance. Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Yeah. If you can get to that point, then you have a chance. But like the whole thing is, at this point, what we all know is you build a new team every year. And just because your team was very good last year doesn't automatically mean it's going to be that this year. They have to be able to go out there, go through the same process, have the same beliefs, get everybody on the same page, and get it done once again. I have a feeling that they will, but, you know, to lose your mind and make outlandish statements at this time of the year, nobody knows how good we really are.
Now is not the time to get too upset about arbitrary, completely, frankly, irrelevant rankings to me.
100%.
It's not to say that it's not fun to look at and discuss, but like, if Commanders fans are asking me, yo, your team is good coming off NFC title game, everyone said you got to focus on the lines. Well, they did. And now a lot of people still have edge rush angst, and I can understand it. But they invested heavily in the offensive line.
It is.
So if you go back and watch the games against Philly with that really good D-line, I think they're trying to.
They did what they're supposed to.
It's much, much easier, and there's stats to back this up. If you have a top quarterback, if you have a top 5, top 7, top 3, top 10, but if you have a dude, and Washington has a dude, it is significantly more consistent to play good offense.
Totally.
Defense is such a wide variance.
It's a wide variance, but also you got to look at if you got a dude and he has some dudes that's going to work with him, everything is leaning towards offense anyway in defense in this game. Every rule favors the offense.
Totally.
Better take advantage of it.
Totally. All right, Charles Mann set to join us next. Oh, dude, I did hear one kind of interesting thing. University of Maryland still doesn't have their athletic director yet. I did hear
I throw my head in the ring.
They may have called an old teammate of yours to check interest.
Really?
You want to guess?
Edwards?
No. I think Brad is now running the
Green?
alumni stuff. You think Daryl's going to be the AD at Maryland?
He will.
Somebody that has worked in like the sports business side.
Oh.
Keel.
All right.
Yeah. He wasn't. He's got too much going on, but at least they're casting a wide net.
Man, Ryan,
over
you know how much
college.
money they pay these dudes?
At least they're casting a wide net.
I
over
would damn
college.
call me. I'm interested.
All right. To all those at College Park, Brian Mitchell, interested in being the University of Maryland athletic director.
Hell yeah.
I suppose I am too. Landfill? All right, Landfill's available. Coming up next, Redskins legend Charles Mann joins the program.
It's official. The New York Rangers have hired Mike Sullivan as their head coach days after he left his job with the Pittsburgh Penguins. Sullivan replaces Peter Laviolette, who was fired after the Rangers missed the playoffs following a trip to the Eastern Conference Final last year. Now, New York getting Sullivan leaves 7 teams around the league right now with vacancies: Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, Boston, Chicago, Anaheim, Seattle, and Vancouver. But one piece of the puzzle is filled in. The New York Rangers have hired Mike Sullivan. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B-Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Right now, I'm really excited to get to the Rude Guest Hotline. Talk to the one and only number 71, Charles Mann.
71.
Charles, what's up, man? How are you?
Hey, what's going on, JP?
What's up, brother?
Is Brian there?
Yep.
Or is he on the golf course?
Nah, Charles, man, I don't play that much golf.
Baloney.
Played last night. I mean, yesterday.
Okay.
What's going
How'd
on?
you hit him?
I hit him okay.
Okay, all right.
Apparently better than Leon Duncan, if you know LD. Charles, I don't think it's a secret. You know, we always love having you on the program, but with all the RFK Stadium news of late, it's been pretty cool to talk to some guys that played in that stadium and knew what that was all about.
Experience was about.
You know, I'm curious just kind of your reaction to all the news this week about the Commanders possibly getting back to a revisioned RFK.
I'm really excited about it, and I ride by the old RFK at least, every couple of months or so. I'll end up going past it, and it's sad looking at it the way it is right now. And I just was hoping, and then I know they have soccer fields and other stuff going on around there. My oldest daughter, lives on Tennessee Avenue right there in Capitol Hill.
Wow.
And so for them, they're excited because they're new residents. They've been there about 4 years, and they think that the stadium is going to add value to their homes. And so my son-in-law is very excited. He's a Buffalo Bills fan, though I'm converting him slowly.
Let's keep showing him that same ring.
Yes,
Yeah, exactly. I pull it out and show it to him, and he's, oh man.
You hear this.
Remember, you married to you in the Mann family now.
There you go.
But y'all, like you hear those, like I hear stories so much about, well, people don't want it around it. You're saying like your daughter, them, they feel that it bring value to their home. I'm sure other people feel that as well, and also give them more, businesses to be able to frequent.
Yeah, well, it's the infrastructure that the Harris group is going to put around it. The stadium is the stadium, but now these new stadiums, they have all kinds. It's like One Loudoun in Ashburn. It's like in Fair Oak. I mean, in Fairfax, they have it's Reston Town Center. It's all that. It's going to be something where you're going to have hotels, shops, restaurants. I mean, that's the exciting part. So there's going to be a lot of building. I know people think that they're not going to get, if you're a contractor or something, you're not going to get any opportunities. Well, guess what? Muriel Bowser and D.C. government don't play. 35% of all the business work that's going to get done in that area is going to be done by local businesses, CBEs. Yeah. So that's what I'm excited about.
Well, and Charles, I don't know. I wanted to ask you about this as a former player, right? But I think people don't realize how much work you do in the DC area now, and your post.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like you transitioned out of football entirely into business, and it's interesting for you. There are critics or opponents of the deal. What would you say to, because some people have legitimate questions. Like we talked with David Aldridge the other day, and DA's somebody I assume you know, and obviously a friend, and also a really thoughtful, smart person. And there are real questions to this, but that doesn't mean necessarily that it can't happen, right?
I believe there are always going to be naysayers. There are always going to be people looking at, and there's always, several sides of this to look at. But I think about National Harbor and how that all went down, and that didn't go down in a real good way for contractors and people that live in the community. I remember if you look at the old pictures, and you had to dig deep to find this one, but Art Monk and I had a shovel in the ground along with all the other dignitaries that were there when we were breaking ground at National Harbor. And Art and I never got one piece of business.
Wow.
And we were on a doggone shovel in the ground and get zero. Partly because we weren't connected, and partly because we did not trust the leadership. By the way, that leadership ended up going to prison. And so, so we did the right thing there. Muriel Bowser, though, is the boss. She just is very clever, very sound, astute businesswoman. And, I remember what happened with, the whole Capital One Arena, and that leaving for Virginia, and that got nixed, so she is very thoughtful, and I think that they wouldn't have come out and made all this big spectacle if they couldn't get this thing done, if they didn't have the votes somewhere. I know there's 2 or 3 council members or whatever that are, on the fence, but I believe this thing is going to get done, and I'm excited about it.
I seem to be leaning towards what you're saying, man. Just, you hear a lot, but we've also been around here long enough, and I know people like to begin to say, "Oh, you don't live in the city." I don't have to live in the city to know what's going on there.
And we're in the city all the time.
I'm in the city almost every day.
I was just over at the Muni the other day, Brian, and I know you were at the Muni, you and JP doing your So I mean, I'm in the city all the time now. My daughter lives there, so I'm on 8th Street, walking up and down 8th Street, spending money on 8th Street, doing stuff. I live in Ashburn, but I'm in the city all the time. All the time. My office is on Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue, right in Ward 8. I've been there paying tax dollars since 2017. So I'm a part of the city.
There you go.
Charles, when you're walking around, how often are people still coming up to you and talking football?
Oh my God. Only in DC. I'm in Northern Virginia. People are used to seeing us, and we're not a big deal, and that's fine. But when I go into DC, people honking their horns or stopping me, or Charles, man,
you're not very small either, though.
Yeah, I mean, you are.
On the football field.
You're not a little dude.
You're 6'6", so you kind of stand out.
I know. They know I did something.
He got to be somebody.
Yeah, exactly. They used to associate me with Patrick Ewing back in the day when I first got here. I'm like, I am not Patrick Ewing.
That's funny. We're talking about
they know who I am. I'm bald headed now. I ain't got no hair. I used to wear the high top and all this and that, but they still remember me for some reason. I don't know, and I really appreciate that. And I speak to everybody. If you come up to me on the street, I'm going to talk to you. I'm going to look you in your eye. I'm going to give you some love because, man, it's been a long time. My son would always be intrigued. He'd say, "Dad, did you know that person?" I said, "No, I didn't." He said, "But he just came up to you." Yeah, well, that's what they do.
I remember I had this national defense poster.
Oh my God!
And you as a kid, and you had that high top fade working. I mean,
I did have it working. I saved a lot of money for that every week,
dude. It was sharp. It was sharp.
Now I'm saving all kinds of money, JP. I don't have to spend no money on the hair.
Well, Charles, we have a video producer now on the program named White Brian, and he has a incredibly receding hairline. and we're trying to.
I'm trying to cut
him,
his hair.
Yeah, we're just trying to save him some cash and let
play
one of
some
the
Bobby
fellas.
Womack music. We used to call people Bobby Womack, Bobby Wayback.
Charles, I did want to ask you a football one.
Yes,
a lot of
angst
in Washington that the Commanders didn't address the edge rusher position enough between free agency and then the draft. Obviously, you're a 3-time Super Bowl champ, a 4-time Pro Bowler, an edge rusher extraordinaire, 83 sacks over the course of your NFL career. Do you think they did enough?
10 in the playoffs, though, brother.
Hey, that's the
You had
regular
those
season.
10 in the playoffs.
Yeah,
those 10 in the playoffs are very critical.
Let me add, then, 10 in the playoffs in 19 games, including 4.5 sacks in a Super Bowl winning playoff run in 87.
Yeah.
How was that better?
Yeah. Way better. Thank you. No, let me say this. I know Myles Garrett was one at one point. He was one that they were looking at, and that would have been huge. And he took his name off the chart when he re-signed. And, you know, there's going to be young players out there. There's going to be trades. The general manager, Adam Peters, is pretty sharp.
Yeah.
And they're looking. Don't believe that it's over just because they weren't drafted.
Yeah.
You know, there's trades. There's somebody on the waivers that got let go for whatever reason. I believe we haven't seen. I mean, this team isn't assembled completely yet. I think he's still looking for those pieces, and I think it can still happen between now and training camp, or now in the first game, even during the season. They're going to be looking.
Yeah, I look at it like, you know, we always see it happen, and people get upset, but the team is not solidified until the first game. And I totally believe that they're going to find somebody. But then I also look at this, Charles, like you had it. I've seen it for years where coaches make a difference. We went through a period where guys came in here, they stayed the same or they didn't get better. Some of them got worse. But Adam, they showed last year that they know how to get the best out of what they have.
Yeah.
So somebody
Luvu, and Luvu, that joker, he showed that he's a baller.
Yeah.
And they can put him in positions and make him even better than he was now that they see how he plays. And I mean, so they have some talent here. Don't overlook what's already in the building. And having it getting better. And the defensive coaches, I mean, Richie Pettibone was just so sharp.
Mm-hmm.
He put us in the best positions to be the best that we could be. And sometimes if you're rigid as a coordinator, then you don't take advantage of what you have. And so they need to take advantage of what they have. I know Luvu can do a standing long jump.
How awesome was that?
He was crashing that doggone quarterback sneak. I mean, take advantage of that. Take advantage of the gifts that you already have on the team. And then, you know, they're always looking. All during the year, they'll be looking for somebody on the wire. There'll be somebody. This team isn't, as Brian said, it's not completely assembled. Well, and it won't be. It'll always be a work in progress.
Totally.
Well, to that point, Charles, a couple guys last year kind of came on late, and one guy was on the wire. Jalen Holmes was a kid they signed about halfway through the season, played his college ball at Ohio State.
That tells you a lot right there.
Big, long guy, 6'5", I think, with real length. He finished pretty strong for them, had 2 sacks kind of down the stretch. And then another guy was Jean-Baptiste was a 7th rounder.
Yeah, I like him.
Yeah, did either of those guys show you anything?
I like. You're absolutely correct. And these guys are just, you know, I remember my first year, I was behind Dexter, and I ended up getting 3 sacks that year, and that was, you know, great for, you know, rookie that didn't start. But the next year I exploded. The next year I took over Todd Liebenstein's position over on the left side. Dexter stayed on the right side, and then all of a sudden I had 10 and a half sacks, just like that.
But see,
it just give these guys a chance.
1 year to the next can be a world of difference. Somebody that's on the roster today like I always say, people get crazy over names. But you know what those names are? They didn't have names prior. So they had to build that.
Yeah,
and then somebody on your
Brian,
team
we
do the
had
same
that
thing.
we had that little tape on our helmet saying Mitchell. Man, they didn't know who we were
Exactly.
until they did.
Exactly.
Charles, man, thank you. It's funny. I'm saying Charles, sir, dude. Charles, thank you so much for joining us.
Charles,
dude.
I'll see you tonight sometime later, right?
Yeah, you will. You'll see me tonight. And hey, JP, you called me the other day. I got it late, and I did, so
good.
I apologize because I like to call people back. So
all good. You could probably guess what I was calling about now that we know all the news that had come out.
All right, Charles.
All right, guys.
Be
Be
good,
well.
brother. Thanks, man.
Thank you so much,
All
Charles.
Right, bye.
All right, Charles, man. I've told him before, when I was a little kid playing at Maplewood, I wore number 71 because Charles Mann was the coolest. When
Look at JP.
I was not much of an edge rusher, though. Coming up at 11, PFT Commenter joins the program. All right, we got to talk a little Caps here. Caps are actually underdogs to the Hurricanes in this
That's
series.
okay.
I kind of get it based on the regular season. All of our Caps coverage is presented by Ace Computers. Ace Computers proudly recommends Windows 11 Pro for the U.S. military, made in America. Check out acecomputers.com now. All right, everybody get your phone out. Turn all the mics on because we got a pop quiz, Carolina Hurricanes pop quiz. These are names we need to know. I'll be honest. Shout out to Kerwin who sent these to me. We're all going to try to pronounce these important Hurricanes players' names. We'll start with Jeffrey. Jeff, I just put a name in the group thread for you to pronounce, dog. What do you got?
Jesperi Kotkaniemi.
Is it Jespery?
I don't know. We're all trying together. I'll tell you the official one. What do you got, B?
I'll go with Kakanimi at the end, but I think that name is normally like Jesper instead of Jesper.
So you are right. It's Jespery. And then I guess it's
Kotkaniemi?
Kotkaniemi. Jespery Kotkaniemi. Watch out for him, Lamphil.
I'm going to tell you, boy, I know who does it so smoothly. Joe B.
Joe B's good. You know who else? John Walton. All right. All right, White Brian. What you got? I got one for you. Now, this dude, I actually know how to say it.
What's the other one?
Boom. I just dropped it in. WB, what do you got?
Andrei Benikov.
That was bad, dog. This is a player we've heard of. Lamphil, you got this one?
Veshnikov.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with that. What B-Mitch just said.
Andrei
Svechnikov.
Svechnikov.
Yeah.
That he's good. Like I know that guy. Let's go back to Jeff because I don't have much.
You rather have Jeff? So this is like, no, this reminds me of when I was in Hawaii with Gil, and I was like, look, Gil, we were in a car. The guy drives us around. I'm like, Gil, what's the name of that street? He didn't get a name right.
Those Hawaiian names.
The driver was dying laughing. He had tears in his eyes.
Melikaliki Maka.
He was destroyed.
All right, Jane. Jeffrey, what do you got here?
Shane Gots to be here.
Shane Gots to be here. That's his official name for this second round series. I think it's Shane Gostisbehere.
Gostisbehere.
Gots to be here.
Gots to be here.
100%.
Yeah, I went there, dog.
Yo, I'm in
they
on
said
that.
you got to sound it out.
All right, I'll lead us off with this one because I don't know. I don't have much on this. My man's name
That is hilarious, dog.
Shane Gots to be here.
Oh, man.
Pyotr Kochikov. But I don't know if that first.
Kochikov.
Do you think that first name is just Peter?
Peter.
It's probably Peter. Peter Kochikov.
Peter Kochikov. Shane Gots to be here. Andrei Chechnikov. Jesperi Kotkaniemi. PFT Commenter joins us next.
The Kentucky Derby is almost here, but we have another update on the field. Grande has been scratched from the Kentucky Derby, reducing the field for Saturday's 151st edition to just 19 horses. He joins Rodriguez on the sideline after that colt was scratched last night. Now, Rodriguez's scratched move Beza into the field, but that was the only horse on the also eligible list, so there is no replacement for Grande. Some baseball injury news. The Yankees' second baseman Jazz Chisholm Jr. was placed on the 10-day IL 3 days after sustaining a right oblique strain on a swing in that game versus the Orioles. But an update we hate to see, Angels outfielder Mike Trout is on the IL because of a bone bruise in his left knee. Manager Ron Washington told reporters that the injury wasn't believed to be serious. Tests did not show any structural damage to Trout's knee, but he just needed a bit of time to rest. Yesterday was the first game Trout had sat out all season. He only appeared in 29 games last season before tearing the meniscus in his surgically repaired left knee, sitting out the rest of the season. So when there's another injury to his left knee now, it does cause a little bit of concern, but the Angels don't think it's anything long-term as of yet. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Drinks are free.
We like to rock.
B-Mitch and Finley,
like
1067.
Patron.
It is a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. Scotty's Vodka is DMV made and amazingly smooth, much like our friend PFT Commenter, who joins us now via the Rude Guest Hotline. PFT, what up, man? How are you?
Good morning, guys. I'm doing great. I was just saying, I don't want to follow Charles Mann anymore. He's too funny. He's the man. I had a blast listening to him. Really, some throwback names that he dropped on there, and just a smart dude.
Yeah,
he was talking about Liebenstein. That guy, he was my teacher in high school.
Oh, really?
Pretty cool guy. Yeah. Too Tall Todd. Yeah.
That's crazy,
Too
dude.
Tall Todd.
Do you remember the poster I referenced to him, the National Defense?
Of course, that was a legendary poster. I had that poster. I do some friends that had that, but they don't make posters like that anymore.
No.
I don't think that was that one of the Costacco brothers posters, or was that somebody else? Because I do remember that poster vividly. I had it. A couple of my friends had it, and then there was a great deli in Herndon. I hope it's still there. I know it was in trouble about a year ago. It was just called The Deli, and it had that picture up there too. But yeah, we need to bring back the golden age of poster making. Kids don't understand posters. They'll probably there's probably just legendary NFTs that kids can buy now, and they'll talk about in 20 years.
Golden apes now or whatever. But I mean, seriously, that was the golden age of posters because, I mean, I think the most iconic would be obviously MJ dunking from the free throw line or MJ doing the wingspan. The Bo knows when he had shoulder pads and a baseball bat.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I
got that one.
The posse poster on a local level when it was Gary, Art, and Ricky. I mean, so many good posters, dude.
The Sean Kemp Rain Man one was pretty electric too.
Oh yeah.
And we have one in the Part of My Take studio. It's not. I don't think it's on camera right now. But me and Big Cat look at it every day. We tap it like the Notre Dame Play Like a Champion sign that you hit when you got to the field. And it is a old school Chris Berman, the Grid Father.
Wow.
Where he's dressed up like a gangster in a pinstripe suit, and he autographed it and said, "You could go all the way." So we hit that on the way to do the pod every single day. It's man, we need to bring back posters.
Yes. The next
posters were fun, man.
The next young basketball person that says everybody, before the 2000s was a plumber or had a side job, just show them Sean Kemp highlights. That dude was as athletic, more athletic than anybody that's playing today.
Sean Kemp?
Yes.
Oh, hell yeah.
No, like about the gym. 46-inch, vertical leap. Just absolutely incredible.
All right, so we got multiple things to discuss, PFT. We got caps, we got RFK, and we got the draft. Since we started on vertical leaps, though, I'll go to the draft. Washington absolutely makes a point to select really athletic people. I don't think that's the only guiding principle, but it is a guiding principle. What did you think of the Commanders draft class?
I like the idea of drafting athletic people as opposed to unathletic people. I think that if you have to pick one or the other, I'll take that one. I like many people. I think I like the draft, but I was also confused about the edge position. Just like you talked to Charles Mann about, and he's right. There's going to be people in training camp that get cut that Dan Quinn's going to look at and be like, oh yeah, this guy can play for us. This guy can get after the passer. Like the roster's not done yet, but at the end of the day, I would have liked to see at least, one guy off the edge get drafted by the commies. But, you can't have everything that you want. I think that we had a pretty good draft. Connerly, the guy that we got in the first round, the big tackle. I've met him before. I don't know if I told you this story or not about my encounter with Connerly, but I met him on a plane when they were about to play against the Liberty Flames in the bowl game.
Oh.
And by meet, I mean he walked past me on the plane. And I just turned to the person sitting next to me. I was like, that guy is really, really big. Holy shit. And and when we landed, I immediately logged on to DraftKings and I put money on the Oregon Ducks to crush the Liberty Flames just based on how big Connerly was. That was my analysis of it. I was like, there's no chance that Liberty has anybody that big. This is going to be Oregon easy. And sure enough, they just walked all over him. So my analysis—
That's a great read.
Is he's very, very big. And for more in-depth analysis, Nate Tice thinks that he might be the best tackle in the entire draft. So I'm going to try.
1 second here. I think something cut out with PFT's connection. We'll get him back here. Just PFT, you there, dude?
I'm here. Yeah. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. Sorry, we just had a little. I'm not sure. What stood out to me with Connerly, and this is similar to your assessment, he is so big. To your point, he's massive, but it doesn't even look like he shaves yet.
Yeah,
when I saw
he
him
has
in
a little
person,
baby face.
It feels like there's still so much more for him to evolve as a blocker, as a run blocker, and just as like a player and a human,
Yeah, that's true. I like a guy that's face bald because I'm face bald too. I can't really grow a beard. You can't grow a beard. You got nothing to hide. So it's all out there. I don't know if I cut out when I said that Nate Tice said that he was the best tackle in the draft.
Wow.
So
that's great.
So I'm in. I like the idea of not just like saying we're going to do everything we can to protect Jayden, but actually going out there and showing that we are truly doing everything that we can by using a first-round pick on an offensive lineman. I think that that's a good way to invest in quarterback. And just here in Chicago, last year we saw their GM, he was saying we're going to do everything we can to protect Caleb Williams, but they were just kind of saying that. They were saying that because it was the right thing to say, and they didn't really do anything about it last year. Now, this offseason, they've changed their entire offensive line. But I think if you got a young player like that, absolutely 100%, I will never complain about investing in protecting him. Trey Amos, my only analysis of him comes from Ben Mintz here at Barstool. Ben Mintz went to Ole Miss, and when we picked him, Ben Mintz texted me, and he said, PFT, you've got a great player in Trey Amos. So there you go. We have a great player in Trey Amos. And
he's from Louisiana too, PFT.
That's 100%. Have you met Mincy?
Huh?
I need to introduce B-Mitch to Mincy. I think the two of them would get along real well. But yeah, I mean, listen,
that'd be a heck of a twosome right there.
Yeah. At the end of the day, if you just draft players from Louisiana, I will not complain about that either. That's got a pretty good.
You have a damn hell of a chance of winning, then, brother.
And they can certainly drink.
Exactly.
And
then I was going to say at the linebacker position, I'm going to, again, defer to our coaching staff. They've worked with the guy before. We got a guy with a ton of speed, and I'm already way down the Merritt rabbit hole where I've watched a lot of his film at running back, and I've just decided that we got the steal of the draft at the running back position. So overall, I'm happy, but I would have liked to see maybe one guy who's at the edge position.
Yeah, I mean, the way the NCAA screwed that the running back Washington drafted is unbelievable. And I just feel like it's like the NCAA's quest for relevance to punish someone when they can. I got one nugget that you might like, and I learned this week. Jaylen Lane is the 4th round wideout they took from Tech. He's going to be a punt returner. His athleticism stuff is off the charts.
Off the charts.
PFT, he's 5'10" and can dunk off his vertical.
40 inches.
I like that. I like that a lot. He's a speedy guy. I think he's going to be a nice complement, nice weapon on offense. Man, I'm excited. But I also, do you guys find yourself in the same position where you see some people in the national media talking real nice about the Commanders, like really nice? Like I think Rich Eisen had his power rankings, and he put us at number 2. And listen, for the longest time, I would be upset, if we get disrespected in any of the meaningless power rankings in the media. But to have us at number 2 going into the season, I almost feel like they're trying to set us up for a letdown. So I'm respectfully asking most members of the national media to maybe stop talking a little bit, shut your mouth a little bit. Let us in that have the connection to DC. Let us be the ones that kind of overvalue them a little bit, if anything. I want the national media to be a little like throw some ice water on ourselves. Bump us down to like number 8, number 9. I would like to hear that. I don't want to see number 2 on anybody's list. Okay, Rich?
I kind of get it.
You sound like Coach Gibbs. He hated that. Like when people would rank us and talk good, they ignore them. They're just telling lies. You didn't want to hear it.
Yeah. It's rat poison, as Nick Saban would say.
Right. Talking to my friend PFT Commenter here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can follow PFT at PFT Commenter. Of course, listen and pardon my take. Biggest sports podcast in the world, a national sports podcast, I would add. I love listening to you guys talk about hockey, dude. I mean this sincerely. You guys, and I still am a mark for Charles Barkley and the NBA post game because I love Barkley and Shaq and Kenny, and I think Ernie does such a good job that at times I enjoy that more than the game. But Paul Bizanet might be becoming my favorite sports analyst. Like last night, I was like, I got to watch Turner so I can listen to Biz. And that's a credit to you guys and the pod because it's his growth has been outrageous, Yeah,
Biz is a great dude. I love him. This offseason was a tumultuous one for Biz with the story about the Irish travelers that jumped him in the Scottsdale bar.
That is crazy.
He made like international news with that. And I will go to the ends of the earth for Paul Bissonnette, except if we're playing against the Leafs in the playoffs and Biz is doing his thing where he's Mr. Canada, Mr. Leafs fan. At that point, I'm going to have to turn my back on Biz. And I'm going to be like, was it Wesley Snipes in New Jack City, just shedding a tear while I have to execute him? I'm going to have to do that to Biz at some point, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. But I love hearing the guys on Turner talk about it too. You're right. And when Charles Barkley gets on there, and Charles can talk about anything. I don't care. I could hear him talk about commentate poker. I can hear him doing the National Dog Show. It doesn't matter what Charles Barkley's talking about because I'm going to listen. But how do you guys feel about this matchup against the Hurricanes? Because I'm a little nervous. I think that we got a great team. We're obviously underdogs going into the series. But the Hurricanes might be the team that makes me the most nervous in the entire Eastern Conference.
So I agree with that.
That's when that's where the legends are built. If nobody believes you, you're the underdog. You come out and you handle business.
So I have I've had an interesting probably 3 or 4 days of hurricane preparation. Right, I got the hurricane shutters are up now. Obviously in the regular season it didn't go well, but I got some good intel for you. They went 2-1. Carolina went 2-1 against Washington. 3 of those 4 games, it was Lindgren, not Logan Thompson. Two of the losses, it was the second day of a back-to-back. And if you go back to the bad loss, that early April loss, that the Caps kind of got their ass kicked, and then at the end of the game, they just started fist fighting everybody. It was like it was an ugly, bad look. Honestly, we talked about this on the show. That was the end of like a long road trip for the Caps. They had played something like 4 of their previous 5 on the road. So they were at Winnipeg, at Minnesota, home for Buffalo, at Boston, and then at Carolina. And that was the end of that trip when they got smoked that night. That was the one really bad loss that to me is concerning. And I remember when we do our bets at the end of the show, I was like, Carolina's the bet tonight. Because they hadn't played in 3 days, and they're going to be fired up to play the team that's leading in the division. So all of that, I have now moved forward. Protas is back, looked good, LT is back and looks all the way back to how good he was in like January, February. Caps at 6.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm sold. I'm in. I remember that game, and I remember thinking at the end of it, I'm at least glad that we got into some big fights at the end because it shows that the team's coming alive a little bit. If you're, getting your ass kicked, you might as well just hit somebody in the face. I felt like that kind of snapped us out of we were in a little malaise at the time. So I think we beat them in the last time that we played them. That was the shootout, right? So, and you're right. LT coming back, that's huge.
And looking good.
He's played really well. I've been very, very impressed with him. I don't think I talked to you guys since I went to Montreal, have I?
No, I listened to it on the pod, but B probably hasn't heard it yet. Tell him about that.
All right, so B-Mitch, this is going to sound sacrilegious when I say it, but that stadium, the Bell Center in downtown Montreal, that was louder than any SEC stadium I've ever been in my entire life.
Wow.
And I've been in Death Valley on a Saturday night. And that is extremely loud. I love LSU. It's such a great place to watch a football game. This hurt. It hurt my head. It hurt my ears to be inside the stadium. It's a great fan base. And I'm going to give – I don't think that the Canadiens won a game from us. I think that the series ended 4 games to the Capitals, 0 games to the Canadiens, and 1 game to the stadium. The stadium won – Game 3. It was crazy loud. That's a great sports town. So I'm just glad that we didn't have to go back up there because those fans would be fired up to see us if there was Game 6.
I was watching Game 4. I was at this little bar near my house. You can hear how loud it is on the TV.
Yeah, it shakes.
It's loud.
There's I think it's the largest hockey arena in the world, I believe. I think it's 22,000 people. And man, they are so loud. They're so passionate up there. And I had a great time in Montreal, but I never want to go back up there. So I think I'm glad that we're not going to be going into that type of environment down in Carolina. They obviously have some good hockey fans down there too. Although I was looking up like the most famous Canes fans. I didn't really find any famous Canes fans out there besides Brandy Love, and that's one of those if you know fans. So. I got to find somebody to start a rivalry with down in Raleigh.
I wonder how Dale Jr. feels about that because he's a hardcore Skins Commanders fans, but he's a Carolina guy, and the Hurricanes have been down there long enough that all right,
he loves the team, the football team for sure.
I can't guarantee the accuracy of any of this, but per ESPN. PFT, I'll let you pick who you want to start a fight with here.
Okay.
According to ESPN.com, the famous Carolina Hurricanes fans include Stephen Colbert, Petey Pablo, John Isner, and Evander Holyfield.
Ooh, I feel like Isner is a good one to start a fight with.
He's a little crazy.
Yeah. Okay. So I could see myself starting a fight with him. Petey Pablo, I want to be clear. I have no beef at all with Petey Pablo. Petey, I respectfully, sir, I do not want the smoke. You're a great musician. Loved you in Drumline. You are a fantastic human being. But Isner, bring it on, buddy. Because Isner, he's the Disney guy, right?
I think he's a 10.
I think I could beat up 90% of tennis players in the world. So, yeah, I'll sort of rivalry with that guy. Mr. Beast should be a Hurricanes fan, but he sold out and became a Rangers fan. Great choice, buddy. Great choice signing with the New York Rangers. I'm pretty pumped to see. I want to see, what's his name, Svechnikov challenge Ovechkin again. I would like to see a run back of that fight from 2019.
Yes, that was an absolute beatdown. We actually just did an exercise trying to get prepared for some of the tougher pronunciations that Carolina has. And our guy, Jeff, you talk to Jeff when he calls you each week, came up with the best name for Shane Gostisbehere. This whole series, we're just calling him Shane Gotta Be Here.
Gotta be there. Yeah, I like that. And maybe their best player is named Aho.
Yeah, that's true. Yo, instead of Aho, he's 100% Aho all week.
We're gonna just slap Aho.
We got to get after Aho.
Yeah.
Dude,
Oh,
so
funny.
I listened to it on Pardon My Take, but I wanted to give you a moment just to kind of reflect, here locally on it's not a done deal. There's real questions to be asked, but there's clearly a lot of momentum surrounding RFK Stadium and a new football stadium and just the RFK site and a new football stadium. Just what that meant to you to watch it kind of unfold, to see Roger Goodell here and how realistic this thing feels like it's becoming.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to happen. It sounds like there's at least 5 votes now on the city council. And I did listen to some of the interviews with the chairman of the council, who was pretending that he was surprised that the mayor had this press conference. And he was like, yeah, no one ever talked to me about it. Dude, people have been negotiating with you about the stadium for the last at least 6 years. I'm pretty sure that he was kept in the loop. The council is going to ask for a little pound of flesh. They're going to ask for 1 or 2 concessions to finalize the deal and sign off on it. So I think it's a matter of when, not if, right now with the city council. But I'm glad that it's coming back to DC, because you can't be the team that practices in Virginia, plays in Maryland, and then call yourself the Washington Commanders. I like the idea of the team being where it should be, at the site of RFK Stadium. It's everything that we've wanted as fans for the last 30 years. It's back where it should be. And I couldn't be more excited about it. I know that we're going to put a dome on it. In an ideal world, I think football is meant to be played outside. I think it's a better sport when it's outside, when you introduce some of the randomness of having snow games and bad weather games. I know it sucks for a player to have to play in it. But in terms of the product as a fan, I would like for it to be outside. But I also realize that you got to put a dome on that thing if you want to have a Super Bowl, if you want to have concerts, if you want to have, I guess the NFL draft has now become a traveling road show. So I guess we have to plan for that as well. So I hope we
I think it might be in DC before that stadium is built.
I think the NFL draft, the league gets to use that as a carrot. It's like, yo, get this done. And then I think the NFL draft will be in Washington in either 2027 or 2028, just depending on when the RFK legislation gets passed, because I think they want to have it on the mall. And imagine the sight lines and the crowds you can host. I mean, the mall has hosted a 1 million man march, right? Like, you could get massive amounts of people here, and I think it'll be pretty damn epic.
What about this? What if you have the draft, you let them have access to the Capitol Rotunda, and you have it on the Senate floor, and you bang the gavel, and Eagles fans are upset because they didn't get the guy that they wanted in the first round, and they storm into that thing wearing
We've had a little too much storming the Capitol lately, so I think I think we pass on that and just put Roger Goodell up in front of the Washington Monument or something. Yeah,
we can still get Arch Manning if Howie has the courage, like really show your displeasure as Eagles fans and let them know. Yeah, I mean, yes, the draft is now like it's a circus that goes around. It's a weird place to go to. As I'm glad that the fans go there, because I like seeing all the fans dressed up, like clapping or booing for guys that they have no idea about. It's a fun event to watch on TV. But I personally, I don't think I would ever want to go to a draft and just sit up front for 4 hours and listen to names being called on a microphone. Doesn't sound like my idea of a good time. But yeah, you got to have all those things.
It was fun in Tennessee.
I've had to work a couple. It's a long day of work. But Tennessee, you flew in private, drank the whole time, flew home that night, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a fun trip.
Thank you for your service, B-Mitch. That was important. Journalism still matters in America.
PFT, thank you for the time, bro. Appreciate it. Let's go Caps.
All right, have a great weekend, guys. Enjoy the Kentucky Derby too. One of the best sports days of the year. I always look forward to this Saturday, the start of summer.
You got a pick? Who's your pick?
Well, we talked to Randy Moss, the horse racing one, not the football player one, and he said that journalism, although he is the overwhelming favorite, I think he's looking at like 5-2 or 3-1 odds. He says that horse is worth that price. Even though it's like betting on Scotty Scheffler before a major tournament.
Gotcha.
You kind of have to hold your nose and be like, the payout's not going to be what I would love to be, but he's a good enough horse that he thinks that the favorite should win.
There you have it. Thank you, PFT. Appreciate you, buddy.
Bye, bro.
All right. Bye, guys. Have a great weekend.
The one and only PFT Commenter. Give him a follow at PFT Commenter. Check out the Pardon My Take podcast. When we come back, let's talk a little wide receiver situation. Nobody go anywhere.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Don't miss your chance to bet on all the clutch shots and legendary performances with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel is the best place to find all your favorite player props, and now you can make a heads-up play with player performance trends. That means whether you want to bet on a player to score 30 points or put up a triple-double, you can check out the latest stats and see who's hot without leaving the app. Plus, after the game tips off, you can even combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, playoff time is the perfect time to join. You'll get started with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So visit FanDuel.com/Brian to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tyrese Halliburton won't have his father in attendance for Indiana's playoff run for the foreseeable future. If you remember, Tyrese nailed a game-winning shot in overtime to push the Pacers past the Bucks, sending them to the Eastern Conference semifinals. This happened on Tuesday night. But as the horn sounded, John Halliburton, his father, was seen walking onto the court and taunting Bucks star Giannis Antetokounmpo. Now, after conversations with the Pacers front office, they felt it was best that he doesn't attend home or road games. Lucky for him, Giannis said, it wasn't right, but he can move past it. And Tyrese agreed his father should not have done it. So now he won't be able to attend games for the foreseeable future. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Round
Like a waterfall. I like this song.
waterfall, stopping us right now.
Even White Brian's dancing. Look at him. Yo, I did
He getting
notice.
his haircut this weekend.
Did you notice what White Brian's got working? He's wearing his pink pants, B. You know what that means?
Uh-oh.
Big night in the Hoch house last night. Good for White Brian. Yo, I mean, it's his name. I don't know what you want me to say.
Oh,
B,
boy.
I wanted to ask you something.
This show is off the rails every damn day.
I mean, Fridays are literally called Vodka Red Bull. What do you want from me?
Bro, we need to have some.
Scotty, where you at? B, I was unaware of this. I want to get to the Commanders' wide receiver depth chart and how we feel about it because of that stupid tier thing the other day. But this is a legit question. I guess the Junks this morning talked about Six Flags in Bowie is closing. Or maybe
I
that's
heard
not
that. I heard
Bowie,
that.
but wherever that is. Like the Six Flags over there on
Who
Central
said
Ave.
that? Didn't Jeff? You told me that yesterday, didn't you?
Is it? I thought
Yeah.
they were just closing the water park. They're closing all of it?
Yeah, it's completely closed.
Well, we need to get somebody else to come up, man, and get that right.
Why?
They just don't see it in their future plans.
Dude, for all the talk of like the Commanders won't just leave Northwest Stadium to rot over there, what do you do with an old amusement park? I mean, there's like a
neighborhood.
billion roller coasters and stuff. Like
Neighborhood.
what?
I
Turn it
mean,
into a neighborhood or build another park.
there's
Somebody
already a
else come in.
house on that land.
Somebody might come in and get it right. Wasn't that Dan stuff for a while? Too?
Yeah, it was Dan's.
Yeah, well,
All right,
you
hold
didn't
on.
expect it to stay running good if it was his, right?
Yeah, the website says it's open in May.
Yeah, but they
Yeah,
say
it closed
it's closing.
in the end of the year. I
yeah.
think
End of this year, it closes. All of it or just the water park?
all of it.
Damn.
Yeah, it would be hard to just close just half of the park down.
I don't know. I mean, are you a
No, you
amusement
haven't.
park expert?
No, you haven't been inside Six Flags America. You know the water park is in.
To the
It's-
left.
Yeah, it's the only Six Flags with the water park included with the rides part.
I'm just saying you could close the left side and keep the roller coasters going. Like if water park upkeep is significantly more expensive or whatever, you probably need more humans for
And then
water
you have
parks.
to think, will people come spend $50 for 30 minutes? Because you can walk that entire park and ride those rides in 30 minutes.
That's how little they got. So
Yeah.
if you just want a daily ticket, that's not that bad. A daily ticket starts at $30. Now, granted, I haven't been over there in a while. When's the last time you were there to ride a roller coaster?
I have never ridden a roller coaster over there. I've gone over
Really?
there for different events and stuff like that, and I took the kids over there to go ride, but I didn't ride anything.
Are you a roller coaster guy?
Yeah, I love roller coasters. I told you I rode that crazy thing down at Busch Garden.
Oh, you did.
The fastest, supposed to be the fastest in this whole country.
How's King's Dominion holding up? King's Dominion was always my one seed of local amusement parks. As a kid, I'd get the most excited for King's Dominion. Is it doing well?
I guess.
Couldn't
I
tell you.
don't hear no news about it closing.
Busch Gardens is definitely doing well, but that's
For
also
sure.
like they have like a bigger. I don't know how to describe it. They have more than just like roller coasters. You know what I mean? Like I think people go there for restaurants and stuff. I hope Kings of Dominion all right. We saw this dumb thing the other day about where the Commanders' wide receivers rank. Mm-hmm. Am I crazy? I think they've improved dramatically at the position.
You're not crazy. You're right.
Deebo Samuel, for all the talk of he might have had a down season last year, he would have been their second leading wide receiver. And when you look at total yards, he went for 806 from scrimmage. And he's 2 years removed from 1,100.
But I just think when you look at how well he was that 2 years ago, people compare everything to that. He was so good that year to where he can probably have a good year and people still say it's down.
Yeah, from the 21 season.
Yeah.
You bring back Noah Brown. You bring back KJ Osborne, which is kind of interesting. Of all the guys they let walk, and OZ and Diami, and you bring back Osborne. You add Deebo, and I think you add Michael Gallup. I think the Gallup thing will be fascinating. If he still has a high gear there, he can help you. I don't know that he does. He's only 29.
Mm-hmm.
You draft Lane, who definitely has a high gear. And one dude I think people are like collectively sleeping on is Luke McCaffrey. I think last year expectations might have been too high for a third-round wideout. But going into year two, a guy that
after you got a third-round wideout that's a top-notch dude around the league, you start expecting it.
That's true. I mean, Terry's
been like that since he walked through the door.
If you can take or leave the advanced analytics on this, but the advanced analytics suggest that Luke was really good at getting separation. So then it becomes a matter of like getting on the same page with Jayden.
Mm-hmm.
Luke's also still kind of learning the wide receiver position.
True.
But I think he could have a much larger role.
I would think he will, because, listen, very similar to me coming here with Coach Gibbs, that first year, if they really see something in you, they allow you a chance to learn. The next year, you have to compete now. And I believe that he should be, because you watch him through the year. Early on, he seemed a little uneasy. Later, as the season went on, he began to look a lot more comfortable. He did get open a lot, but some of the time the ball is already gone, or he wasn't in the read, but he still was getting open. So this year, maybe, just maybe, things start to cook for him.
I mean, I think it'd be great. It would certainly help the offense. He's such a hardworking, good dude that I think it could certainly work. It seems like people have now decided, because his rookie season was not a breakout, that he can't play. And I would issue caution for that.
But see, the whole thing about it, Jay, I just think that that's what fans do. They either go too far ahead or too far over the other direction. You can't be affected by that. You talk to the people that make the decisions every day. Do they still have an interest in it? Do they still believe he can play? That's all that matters.
We are talking NBA playoffs with Chris Miles coming up at noon. Chris Miles from NBA TV. What we got to do real quick, talk about our friend Mr. Paul Henry and Paul Henry's window installation. Last night, I was not babysitting Landfill. I was just home by myself with my children, and I got them to sleep, and I chilled on my porch where I watched a whole bunch of sports. I wouldn't have my porch without Paul Henry. They do a great job with doors and windows, but they can do more. Give him a call, talk to him, see what you're trying to figure out, and see what Paul can do. He's a wizard. Call this month. You get 10% off each window with a 5-window minimum and 10% off each door.
Yep, Paul did a great job for me as well. Has done all my windows. He did a great job with it, so I called him back to change up doors. Did that too. Then I said, you know what? Let me get everything the same way. Or I went over to my other garage. I had Paul come in and get everything again for me. And as Jay talks a lot about, when you start getting those new units, like we read Rue yesterday, got the new units, it keeps the air in, and it keeps the heat in as well. Doesn't let all the stuff from the outside come in. Paul does an outstanding job. So you reach out to Paul right now, you get 10% off each window with the 5-window minimum and 10% off each door. Reach out to Paul Henry's Window Installation today and tell him B-Mitch and Finley sent you. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice.
B-Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Van. Apparently, the Six Flags CEO said he thinks the property should be redeveloped. So that's how we landed there.
Okay.
Coming up in a few minutes here, we're going to talk some NBA playoffs. Then maybe we open these phone lines up. We got Ask B-Mitch Anything coming up a little later. Our guy Mike Beasley from MGM National Harbor going to come by, give us some picks. Kentucky Derby this weekend. I got a question for you, B. The Caps are now in the second round of the playoffs.
Okay.
The Caps had Ovi break an all-time record this year. All-time, all-world record.
Mm-hmm.
We know where the Commanders' playoff run ended in the Final Four, if you will, in the NFC title game. Who's having the better season, Caps or Commanders?
I think you would have to go with the Commanders. It's been so damn long, but the combination of things with the Caps would throw it, I think, in a different atmosphere. With Obi breaking the record, they would have to go farther in the playoffs, though.
I agree.
It can't end after this round and be a better season.
Well, it's also, to me, I don't know if you agree with this. I was talking with somebody. If the Caps season, say they lose in 7 to Carolina, it's been a good year. Ovi broke the record.
Mm-hmm.
They developed all these young guys. They look like they are a real force going forward. They got more guys coming. Carberry has established himself as a great coach. Like, it's been a good year.
Yeah.
They have to get at least to the Eastern Conference Finals for me for it to equal the Commanders.
Mm-hmm.
And, dude, I still might have the Commanders ahead. Ovechkin's record-breaking thing was unbelievable. But for Washington, who's been so bad for so long and hasn't had a quarterback for so long, and to answer both of those things in year one of the new owners really taking over, like, it feels like
Feels bigger.
It feels bigger. It feels like a sea change has happened.
Yeah.
And for the Caps, they've been good for 25 years.
Yeah.
And so it's like, all right, they're still good. They got to now. What we always say on this program, if there's a flag, flags fly forever. Like, if they win it all, hell yeah, it's them.
Mm-hmm.
And I think even if they get to the Stanley Cup final, it becomes them.
Yeah.
But Washington just had so much happen. The Commanders just had so much happen in such a short period of time that it still resonates bigger.
It does. It does.
What say you, Mr. Landfill?
I would go with the Commanders having a better year. I mean, they made it to the conference championship game.
Yeah. What do the Caps have to do for them to take over?
I think because it was such, it had been so long since the Commanders had gotten anywhere near there. I would need the Caps to get to the Stanley Cup in order to take over. And they don't necessarily have to win it, but they need to get to the Cup.
I tend to agree with you. And I think even if they get to the Cup, I might still say the Commanders because it's been so long and they found a quarterback. But you get to the Cup, it's a really damn big deal.
Mm-hmm.
I think the better, rather than posing this as a question over who's doing better, I prefer to just look at it as
I like the fact that every damn
teams.
body. I like the fact that it's more than just one team that's doing good.
Yeah.
And then when you start looking over right down the street here, they seem to have some very, very nice pieces there.
Wood,
and that could go
Abrams,
up. Yeah.
Cruz.
And then, I still feel a sense of confidence in the people that are running the Wizards now.
Yeah.
You've seen them do it before in other places, and you hope that you have to believe that they could possibly get it done here too.
May 12th, dude.
Mm-hmm.
May 12th. What is today? May 2nd?
Yep.
10 days, we'll know.
You will know. But then again,
can you imagine if they win the lottery? How
it'll pick it up, but like my thing is this though: if they don't win it, you still have to believe that they're going to be moving in the right direction.
They already are.
Yeah.
I mean, I like a lot of the young guys, and dude, if they don't win the lottery, what's the lowest the Wiz could go? 4th or something?
Yeah, probably.
They should get some stud. You big stud. Here's what we're going to do. Chris Miles joins us live from Atlanta, NBA TV. Next.
AT aliens.
Some pretty big NBA news. Basketball Hall of Famer Greg Popovich will no longer be the head coach of the San Antonio Spurs. He's transitioning to a full-time role as the team's president of basketball operations. He's been in the Spurs front office since May of 1994, served as the head coach since the 96-97 season. Now, if you remember earlier in November, he did suffer a mild stroke, did not return to coaching during the season. He'll leave as the NBA's all-time winningest coach with 1,422 regular season victories. Another coaching change, this one though, in the NHL, the New York Rangers have hired Mike Sullivan as their head coach. Dave left a job with the Penguins. His deal is for 5 years and will make him the highest paid coach in NHL history. Now, we don't have exact numbers yet, but let's take a look at the history before. Mike Babcock previously made the most at $6.25 million annually when he coached the Maple Leafs. So all we know is that he will make a little bit more than that with the Rangers. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia. B-Mitch and Finley here. We're fired up to get to the Rude Guest Hotline and talk to our friend Mr. Chris Miles, NBA TV down in Atlanta. Chris, what's up, dude? How you been?
Good, man. Last couple times I was on the show, you were off, man. Maybe on vacation or something. Good to hear your voice.
Is this a setup? Something tells me.
I didn't say nothing to
set
him.
up-ish.
Nah, not at all. Just saying, good to hear your voice, man. Good to hear your voice.
I appreciate
But he
that.
wasn't lying.
Dude, let's start with pretty big news out of the NBA. I'm not sure I'm surprised, but still, considering everything he's accomplished, Greg Popovich stepping down in San Antonio.
Yeah, I mean, I think the last story of him passing out at a restaurant was kind of like, man, I mean, he was out, this whole season, and you kind of heard the rumors of like, this man just needs to take care of his health. And I think once the last incident, I want to say that was about a month ago, once that news broke, this felt inevitable. Clearly, Hall of Fame career, one of the legends. I would say if you look at an NBA history, top, 3, 4, 5 coach ever. So, hopefully he's able to live a long life from here and take care of himself physically. We've heard all the stories of how dedicated he is to basketball and how much it means to him. So we know that he's going to miss coaching, but I think it's the best thing for him.
He's going to miss it, but I just think he needs to invest that same level of determination and all that he had in the sport into himself so he can take care of himself.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we know what kind of lifestyle coaches lead at his age. It just says, yeah, man. Yeah.
Let me ask you, Miles. I mean, Pop, I know a lot of people really loved him. He kind of played up the jerk bit whenever he did sideline interviews. I think that was largely because he just didn't think they should be done. But behind closed doors, I was always told he was a really brilliant gentleman. Did you interact with him at all? What was he like? What is he like?
No, but here's the deal. I didn't interact with him that much, and it's kind of interesting in that way because I do get the opportunity to interact with a lot of coaches.
Right.
But, I mean, at least 20 to 25 guys that played for him, including Danny Green, Steve Smith, guys who won championships with him, and they tell all of the detailed stories and what it's like playing for him and how it's a one-of-a-kind experience. And that there's a reason he's won so many championships. And it depends on the kind of player and the nuance and the kind of control that he had. But, a lot of times you hear, oh, that coach isn't as great as people say. That player, you're missing this and that. Well, Greg Popovich, it's never that. Mm-hmm. You've never heard he's not as great. It's kind of like, the most I've ever heard is how controlling he is. And he's a head coach, right? Like, what kind of head coach is great and not very controlling. So I think that aspect of it, having the privilege of being around so many, Robert Ory's another guy that like you play for him, tell the stories of what makes him different and what makes him better in the sense of his relationships with players and how he knows how to treat every player a certain way and really get to know them and maximize their skill sets is not something that every coach can do.
Not at all.
I would think, and I don't know that this is, I would think kind of the greatest coach of this generation is Phil Jackson, but then Pop's right behind him. Does that sound about right?
Yeah, and I would say that's the previous generation because this generation now, I would say maybe Eric Spoelstra. Some would say Steve Kerr. I don't know about that one when we, working and looking at the X's and O's. I would go Spoelstra.
The Heat scored
in this current
33 and a
generation.
half. They scored 33 points in the first half, Miles. I don't know. Now's the time to be hyping up Spo.
Well, I mean, look, man, you can't win without talent, right? Like, I mean, first of all, Spo's already been named the top 15 coach in NBA history, right? But like to your point, this is the worst timing. But look, they're the first 10th seed to make the NBA playoffs. Like they win it, but they're not supposed to be there, right? You look at that team,
Well, we're
you're like,
finding
oh
that
my
out.
gosh.
So you hit on
Yeah, they weren't
something
supposed to be there.
that B and I were yelling about. At least I was yelling about earlier last week. I'm really excited for the second round of the NBA playoffs, and there have been some really good series. I think, Bucks Pacers was kind of entertaining. Some of these West Coast series have been really good. It's time to abolish the play-in. It's awful. It just leads to more bad basketball. The playoffs is about good basketball, not the bad stuff we watch during the regular season. I want the play-in out of my life.
Well, so I'll push back on it in this way. I think the actual play-in, I'm with you. I'm out on those games. As someone that has to watch games all year, I'm like, oh man, these are just not very good. But here's where the play-in works. When you get into the time of year where teams quit, those teams for the play-in, a lot of them are not quitting, right? So like take the Chicago Bulls. They gave us that great comeback against the Los Angeles Lakers because they're fighting, to get in the play-in when Kevin Huerter is giving LeBron James eye candy and Josh Giddey hits a half-court shot. So I think what it helps is basketball in January, February, and March. It gives us more teams competing. And then teams trying to get to that 6 seed, right? That a lot of times if you're like, oh, I'm 6, 7, 8, who cares? Well, now you don't want to be 7, 8, 9, 10 because you don't want to have to play those extra games. So I do think it brings a lot more to the end of the regular season that most certainly was not there before. But you have a new conundrum because you get like 3 or 4 days of games where you're like, yeah, I don't know if I really care if the Kings are battling it out to make the playoffs just to get their heads beat in the first round.
Chris,
That's fair. I hear all those points, and it's kind of funny because I look at this through my prism as a Wizards Bullets fan, right? And I think for far too long, like the play-in wasn't always there, but the Wiz were clinging to just being a playoff team, and that was a good season.
They thought it was enough.
Even though we all kind of started to realize, like, this thing is going nowhere. What is the point? I think the play-in allows more organizations to do that, to just keep pretending that what they're doing matters. That said, as I am all in on the current Wiz rebuild and everything, I'd love for them to get in the play-in next year because I'd be fired up to watch it.
Yeah, absolutely. See, like, even what you're saying now, if you're like, great point. If you're a Wizards fan, it's been like, all right, it's been 4 years of this or 3 years of this, whoever wants to clock it back. And I'm like, oh, so if we get, the number 1 pick or the second pick in the draft, let's not even go Cooper. Let's go Dylan Harper. Oh, I got Bub and Dylan. Now we got 2 young guards that can cook. And let's say you sign somebody else and like, oh, we can make the play-in. There's a hope there. And then if you're the 9th seed, you're like, we wouldn't have been in the playoffs before. Let's bump up and try to get to 8. And then maybe we catch a team with an injury in the first round. Like, it does bring this like unreasonable amount of hope. And I think that is good for the NBA in that sense. I do wish I feel like we had some decent playing games, like the Hawks and the Bulls. I remember that was a good one. Trae Young kind of like quit on the last play, the Hawks and the Heat. Like, that was a good one. So, like,
well, and B pointed out we got to watch the Warriors in the play-in out west.
Yeah.
All right,
I mean, them and the Lakers are in it every year. Like,
right.
Okay, but what about the Lakers? What the hell happened to the Lakers? I mean,
what I thought was going to happen.
But like my idea is an old man now, and you got another dude that refuses to get in shape.
Look, you know what? You've heard me talk about this, B-Mitch, and I sounded like a crazy person when the Mavericks made the trade. In the sense of
you came
I had so much intel down there. You heard me say it. I'm like, look. Now, first of all, I had a love fest with Luca Donic when he came into the league. Look at his rookie year highlights. He doesn't look like that anymore. All of the people within that organization that were complaining about things, they wanted Luca to succeed. They needed Luca to work out, and they were like, all right, enough is enough. And then you kind of saw it, and you see how J.J. Redick is acting. He is acting like everyone inside the Dallas Mavericks organization already. Like, he's like, what did he say? He said, we got to get in championship shape. Look at that team. There's only one person he could possibly be talking about. The rest of those guys are in great shape. But when you see Anthony Edwards, a guy that was maligned for, not having the basketball IQ, work on his conditioning and talk to LeBron and talk to KD. See, that's the thing, like, take you behind the curtain a little bit. I know you asked about the Lakers, but Anthony Edwards, who's maligned for some of this off-the-court stuff, right? He doesn't drink alcohol. That is a fact. If you want to find him, you find him in the gym. If you want to talk to him, you talk to him about basketball, right? Same thing. You know what I mean? Like, so that's the kind of guy he is. And we're seeing that evolution on the court, and he's coming at you. And that's why he's the people's champ. There's a reason he's a fan favorite. It's because of those things.
Well, I think for so much was made of how dumb the Mavericks were to trade away Luca, and Luca and LeBron could go on to win a title, and they go out in 5 games. Now, I think the Timberwolves were like the exact wrong matchup for them. Just because Ant's so physical. But, like, dude, they got Jaden McDaniels, Naz Reid, like, T-Wolves can play, man. And DiVincenzo all of a sudden is like a hard ass. But I think where Dallas really messed up is have an open auction for Luca. If you want to get rid of him, make it clear everybody in the league can come get him and maximize what you can get in return. But I don't know, man. The NBA has so many sycophants that just like say the same thing over and over. But I think you really got to examine Luca after this. Like, maybe he wasn't healthy or something.
Look, man, we examined him after the 2023 Western Conference Finals. That was in our workspace, right? You know how it is, JP, when you're covering the Washington football team and you know of something, but it's really not public yet, and you're like, I don't know if I want to go with that one, right? So our examining of Luca happened after they went to the Western Conference Finals, before they went to the NBA Finals. And I think I came on your show and told you this, the difference between Luca and Kyrie after that Game 3 loss in the finals, right? Like, Kyrie's with his family, with his teammates. I'm like, I'm not going to bother him. He separates. Hey, Chris. I'm like, oh, snap. Like, he's still talking to us. And you know how that is when a team loses and they know, like, their season is over. Like, that guy showed that kind of, like, leadership and personality. And look, no knock on Luca, but he was, like, over there by himself, not, talking to his teammates, not trying to bring them back up. And I noticed things like that when you have that behind the curtain look. And again, that's not saying like Luca Doncic is a terrible human being, because he's not. I like Luca, but when if you're talking about paying a guy $350 million in our contract, like, you have to be in the best shape. You have to, like, your body has to hold up. You have to be that guy. And LeBron James at 40, that's the best you're going to get out of a 40-year-old body.
That's unbelievable.
Right? Like, that's it. Like, you're not going to get more out of it. And if you saw LeBron talk to Ant-Man, he's like, now you got it. Now, okay, this is what we talked about in the summer at the Olympics. Like, next level. And Luca has to start to buy into that because he's been this magician, this prodigy for so long that it doesn't seem like he understands the sacrifices it takes to become that champion and that finals MVP.
See, I watched it, man, and I came in here. I said, man, the dude looked like he's hurt. Like, you go work out, Chris.
I love this example.
You work out that first day, and then you wake up. Well, you work out on Monday. Tuesday, you wake up, you're a little sore, but Wednesday, you wake up and you like, damn, I can't move. That's how Luca look every time he run up and down the court, especially on defense.
Yes, and he's too young for that.
Hell yeah.
Right? Like, Like that's and the thing is, B-Mitch, it's been like that for 2 years. I think to your point, people see the highlights. So even if you take highlights from that game and show Luca offensively, you'd be like, oh, look at the crazy shots he's hitting because he's that talented. He really is that talented of a basketball player, but it's a professional athlete. If I thought about it, what's my man that played for the Mets, Vogelbach? The guy that hits the home runs but like has a big belly, and you're like, man, is he really a good baseball player? Like that's kind of right. Luca's kind of that, but he obviously doesn't have a big belly. But that's who he is on the basketball court. Where you're like, this guy, right?
He kind of looked a little doughboyish to me.
Yo, they list that dude Vogelbach at 270, which is big. I'm taking the over.
I'll take. I took my wife to a Braves game. We sat behind home plate, and she was like, she was laughing at him, and he looked at her and popped his bubble gum. First pitch, home run, and looked back at us, and I was like, "That's hilarious.
That's gangster, dude. Yeah, that's cool." Yeah. All right, we were talking with our.
You were like, "Baby, stop! I want to fight this big dude."
It was funny because there wasn't that many people there. Like, so she's sitting there. She's like, "What's happening?" Like, she couldn't she's not a baseball fan, right? And we're that close, and I'm like, shh, he can hear you. What are you doing?
Talking with our friend Chris Miles here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable HVAC products in the DMV. You can follow Miles at Chris Miles TV on Twitter and Instagram. All right, let's get to the actual games that are going to be played. You think the Warriors close out the Rockets tonight? And if so, how do we rank this as an upset? Like, obviously, the Rockets are the 2 seed. Yeah. They had a really good regular season, but you're running up against Steph and Draymond and what Golden State is.
Well, and this is what I mean about out west and why, like, the play-in is a bigger thing out west than it is in the East. Like, I'm looking at the regular season standings right now, and 4 wins separate the Warriors from the Rockets. And I bet if I looked into, like, the post-Jimmy Butler trade records, I would imagine the Warriors, if they didn't have an equal record to the Rockets, they might have had a better record, right, with Jimmy Butler on the floor. So I think the Rockets, Amen Thompson is the guy that I'm highest on. Watching him play in overtime, the lead, and I've been trying to tell people about him for years in the sense of like, yo, this guy's amazing. He was in the G League, and people are like, what are you talking about, Chris? I think that when you watch him and Jalen Green in game 1 of this series, it set the tone of, oh, these kids aren't ready, right? Like they need this year of getting there, feeling what it's like, seeing what it's like, going through the emotions. You know, I talked to Wes Matthews about this. I don't know if you guys remember him. He played for the Lakers and the Bucks and the Trailblazers. And I was like, man, what was it like your first and Danny Green too, who almost won a Finals MVP. And they were both like, man, the first time I got a playoff game, my mouth, it was like foaming or something. Like I couldn't breathe.
Damn. And
it took me like a quarter or two because it's different. And I'm like, but you playing in the same arenas. It's the same capacity crowd.
That pressure is different, though, bro.
Everything is different.
That pressure is way different.
So he's like, your body, it's not even like you can train your mind, but your body reacts. He's like, so their whole team is that, right? Mm-hmm. Like you look at the Warriors, they're good. They got Draymond, Jimmy, Steph. Their whole squad has been through it. Where you look at Houston, who are they leaning on for that? Fred Van Fleet is like the only guy.
Dylan Brooks.
Does Dylan Brooks is he not? Is do people hate him as much as I do?
Yeah,
he's annoying, dog.
Yes. God. I mean, he's one of those. When him and Draymond on the court together, I'm like, I don't know if I want to watch this right now. I can't. And what's crazy is we get to work with Draymond, so I watch him on the court, and I'm like, man, when he come in here, how's this going to be? And he comes in, and he's super chill, and he's a funny guy, and I'm like, this is not happening.
That's crazy.
Like he's more Jalen Rose off the court.
But at least Draymond got skills, though. Draymond might be crazy. He got some skills. Dylan Brooks don't have many skills other than just agitating the hell out of somebody.
All right,
I concur with that.
Let's run through stuff before we got to let you go, Miles. Sounds like you like Golden State tonight at home, right?
If I wouldn't bet on that game, but yes, I think that the playing in Golden State is maybe too big for Jalen Green, Amen Thompson, and those guys. I think Şengün, Van Fleet, and Dylan Brooks are not enough to beat the Warriors, depending on Steph's health. Like, I don't know how bad his hand is.
All right. Last year, I wasn't sure of this, and then sure enough, they got knocked out. I don't know that anybody's beaten the Thunder, at least in the West.
Yeah.
Do you agree?
Are they ready to take that step?
So here's what I would say. The winner of the Clippers-Nuggets Game 7 tomorrow has the best chance. And what I mean is they have the championship pedigree. They have the talent. If you get in a series with OKC, like, I don't believe in Minnesota, right? Like, I think the Thunder are just going to handle them and they're going to move on.
Agreed.
I would be absolutely shocked and surprised if that goes 7, or if the Wolves are able to beat the Thunder, Anthony Edwards will be absolutely the face of the NBA. Period.
Yeah.
Like, that's it. Like, it's over. Like, that means he did something that some Kobe Jordan-esque stuff where we're like, oh, that he took it from everybody, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think, but when I look at Denver, especially like Nikola Jokic, Jamal Murray, or the way Kawhi Leonard is playing, like, those teams got the guys that know how to do it. And the Thunder, I don't know if they've proven it yet with their group, where those two groups have that already.
That's fair. That's why so those series I will watch with legitimate interest. The Cavs, Pacers, and Knicks, Celtics I will watch with just like digital wallpaper interest. Like, I know who's going to win both of those series. But
So the Knicks are going to win, huh? You got the Knicks tape.
Miles,
okay.
I love you.
Every
Those
day.
are your
With
boys.
the Jets.
man. Nah, you know better than that.
Greatest Knick ever. Bing bong.
What'd you think of that?
I think you crazy.
What'd you think of somebody legitimately saying Brunson's the greatest Knick ever? That offend your soul?
I honestly, so here's the thing. It would, and then I'm sitting there watching the game last night with Isaiah Thomas. We are watching. Now, Isaiah went, first of all, I think you guys have heard enough clips from Isaiah to know he just keeps it real, right? Like, it's not like he's going to give you some fake statement. And I was like, hey, what was it like? He was at the game where they called a foul on Josh Hart. He's like, whatever that foul call, but Brunson can score whenever he wants to. I don't know how he does it. And I'm looking at Isaiah like, what you mean you don't know how he does it? And then we start watching the game, and it seemed like everything was falling apart for the Knicks against the Pistons. He's like, Brunson's going to score every time. He's going to score. It's whether or not we can score back, but he's going to score every time.
Wow.
And it was 113. I was like, oh, it's Sarah Thompson, man. Brunson's in trouble. He's like, no, he's not. So to hear Isaiah Thomas say it in that way, I'll keep it 1,000% with you. I love Patrick Ewing. Patrick Ewing, to me, is the greatest Knick I've ever seen. When he had the ball at the end of games, we didn't feel that way, right?
Yeah.
So, like, it's hard to argue against when someone says that hyperbole. I'm not there yet, but if we beat the Celtics now, then I guess we got to start viewing it in that way.
Mm-hmm.
If they beat the Celtics, I'll buy you a steak dinner next time I'm in Atlanta.
Uh-oh.
Hey, that sounds good, man. That sounds great, but I'd rather you pay for a round of golf.
Okay, we can do that too. We got to have you on before Cleveland-Boston because I want to know if you think Cleveland has an actual chance. I'm really interested in that series. Cleveland is damn good, but we got to run right now. Thank you, buddy.
I do.
Yeah, I'm surprised you didn't ask me about my man Giannis, but we'll talk about that next time.
He's going somewhere else. Thank you, dude. Appreciate you.
LA.
Bye.
That's Chris Miles. Give him a follow at Chris Miles TV. Great dude, great broadcaster. Coming up at 1, we're going to open these phone lines up, and Landville wants to talk about Jaylen Ramsay.
This sports update is brought to you by Coach Wooten's basketball camp. CoachWooten.com. That's 2 O's and 2 T's. Last night, the Nats salvaged the series and beat the Phillies 4-2 to avoid that sweep. But now they're on to Cincinnati to face the Reds. Mitchell Parker, who's been one of the best members of the Nats starting rotation so far this season, is on the mound for Washington. But they are going to face a challenge. For the Reds, Hunter Green is their starter. He's regularly throwing 100 miles an hour, so the Nats are going to need to find a way to get ahead of him early. 6:10 p.m. is first pitch. Make sure you listen live right here on 106.7 The Fan, game 1 of that series. Coach Wooten's basketball camp, they instill a love of the game by teaching kids how to play, the values of the game, and having fun. Join the rite of passage for beginners all the way up to the rising high school star and experience the legacy of the Wooten basketball camps. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Shout out to Five Guys. I mean, great burgers. If you missed any of our interview with Chris Miles,
They do.
check it out on the podcast. Dude, you know what I did the other day? The Junkies talked about something I wanted to listen to. And I was able to do this so easy as I just got on Spotify and went to the Junkies and went to the exact segment. And it was like 2 segments after they talked about something as I was driving downtown. So whoever wants to access our podcast, just know that they're out there wherever you get your regular podcast.
Yeah.
If you want to listen live, I think you got to be in the Odyssey app. But if you want to just access it, doesn't have to just be through the Odyssey app. You should check out the Odyssey app too. I'm not saying that, but be where your feet are. How about that one, B?
Yeah.
Lamville has written down here the Commanders' biggest post-draft roster hole. I think everybody would yell that it's
Pass rusher.
right. I don't think that's incorrect. But I just think last year they didn't really have a plan. They didn't
They
have
have
their
a-
own plan.
Like the one thing that I'm kind of like, where I stick to is, I understand people look for names, but I've been inside of NFL locker rooms enough to understand that there have been a bunch of people step in, nobody know who they are. By the end of the season, you like, who the hell is this? You know what I mean? Those things happen, and coaches find guys like my man, the 7th-round draft pick last year, Saint Jean Paul, whatever.
Oh, John Baptiste.
John Baptiste,
Sorry.
yeah. They see something in him, and if he starts to play well, nobody's going to remember he was a 7th-round draft pick. Nobody's going to care. 6th round, nobody's going to care. But we always compare what we have to somebody else's guy. And most of those guys, some of them got drafted in the 1st round. A lot of them were unnamed players too. Then they made themselves into somebody. Why not think that we can't? You know, I keep going back to this. I believe this coaching staff knows how to develop talent. What if they find somebody? But I don't think that Adam has stopped looking. He didn't do it because at the point when he was getting picked, he didn't think that I'm not just reaching for somebody just to say I got an outside guy. I got Trey Amos. I'm taking him. He's probably one of the top corners in this damn draft. I'm taking him. And he came out, I'm gonna take Jaylen Lane because he's a athlete and he can fill the position we need. Our return guy may end up being a damn good receiver for you too. He made picks based off of what he felt was something. This is the best move to make at the moment. I'm not just grabbing edge rushers just because people think I'm supposed to. And I agree with that. Because you got coaches that you feel should be able to make it happen.
If you look at Javonte Jean-Baptiste, 6'5", 260, 7th rounder last year. Started his college career at Ohio State, then went to Notre Dame for a season. Finished last year with just a sack in 12 games, 13 tackles. But he started to show more and more as the year went on. I think they like him. I think they like Wise too, B.
Mhm.
And Wise is a guy where I know he had an 8-sack season. I don't believe he's had a double digit. Yeah. But Wise is consistent off that edge. And he's one thing I can't help notice. Wise is 6'5", Baptiste is 6'5", Jalen Holmes 6'5". Whether it's Peters or Quinn, or it might be Daryl Tapp, who's the defensive line coach, whoever it is, they clearly like these long, rangy dudes on the edge.
Even Andre Carter is about 6'4", 6'5". Yeah,
Andre Jones?
Yeah, Johnson Carter.
I bet he is. Now, maybe that's like the average height. White Brian, see if you can look up average height of DNs. Andre Jones Jr., 6'5", 260. Now, Wise, though, is a little bit different because he's an 8-year veteran, all with the Patriots. I mean, he won a Super Bowl with Belichick, probably lost the Super Bowl with Belichick, and super, super durable. Has never played fewer than 14 games in a season.
I like that.
And just in the last 3 years, 7.5 sacks, 4.5 sacks, 5 sacks.
Okay.
I don't know, but I can tell you that production looks pretty similar to Dante Fowler's. So in the 3 seasons before Fowler got to Washington, he had 4.5 sacks, 6 sacks, 4 sacks. Wise, 7.5, 4.5, 5. The one really big difference in these resumes is prior to last year, Fowler did have a double-digit sack season, 11.5 back in 2019. And Fowler's a first-round pick. He was the number 3 overall pick, so that name value sticks around, whether it should or shouldn't.
Yeah.
Wise was a 4th rounder. So, like, he's never had the big name. But I almost want to try to do this math on the fly, so stick with me here. 8 years, 126 games, 34 sacks for Wise. All right? So 8 years, 34 sacks. Fowler's first. All right, so Fowler's first 8 years in the league. Now it's going to be a lot more games. It was 100. What's 142 minus 17? 125. I also need a new pen. The ink is like running on this thing and staining the table, but that's a problem for future us. 8 years, 125 games. What's 55 minus 10.5? 55.5 minus 10.5 is 45.
Bro. Yeah.
Yeah. In their first 8 years in the NFL, in 8 years, all with the Patriots, Wise played 126 games, has 34 total sacks. In 8 years, on a number of different teams, Jacksonville, the Rams, the Falcons, the Cowboys, in almost the same amount of games, Fowler had 45 sacks. Now,
and Fowler was probably playing more time than Butchcomb was.
Almost the entire difference stems from the 2019 season for the LA Rams, where Fowler got 11.5 sacks. And I would point out Aaron Donald was on that defensive line.
So he was being doubled.
So I'm just saying, like, if you want to find similarities, there they are. Fowler was 6'3", 260. Wise, by the way, 6'5", 280. And I think I really like Dante Fowler. I thought he was a really interesting character. We only got to cover him for a year, but just he was funny and different, and I enjoyed him. But he wasn't that great against the run. I think he was a liability against the run as the season went on. Wise, supposed to be good at it, or at least better. I just think that production is really not that different. But since we have a conversation about every player that eventually might become available, I think in the NFL, it's fair to have that conversation about Jaylen Ramsay. Sure seems like he's going to get released from the Dolphins.
But
Maybe he gets
my
traded.
question at this point.
Well, ask it when we come back. You're listening to
Okay.
B-Mitch and Finley. B-Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. We're going to open the phone lines up for the first time all day at 1 o'clock. Ask B-Mitch anything you want to ask. He's an NFL legend. He'll give you, if there's one thing I know about Brian, he's going to give you his honest opinion one way or another. We were kind of talking here. I started tweeting out some numbers. I do think there's some interesting similarities between Dietrich Wise and maybe Dante Fowler coming into last year. Fowler had played 8 seasons, 45 sacks. He had 1 double-digit sack season, and that happened to be when he was with the Rams and Aaron Donald. Wise has been pretty productive, but never had a double-digit sack season. He's coming to Washington after 8 years. See what happens. I know that some folks want to talk about Jacob Martin. Yeah, I'm not as enthusiastic as others. I know you like what you've seen in him.
I like him. I looked at some stuff. He has that ability. So I'm hoping that making the inside a little bit more stout and sturdy,
sure,
may allow those guys on the outside to get home more often.
Well, and then like any NFL player that has becomes available, for lack of a better word, we at least kick it around, and Jaylen Ramsay is now the guy becoming available.
Not interested.
Why not?
It's been a problem for how many years? He hasn't been that top-notch corner that he was earlier in his career. And I think
he was phenomenal, especially back in the Jags days.
Yeah,
and then
back in the Jags days he were. But he's not that anymore. Right now, you just got Amos. You have Lattimore here already. You got Mikey. You know, there are a few other guys on the roster. You bring him here to start. How much you gonna pay him? What are you gonna ask for?
I mean, I think Miami's just gonna have to cut him and eat the deal because you're not gonna find a trade partner. And they pretty obviously just want to get rid of him.
If he was as good as he was, there's no way people wouldn't trade for him.
Yeah. Dude, I'm gonna look at the market here. If they end up cutting him, he's got $24 million guaranteed. Like they're gonna take a $30 million dead money hit. Now they'll get some back in cap savings, but like if Miami is going to release this dude, it's because they don't want to deal with him. And I don't know the Miami situation. They got a bunch of guys that seems like it's difficult to deal with.
Yeah.
So maybe you get rid of Ramsey, and that makes it simpler for a lot of the rest of it. It's just not a business I'm looking to be in. And I think Washington did such a great job of building. I mean, they talk about it, brotherhood. Like they're not scared to go that route and have the conversations about, you know, character and personality and fitting in and everybody being on the same board. And I don't see that as a fit. Ramsey now is going to be a 31-year-old corner. He did play all 17 games last year. He's been fairly durable, especially for a corner in his career. And he's been really good, which is what matters most. I just that's a no for me.
Something's going on where a guy of that caliber wants. Now people are like, he may just be out on the street.
Yeah, I mean, what's that cost you? And maybe you get a deal because Miami's covering so much of it, but you don't get a deal for long.
If you get a hell of a deal, I see a possibility. You're not getting a deal, I say just, you're about to make a right turn and you realize I'm going too fast to make that turn, speed up.
But dude,
drive right past him.
Even if it's a deal for a year, and then he's going to want a new deal, and then you're dealing with some of the stuff that clearly these other teams dealt with.
Yeah. So, no, keep moving.
I'll open this to the aquarium. Does anybody in there want them to go after Jaylen Ramsay? That sounds pretty quiet.
Crickets.
I don't know if I want him to go. If he fall to us, we can get him for the low. Let's go ahead. But as far as us chasing,
so you'd be interested if he hits free agency and it's like a veteran minimum type deal?
Yeah, why not? See if he can still play. It still builds out. Secondary, and I don't know. I just think it's probably just my thought process, but I just think if they have vets in there and they're drafting young DBs, that's a good thing, because when them vets roll out,
Young
the
boys
DBs
step in.
them got all the knowledge.
What about you, B? Free agent, veteran minimums. Not costing you really much of anything.
I mean, look, something like that, I'll take a chance with it. But I mean, if I got other young guys that I have a lot of confidence in and I can keep building them for the next 3 to 4, that I can keep them around, no. Because I think, listen, man, I've been on teams with headaches. Okay?
Yeah.
And those headaches are not as easy to overcome. Just that. Many people think, oh, you get past it. Not all the time, you won't.
You know where you get past it? If everything goes well. If, like, you know what happened last year in Washington?
Everything went well.
Damn near everything went well.
Yeah.
You hit a Hail Mary. You won a game on the last play
You
against
won
Philly.
7 games in a row. 6 games in a row on the last play, last drive.
Right.
A lot of stuff went right.
A lot of stuff went right. When things are going right, it's easy to have the dude that's a bit different, maybe a little bit of a pain in the ass, because everybody's just having fun and chilling.
Well, even that guy, when things are going right, he jumps on board.
Right. But if things start to go wrong,
Hmm.
and then you got a dude that's pain in the ass,
He becomes a bigger one.
yeah.
People always like, oh man, he got money now. No. When people become more of what they are when they get more money.
Jeffrey, I know how much money you got. Press the button. Open the phones. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. It's time to ask B-Mitch anything.
This sports update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. Greg Popovich is stepping away from coaching, but will remain with the San Antonio Spurs as their team president. This news isn't a huge shock, but it does come after he missed most of the season after suffering a stroke in November. The Spurs legend is one of the greatest coaches in NBA history, period. In 29 seasons holding San Antonio's top job, he won an NBA record 1,422 regular season games. He's a 5-time NBA champion and a 6-time NBA finalist. Tomorrow, we've got the Kentucky Derby on deck, but there is an update on the field. Grande was scratched earlier today from the Kentucky Derby, meaning that there will only be 19 horses in the field. Rodriguez was scratched last night, but because Rodriguez was scratched, that moved a new horse, Beza, into the field. Beza, however, was the only horse on the also eligible list, so there is no replacement for Grande. Journalism remains the heavy favorite for the Kentucky Derby. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B-Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Friday afternoon, man, means only one thing. It means it's a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday, powered by Scotty's handcrafted vodka. Made in the DMV, amazingly smooth and loved throughout the DMV. We got folks who want to ask you questions, B. Friday afternoon means ask B-Mitch anything. We're going to get it going with Rodney in Northwest. Rodney, what's good, dude? Ask B something.
How y'all doing, fellas?
We good, man.
What do you think about moving him over to safety? I'm pretty sure he still can see the field just as good. Maybe wouldn't be able to react as well. But being a safety, give him a little more time to react.
Move who to safety?
Move Ramsay.
I think they already got safeties in the offseason. They had guys like Quan Martin that they already like on the team. So you're going to take a guy and move him there? Is he a hitter?
I believe so. I don't think he's he don't bring the boom, but he's okay.
All right. I wouldn't do it.
You wouldn't do it?
No.
I also don't think that Ramsay wants to do that. Like, corners get paid, good corners, 4 to 5 times as much as safeties. He doesn't want to convert to safety at this stage of his career. He was quite good last year. He started 17 games, had 2 interceptions. Like, he might not be the all-pro player he once was, but he's still an absolute starting corner in the NFL.
Right.
So,
right.
For a guy that, like most people, likes to get paid, he's not going to safety.
If he want to stay on the field.
We'll see what that looks like, man. I think he ends up back with the Rams. I think they get a sweetheart deal. I think he and McVay kind of know each other. And I bet he stays.
Is he from out that way somewhere? Or is he from Florida?
I think he's from Florida, but he played and won a Super Bowl with the Rams.
Yeah.
So he knows how to operate out there. Thanks for the call, Rodney. Appreciate you, man.
You fellas have a great rest of y'all day.
You too, bud. All right, let's go to Steve in Silver Spring. What's up, Steve? Ask me something.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up, man?
Good, dude.
Good. Love the show, man.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Real quick, B. Listening to Joe Theismann the other day was very inspirational, man. I love when y'all bring him on, man. Joe just brings so much energy, and I'm pretty much the same age you, B. So he brings me back to when you guys were playing and the city was just electric, man. So I thank God. Every time I listen to him, I love it.
All right, appreciate that.
Yeah, he's great.
The other thing, B, is I know you know Todd Bowles pretty well. So my question to you is, how authentic do you think it is with Todd bringing in Shallow, or do you think it's a more of a Dion thing? Because if Todd's bringing them, and my question is, if Todd's bringing in Shiloh, do you really think Todd think he's a good football player with potential to make the team, or it's Todd and Dion's relationship that pretty unfolded decision? Thanks.
Nah, I think if Todd brought him in, he believes he can play. And the thing about Shiloh, he will hit you. That's one thing I've noticed about him. He will come in and hit. Sometimes don't care about his own body. But Todd, I played with him, and Todd's going to be the type of guy who's going to make a decision based on what's best for their team, not necessarily because of the friendship.
Shiloh, I think on some level, we would have been a lot better off. I think everybody would have been a lot better off evaluating the Sanders players without considering them to be Dion's sons all the time.
Mm-hmm.
If you just look at Shiloh's production on the field at Colorado, and then his numbers, his metrics, the athletic scores, to me, he projects as a day 3 UDFA type player. Like, I don't think Todd Bowles did anybody a favor. I think Shiloh's a good UDFA. I think he's a guy you want in your program. I bet he could make a practice squad, even if he doesn't make the active roster, and be in Tampa's system for a year or two. Like, you could build a career that way. I mean, if you look at Shiloh, dude, 67 tackles in 10 games, 2 TFLs. Like, he doesn't fill up the stat sheet, but he's playing all over the place. And I don't think the athletic profile was like particularly enticing. And
I think being Dion's son and not having enticing athletic profile, that's a little weird there.
Yeah, I mean, it is odd because the old man's one of the greatest athletes we've ever seen.
That's what I'm saying.
But that Shador's was relatively similar, which is remarkable. Like, to me, the Sanders kids, if the last name was Johnson, like, I think Shador is probably a quarterback. I think he would have been like a late second, early third. And I think Shiloh kind of landed where he should. Hard-hitting safety, but just not exactly a playmaker. He's also 25. He's been around a while. So, I don't know. Hopefully that provided some context. Kobe is in Alexandria, B. What up, Kobe?
Hey, how you doing? I love the show, guys. I listen to you guys
Thanks,
every day.
man. Thank you.
You guys are incredible. Quick question. So recently came out that Six Flags is closing down. B-Mitch question: if this RFK situation doesn't go as planned, would you be open to moving to, as far as the stadium, moving to Six Flags?
No,
because of the parking issue.
Parking, the traffic will be hell.
No, just keep it in Landover.
If you just leave it in Landover there, but going down, what's that, Central Ave? And it, bruh, that traffic would be ridiculous going there.
I think
you see people going back and forth to Six Flags. Can you imagine people going to a football game over there?
Dude, I think honestly, one of the smartest things that both Wes Moore and the Maryland government and Josh Harris and the Commanders have done, they've been honest throughout this process. They've said, hey, we want to be in D.C., but we're really happy in Maryland. And I think if it does go down that the D.C. Council doesn't approve this,
they'll be right with that.
I think there's shovels in the ground on a new stadium in Landover before the end of the year.
And they can build it while playing in that one right there.
Right. And
that's what they're going to do anyway, no matter where one is being.
I mean, anything politically will always have opposition, but they got the numbers. They get that done tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
And that doesn't, to me, I don't think put any pressure on DC, but there's a reason there's never been any nasty exchanges between the Commanders and the state of Maryland. Yeah. There's probably a reason why they got the business offices in College Park, frankly.
Yeah.
They're keeping everybody happy here. Thanks for the call, Kobe.
Appreciate it, man.
Copy. Have a good one. Thank you.
What would you like to see built at Six Flags?
Man, look, I don't care. I mean, my whole thing is I think it probably will be developed. That's what I'm thinking. It's like a housing our community or something like that. But I mean, unless somebody come in and buy it and keep running the Six Flags,
I think
it's not like I was always running there.
For all the need for housing and affordable housing, bang, there's a big old lot. Develop it.
You're right. It's a lot.
Let's go to Pete in Stafford. Pete, what's up?
What's up, fellas? How y'all doing today?
We're good, man. How you doing?
Just a quick B-Mitch Hall of Famer. I go about. I want some of them seats from out of RFK before they tear it down.
I think they already start taking those seats out.
So you can get them online.
Yeah, you could go online and I forgot the site, but you could order them.
Okay. All right.
Hold on, I'll pull it up real quick because I'm happy to sell some seats for friends of ours.
Yeah, man, it's something I want, man. You know.
Yo, Events DC has them. Go to eventsdc.com.
There you go.
Okay. I appreciate it, brother. Y'all have a good rest of y'all day.
All right, man. Thanks,
Thank
Pete. Going now to line 13, PJ in Navy Yard. PJ wants to know, B-Mitch, can I borrow your charger? My computer's about to die.
Oh, and that's you?
Seriously.
JP.
My charger's still on Nebraska Ave at NBC4. I gotta swing by there. Anyhow.
Well, when you get there, your charger should be ready for you.
I hope so. I hope nobody got sticky fingers over there.
It's gone already.
Looking at you, Heather, stealing my charger. Big G is in Sterling. What up, Big G? Keep it clean.
Hey, what's happening, y'all guys? How y'all doing today?
We're good, man.
We're good, man. How you doing?
Hey, look, B-Mitch.
Yo.
I got a question for you.
What you got?
We drafted a guy last year named McGee on the defense. Is he still on our team?
Jordan McGee, yeah.
Ain't he like a linebacker or something like that?
He was hurt. He was hurt for
he was hurt most of the season.
He came later in the season.
He had a knee injury.
Yeah.
Everybody hollering about an edge rusher. We probably already got one.
I think
he's a different linebacker. He's not an edge rusher.
He's not that kind of linebacker.
No, he's other type. He's a head knocker.
Hey, look. Oh, he's a head knocker.
Yeah.
Hey, look, B-Mitch. When you and Finley get a chance, y'all call to the Centennial Golf Course. Y'all got it's 9 holes, man. I couldn't pay for 18. I ain't that rich.
Yo, don't pay for us to come out there, dog. I'm never gonna come out there. The odds of me locking my schedule in to come, please don't pay. If we're able to come, we will let you know, and we would love to. But I don't want you spending money, please. I mean that seriously, Big G.
Hey, you know something, man? You just hurt my feelings.
I'm not trying to hurt your feelings. I just don't want you to spend.
I'm just trying to look out for you.
I don't want you to spend real money, man.
Drink. I'm just pulling your leg.
Oh, all right, cool. I definitely want to try to hurt your feelings. I just don't want you to spend real money, dude.
Hey, look here, man. Check this out. I just want to do something for good people, man. That's all.
We got you.
We appreciate it.
I'm going to take you up on it. I live out there. JP don't live out there. I live out there.
Hey, look. Hey, B-Mitch, it's open.
All right,
hold on, it cut off. Thank you,
got
Big
you,
G.
man.
Let's go to Jaden in Columbus.
Jaden,
what up, man?
Hey, guys. Can you guys hear me?
We got you, brother. What's happening?
I know I've called a couple times, and I know most of it's been about football, but I got to ask you. I haven't heard you guys talk about it yet. Maybe you guys have earlier in the week. But am I the only one, and I have a lot of friends that I talk to that think the same way, isn't this Luca narrative out of control?
What's out of control about it?
The bashing of a consensus kind of top 5 guy in the league. Because kind of to compare to football, in my opinion, he's done more than Josh Allen and Burrow. So it'd be kind of like weird to hear.
I think you're crazy if you think he's done more than Josh and Burrow. But basketball is a two-way sport. Basketball is a two-way sport.
Finals.
Did he win? Basketball is a two-way sport, dude. He don't play defense whatsoever. And I don't think if you heard us talking, I talk negative about him, but bashing him, I think the dude is lazy as hell on defense. I don't think he takes care of his body, and he's a professional athlete. See, I'm not the one that's going to be. I'm not enamored by a basketball player just playing offense. You may be. I'm not.
Can I ask a counter question, Jaden?
Sure.
What about the narrative when he got traded to the Lakers, oh my gosh, this is the worst mistake in NBA history by Dallas. The Lakers are going to win everything, and they lost in 5 games. Which one of those narratives was overinflated?
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, how could we say that he's consensus top 5 in the world at what he does?
Man, you crazy. You must be a Luca fan or a Dallas fan.
No, he's top 5 in the world. He is consensus top 5 in the world.
He's a great offensive player.
And I guess, like, for example, I know Jayden Daniels could be this, but, like, I love Jayden Daniels. If you told us last year Jayden Daniels would do what Luca did to the Mavs, every fan that's a Skins fan in the world would sign up for that. So I guess that's why I'm kind of confused. I get he doesn't play defense, but he's been to a conference finals and an NBA finals. Josh Allen hasn't done any of that.
I'm going to address something with you. See, you are a fan. I'm a former professional football player that did not come from the biggest school. And I overexceeded everything I'm supposed to do. That SOB should be way better than what he is now. He shouldn't be top 5. He should be number 1. Because if he put a little work into his body, taking care of himself, he'll be better than what he is. So you're happy about top 5. I think he should be number 1. But he'll never be it. You know why? Because his ass never work enough and hard enough to get himself at the top shape he needs to be to go out there and do it. But you're happy with it. I'm not happy with it. I judge people on a different level. You judge him because you enamored with what he did. I'm not.
Well, I think it's different. I'm enamored with the results. Like, he does win a lot. Like, he
does. Well, they lost. They lost in 5 games. They lost in 5 games to a guy that's a dog. Okay,
he was traded mid-season. He swept Anthony Edwards last year. Like, they did play last year too.
What did he do this season? Him and LeBron together.
What did they do?
They lost.
That's just hard to do.
They lost.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Hold on. Doesn't it also say something that he was traded in the middle of the season? Whether Dallas made the world's biggest mistake or not.
Like, it was like what happened to the Mavs when he left?
No, listen to me.
Davis also got hurt.
He still played the whole season, no matter when he was traded. Okay? And when he got to L.A., everyone thought you did too. They were going to win everything. He's sitting his ass at home just like you and I.
Yo, it's a great call.
I think I related to Debo in a way. Where it's like Debo has a lot of stuff going on.
Hey, bro, you know what? You had enough time. Bye. You don't get to ask questions all damn day. Bye.
Thank you.
Get somebody else on the phone. Hell.
That was funny. That you got you mad, B.
You get me mad, but I mean, people got to understand. Don't tell me he's top 5 when he has the ability to be number 1. So if you got ability to be number 1 and you're the 5th player or the 8th player, then you know what? That's not success. I'm not happy with the fact that he went out there and almost got to the top. Give me a break.
So the top players in the NBA right now, Joker, SGA.
Giannis still there.
Giannis, Ant.
SGA is definitely there.
Tatum.
Ant played him and what's called. You got Tatum. You got Brown up there and what's called too. You got my man.
I got a list.
What's the little left-handed dude?
Brunson.
Brunson. You got a lot of players, man.
All right, here's a list from The Ringer. Last updated April 15th, so relatively recently. Joker, SGA, Giannis, Tatum. They have Luca 5th, Steph 6th, Ant 7, LeBron 8, Donovan Mitchell. Nobody talks about Cleveland or him.
Donovan Mitchell's outstanding.
Brunson at 10. So it's an interesting. It's a weird day to call in and be like, Luka's the best.
No, but see, this is the thing about sports today. People judge everything based off of offense. Basketball, you don't get to not play defense and don't be talked about because of it. Now, for the young man that just called, all the points he scored, he averages almost 30 points a game, and he's probably still a -5, which means he give up a lot of points a game too.
I know in Game 5 he was. All right, we are fired up. Our friend Mike Beasley has joined us from MGM National Harbor.
You trying to match me, man?
You look all right, man. You look good.
Kind of matching.
Trying, baby. I want to be.
You guys are kind of matching.
He was fired up though, and I like that.
He was,
and
fired
I
up.
agree with him. Till you look at the body style of right now, he doesn't look like he's in shape.
He looks like a doughboy.
That's exactly right.
I mean, dude, we had our friend Chris Miles join us at noon, and Miles works for NBA TV. when you work for the league television partner, I think you know a lot more than you're allowed to necessarily report.
Believe me, he's told me a lot more off air.
But if you remember when the Luca trade went down, we had Miles on, and he's like, listen, man, there are people around the league that think Luca's too much of a partier and that he doesn't take this seriously enough. And for Dallas to trade him away says a lot for how gifted offensively he is.
I'm with you. And once again, he's sitting watching the rest of the finals.
Right.
So
right. They lost in 5 games to the 6th seed. We're going to keep the phone lines open. So Jared, Commandante, Paul, Rich, everybody that's on the lines, stay there. We got to give some Derby picks. Also, Bees has presents. For Jeff.
Presents for
It's
Jeffrey,
like
huh?
Christmas.
Santa Beasley. Nobody go anywhere. It's B-Mitch and Finley.
The San Antonio Spurs have announced that they are naming interim head coach Mitch Johnson as their full-time replacement for Greg Popovich. This news comes after the team announced that he would be stepping down as head coach, but transitioning to become the team president. Popovich retires from coaching as the winningest coach in NBA history, 1,422 victories. Speaking of job changes, this one, a guy's keeping his job in the NHL. The Tampa Bay Lightning head coach John Cooper is returning for the 25-26 season, shutting down speculation that they may part ways after a first-round loss to the Panthers. Cooper is the longest tenured coach in the NHL, having been hired by the Lightning way back in March of 2013. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B-Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. About 31 minutes till Grant and Danny take over. I just saw Sav J walking around. Didn't realize she was in the building. Hello, Savannah. We got phone lines lit up here for our friend Mr. Mitchell. We also had a Friday pop-in. Our friend Mr. Mike Beasley from MGM National Harbor popped in. We love Bees. Bees brought gifts for everybody. I'm gonna try to take care of our calls before we do the gifts. Bees is gonna give us some Kentucky Derby info. We got what do they call it? Fastest 2 minutes in sports. That's tomorrow. We'll try to get through some of these calls though. Rich is in Silver Spring. What up, Rich? Ask B something.
Thank you, guys. Mitch, when you played in the NFL and I worked in it years ago, there were very few women in the building and even fewer people that thought women should play tackle football or could. When you retired as a Redskin, which we were all grateful for because that was one of the best moments of the last 25 years that you were able to do that, you announced that you were going to help the DC Divas football team and myself as an assistant GM. We went on to win 19 games in a row, the 2006 National Championship. And my question to you is, B, 20 years later, we're celebrating the 25th anniversary this season. Home openers May 10th at Annandale against Tampa Bay. what's your opinion of women playing tackle football, and then what's your prediction after 20 years of leaning in early when others were not?
Well, I think if they want to play, you play, and I think you have the league for them. You've done a great job with it, and I've seen a lot of good football. You know what I'm saying? And I know guys are going to always say what they want to say, but hey, the average guy is not going to just step out there and just beat them.
Thanks for the call, Rich.
And Rich, where's my ring?
Cut off. Yeah, Rich, where's B-Mitch's ring?
I want my championship ring.
Yeah, get the ring, Rich. Paul is in D.C. I don't know what this means. Paul, ask B.
What up, Paul?
What's up, B-Mitch? How you doing, bro?
I'm good, brother.
Hey, man, look, this is Coach Jordan's son, and that dude that's talking about Luca, he doesn't understand that basketball is a two-way sport, man. You got to lock down on defense. Everybody don't have the Kobe mentality, the mama mentality. But this is my question for you. Can you please explain to me, because you guys got the mic, please ask these congressmen, why are they so concerned about little old District of Columbia when it comes down to our budget and the Commanders? Every time we're trying to do something to get a stadium, one congressional member want to come out and stick his foot in the game plan because they frustrated that Maryland didn't get the
I don't think this time
they got past all that.
It is not the congressman. It is the what's called the
DC
place?
No.
The
It's
DC
this
Council.
It's this congressman from Maryland.
Doug, it's already through.
That's already
It's
through.
already through.
They already got that through.
Now it's
right now it's a council.
The only people that still have to approve it are the council.
Well, we know the council going to clean that. Phil Millicent just got a bit of field on some stuff, but other than that, man, he better not vote for this joint not to come through. He'll be voted out. The
Thanks for
people
the
want
call,
the daggone stadium.
All right. Paul wants the stadium. Thank you, bud. Jared is in Rockville. Jared, let's go. Ask B something.
What's up, Jay?
Hey, guys, I'd actually love an answer from both of you. So I think we all know the stereotype of wide receivers being divas. Besides the obvious answer of Terry McLaurin, B-Mitch, in your playing time and JP in your covering time, who has also been the least diva-like wide receiver in your experiences?
James Arthur Monk.
For me, it's Terry and it's Santana. It's not close.
Yeah, Tanner. I played against him and covered him. Tanner has never been that way. Art Monk was never that. Hell, Ricky and Gary weren't that. Gary just wanted the damn football all the time. And you want to get it in his hands because when he gets frustrated and he say, I need the damn ball, he got it. He produced, you know. But some of these guys it's just defensive backs and cornerbacks. That's just the nature of their game. And I think you have to be that way as a cornerback. When you do something and you give up a touchdown, you still got to believe you're the best the next week.
Right. Terry's always been great. Tana was always great.
Yeah.
Honestly, Jahan Dotson was always really good to deal with. Curtis Samuels was cool. I'm trying to think back.
I mean, it's a lot of people. Hell, Jerry Rice, greatest of all time. He wasn't a diva.
I've always loved Jamison Crowder. I mean, I remember covering him as a rookie till last year as a vet.
Jay Crowder is a professional.
Yeah.
He's a pro.
Thanks for the call, Jared.
Appreciate you, man. Good question.
Now, Bees, you can hear, right? You can hear everything? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let's turn that on. All right. So now, Bees, in your role over at the casino, you deal with lots of different people.
Correct. Yep.
And are you pretty good at just understanding lots of people from all over?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Well, here comes Commander Tequila. Commander!
I've met Commander Tequila, so we're good.
Commander Tequila, the floor is yours, sir.
Hey, guys, how you guys been doing? First-time caller, everyday drinker.
We know.
So my question to you, B-Mitch, is this. JP did a segment in All Ears this last weekend about grading the Commanders. Everybody else says they're B minus. I see it above that. How do you see it?
Can I just quick 20-second timeout? Those weren't my grades, Commander. We did a segment on all the other grades. Okay, cool. I just wanted you to know.
I know that.
Okay.
So what grade you want me to give you on what? The overall thing?
On the Commanders for the draft. For the
draft. The draft. I would go with a B plus.
I see that.
That's what Kuiper said.
Like a B plus.
I look at B plus.
Minus.
I mean B plus.
I mean, they're right there together. B plus, A minus, right together.
Yeah, B plus, you give yourself a little bit to grow on. A minus, you give yourself a little bit to grow. But I'll go with B plus. That sounds better to me.
Thank you, Commander.
My second question is this. My second question is this. Tay and Jupe, Uncle been calling all the time. Their Uncle Jera. So with Uncle Jera, are they ever gonna make it to the Super Bowl in this century?
Probably not.
Thank you, Commander. Appreciate you, buddy. Be safe wherever.
I thought he moved to California.
I do, which makes it a lot earlier in the day to sound like it.
He seemed pretty tame from the ones I've heard from the past.
Yeah, you never know. You never know what's coming.
Never
Bees.
know with him.
Speaking of never knowing what's coming, so Bees brought in just straight up goodie bags for me and B-Mitch.
I did, yeah.
Very nice golf balls, a very nice golf shirt. I'm excited about that. What else might you have brought, Bees? Or do you want to do Derby first?
Whatever you want to do. We could do what I brought for Jeff because I brought it for Jeff because he told me I actually beat him in the NCAA pool, but then he told me an hour later that he beat me. So I said, that's right. So I got him a couple tickets to let us see. And I also owed him a lesson from Weingartner, which is Charlie Weingartner up at the Cannon Club. So he's going to get that as well, Weingartner Academy.
Weingartners are not like you anymore after this.
Yeah, no kidding.
Jeff going to tell Weingartner how to teach and what he's supposed to say.
I can't wait. That's Charlie doing the lessons, right?
It's Charlie doing the lessons.
Charlie Weingartner is a legitimately, like in the state of Maryland, is regarded as one of, if not the best amateur golfers in the state.
That's it.
And Jeff's still going to tell him how he's supposed to teach it.
And Charlie strikes me. Charlie and I have always been cool whenever I've hung out with him.
Right.
He strikes me as he doesn't take a lot of guff. And Jeff is all guff all the time.
That's why it's going to be perfect setup, right? Because he'll film it, and then you'll have some footage of it
to
share with people. So that's the bonus of the golf lesson. We'll be able to decipher what we see from Jeff in his golf swing.
Yeah, we're going to have to sit down and do
but I felt the need,
one.
since he wants to get out and golf. I gave you guys both some MGM National Harbor logo balls.
Yeah.
Just for the simple reason, because I've always said I was the worst golfer in the DMV. I'm getting better, so I think I'm going to have to give that.
You said you shot a 40?
40 on the back at RTJ, killed it.
Pretty good.
Locked in, baby. So
you ain't getting all them damn strokes from me no more.
So Jeff Walker's actually going to become the worst golfer in the DMV.
I like this.
And so the reason I believe he's taken over my role, I got him some golf balls, but I logoed his golf balls as well. And what it says Jeff Walker, lost ball, call 800-636-1067. So whenever he loses a ball in the golf course, he may get it returned back to
I'm going
him.
to show this to the stream because it legitimately says,
I love it.
I just can't wait.
These are nice balls. These are TaylorMade TP5s. These are legit. Let me make sure I'm showing the stream. I'll show the stream Bees too. You want to say hi, Bees?
Yeah.
There you go. All right. These are legit TaylorMades, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay. These are TP5s. This is a legit golf ball. And it says Jeff Walker lost ball. Call 800-636-1067. I cannot wait
till we get a phone
for the
call.
first listeners. Yo, and like,
I'll guarantee the first ball he hit probably gonna get lost.
That's it.
These calls get straight through. No matter what the segment, we might have Dan Quinn on. I don't care. Somebody calls and they found a Jeff ball, they get straight through.
Straight through.
Your compliments of MGM National Harbor, the Jeff Walker ball.
Thanks, Bees.
I'd like to circle back on one thing. It appears that there is no certainty that Jeff actually won this bet with Bees. That's
actually it is. WB told me I had lost first. So when he told me I had took the L, I text Bees, yo, I owe you some balls. Pause. I'm trying to live up. I'm trying to live up to my end of the agreement here. So
you did.
Then WB hit me back and was like, actually, you didn't lose. You beat him by a point.
It's still up in the air. Who knows, right?
White Brian, who won and who lost?
I told Jeff he had lost before I did the math, just assuming, and then I actually did the math, and Jeff did win by.
So math is contagious out here. It's just really bad.
I mean,
we
only get the
JP
best
and
of the best around here, Bees.
We got Jethro over there doing all the math behind the NCAA tournament.
White Brian's math is pretty suspect with the tournament pool because Biaggi still is convinced he got screwed.
Well, he picked Florida, but our champion was only worth 6 points.
That doesn't make much sense. Next year we gotta plan this out a little bit better.
Being a good turnout though.
Yeah. I'm just saying the points per round.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you.
Now is not the time to relitigate. Jeff, are you excited for your new golf balls?
Yes. Depending on where we play, especially if we play at East Potomac right now, I don't think Catfish can call into the show right now.
Hitting it into the river is pretty hard.
Catfish?
Yeah.
Oh, like a real catfish?
He's saying he's going to hit it into the river.
He can't hit it that far.
Somebody hit it into the river when we were playing. Cody did, yeah.
Cody hit the ball long and wrong, bro.
Are we supposed to play Tuesday? Wasn't that the plan?
That's what you said.
I hope you're taking Jeff.
I can't.
He's got a new set of golf balls.
What do you
at the funeral?
Oh, that's right. Well, hell, now I got to play with Jeff without B. I don't know. Cody,
I might win.
What?
Oh, wow.
Why are you saying that?
Hey, all I say, JP,
I might win.
Give him two.
I'm gonna talk JP out his
one
game.
on the 9th, one on the 1st, and one on the 10th. He can't do normal milk, and I promise you he'll shoot at least 75.
Jeff, we've had very good real golf conversation. And now you want to try to kick this stuff up again?
I can't go like that on the air.
He said you shot a 65 playing 9 holes.
Hey, that's pretty good, buddy. What's that average per hole?
I don't know.
No. It was only a par 34.
Yeah,
no par
it's
5.
a short course.
Par 5.
It was putt.
All right, you got derby stuff for us?
You got a little derby stuff for
We need to make some bets. We need to settle up on the week. But before we do any of that, B-Mitch finally got me set up with my own Rude equipment. Damn, it's great. I got to tell you, my new Rude equipment, the air conditioner is so damn cold, I'm asking my wife to put the comforter back on the bed. Because Lord knows that's the
only knew where the comforter was.
I have no idea where it is. And there's no other way for me to get warm in that bed. But throughout it all, the Rude equipment stands out amongst the competition.
It stands out very much so. It has Wi-Fi capability, compatibility, and you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. And if you're getting ready to go to vacation, you forgot to turn down your heat, you can adjust it in mere seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the absolute best. They've installed systems in my house, and they also did it with JP. We were with them yesterday, and JP kept telling them, man, my house feel much cooler than it ever felt.
Dude,
that's because all the humidity is out of it.
It's a night and day difference. It's truly the best heating and air conditioning products you can get. Also, shout out to my guy, Jim Smith from Country Heating and Air that came and did just an amazing job on the install. Not only did these guys install new equipment in my house, but they were able to reconfigure it in my storage room, which created more storage. Now, B-Mitch, I'll never understand. We got literally probably 20, 30% more storage room because they were able to use smaller equipment and put it into the corner. And yet my wife already has the storage room completely full again. I have we just buy more stuff. I don't know how it works. But one thing that actually saves you money, though, is going with Rude. You get tax savings. That's right. You can qualify for up to $2,000 in federal tax credits on heat pumps through 2032. Check out rude.com/federal incentives to learn more. The systems are whisper quiet.
Yeah, JP, we talk about Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Rude,
it ain't right. B-Mitch and Finley and Bees on a Scotty's Vodka Rebel Friday. That was a hell of a Ask B-Mitch anything. We were fighting about Luca Donic, and I don't know. It was kind of a blur. What I'd like to do is finish up on the week's bets and then get to some Kentucky Derby picks. White Brian, I honestly don't know, but I think I won the week. I'm being serious.
You not only won the week, you went undefeated.
Oh!
He was undefeated by time.
Yo, I'm telling you, it's been kind of a hot week. Bees, you know the pick I'm into right now?
Who's that?
If you think you know one of the hockey teams that's going to win, you take the puck line. Because you're basically betting on, I believe this team's going to win, and I think they'll get an empty netter late. And the puck line's been pretty good to me lately.
So I saw that.
Because then you get almost 2-1 a lot of the time.
So I saw that, and I think the first two games that came out the first 2 days that the NHL started the playoffs, they all won by 2 goals. Then the third day, everyone was 1 goal score. So, of course, that's the day I fired on the puck line. That's why I know it.
Yeah, the puck line's been all right, man. So I have various apps for various purposes. But I had Edmonton puck line last night. I had the Caps puck line in Game 5. I had the Hurricanes puck line in game. No, I guess I missed one of those, but I had it. It's been fun. I enjoyed the puck line. I recommend everybody check it out. Now, what do we like for the Derby, Bees?
I'm kind of digging into it right now. So first of all, from what I'm seeing out there, they're going to have some bad weather. So you kind of want to try to find a horse out there that might have ran in the slop. Yeah, a mudda. He's a mudda. So there's not too many out there that I've seen. I know journalism hasn't ran anything except for fast race courses. So I don't really like him. The one I really like is this. I mean, I like this Final Gambit. I don't know if he actually, nothing shows that he ran in the mud, but man, he's such a big, powerful horse. He comes really from behind. I think if there's enough speed up front, which I think there is, I like this Final Gambit. I mean, he just flies down the stretch. I also like Baffert's horse, Citizen Bull.
What is Rodriguez? Our guy, Neil Greenberg, told us he likes him.
Yeah, he's scratched.
When?
Today.
She just said it not long ago.
Oh, wow. I missed that. Yeah. Okay.
So, yeah, he's scratched. And the horse that replaced, actually, the horse that jumped in yesterday, this Baiza, I like that horse, too. He's a California horse. But I really like Baffert's Citizen Bull, I think it's called. So, I love the Kentucky Derby. I'll bet 50 times what I normally do on a horse race just because I like it. So
I'm a bet on the hats.
What is your action on a Derby? Are you spreading it around and trying to get like exacta boxes?
Oh yeah, I'm trying to find. Well, back when I was a kid, I had Ferdinand coming from way back, and I think it was like a 9-1, and I had it.
When you were a kid, how old were you? Like in Vegas, 12?
I mean, it was yesterday.
So I actually I used to go to Ruidoso, New Mexico, which is a quarter horse track, and I actually had a system, and I was invited. I was 13 years old. You could bet back there, 14 years old. And I went back there, and they invited my dad and myself up to the suite, which is the coolest thing is kid coming from Vegas to look at my system. I won like $204, but as a 13-year-old, that's good money.
Landfill.
Especially when you were 13.
What's more of a surprise?
That's when we actually had coins still coming out.
B-Mitch was driving cars at 11, or B's had his own horse racing system at 13. Talk about water finds its own level.
Oh, you forgot yourself because you've been betting since you were probably 10.
I will never forget the first legit. Now, I would like bet with my friends. I remember I lost $10 when the Giants beat the Bills in 1990 in that Super Bowl. But the first bet I put in with a bookie, I remember very well. I was 14. And I had, in hindsight, this was super square action, but I had the Vikings as 2.5-point favorites on the road in the Silverdome, and they hit, and I won $50. I was 14 years old.
I love it.
Yeah, and it never looked back.
How did you?
This dude's name was Mike.
I can't wait to
walked around all the bars
Shelby
on
to
that
ask you about when they could bet.
Dude, I don't know how things. Now we're talking early 90s, mid 90s, but this dude. Best I could tell, his name was Mike, and he walked to all the bars on M Street, Rumors, Mad Hatter, Sign of the Whale, and there were other establishments.
Sure.
He just walked around. People put their bets in, and then he'd walk around the next day. It was a hell of a business plan.
Yeah, and you saw that a lot, actually, like in Ireland and Scotland. They go from bar to bar to bar to go get action. So,
different world now.
God love them.
Thank you for coming in, Beast.
My
Good
man.
luck with Jeff's going to lose all those balls. Do any of Jeff's special balls make it through May?
Well, it depends how many rounds.
He
it doesn't
probably
make
won't
it.
play.
it will not make it through 3 rounds. I can promise you that.
I agree with that. Thank you to everybody that listened to the show today. Thank you to Charles Mann for joining us. That was an awesome interview. Thank you to PFT Commenter for joining us. That was an awesome interview. Thank you to Chris Miles for joining us. Also awesome.
That was an awesome interview.
Thank you to all of our callers today. Really fun show. Really
Except
fun
the one dude.
week. Except for B-Mitch's buddy, the Luca Stan. Thank you to everybody that listened. Grant and Danny coming your way next. Going to be entertaining. Listen to those folks. Enjoy your weekend. Enjoy the Derby. We're back Monday. You made it this far. Jeff owes you a golf ball.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Basketball Hall of Famer Greg Popovich will no longer be the head coach of the Spurs. He's transitioning to a full-time role as the team's president of basketball operations. He leaves as the NBA's all-time winningest coach with 1,422 regular season victories and the title of truly one of the greatest of all time. Tomorrow is the 151st running of the Kentucky Derby. Journalism is the heavy betting favorite to win it all, but CBS's sports betting analysts are saying to keep an eye on Burnham Square. He's currently 12-1 long shot odds. His jockey is the same one who was aboard winning horse Mystic Dan last year, so some pretty good vibes heading into the Kentucky Derby. And tonight, 6:10 p.m., make sure you listen live right here on 106.7 The Fan. You've got the Nationals versus the Reds, game 1 of that series. Mitchell Parker versus Hunter Green on the mound. Should be a very good pitching duel. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Yeah, Friday. What's up? Welcome in May 2nd, 2025. We're Grant and Danny, and you are listening to The Fan. I am at home from my basement studio, which is really just my laptop and a Comrex on a desk. Danny is in our Half Street studios in the Navy Yard, and we're excited to tell you that we got a juicy show planned for you today on this Friday. Kenyon McDuffie, D.C. Council member at 3. He'll be the 4th council member, plus the mayor that we've had on this week. So we've had this story covered, RFK 2.0, stadium in D.C., all angles for you on Grant and Danny. And the Capitals are getting ready to play the Canes round 2. Trevor Van Reamsdike, who was the only player singled out by Spencer Carberry in the post-game address in the locker room after the Caps finished off the Canadians. He said that Van Reamsdike was a gem in the series and hadn't gotten enough credit and wanted to single him out for his teammates. We will talk to TVR, who was excellent on the blue line defensively, coming up at 3:30 on The Fan. Danny, we've also got tickets we're giving away at 3 o'clock and 4 o'clock today to Old Glory DC Rugby. So people need to make sure they are listening at those times if they want a pair of tickets to go check out rugby this weekend. How are you, sir?
I am very well, my friend. Gorgeous day outside. The pollen count is up. So I was outside for a few moments, and it felt like I was just getting smacked in the face with it. My eyes got all puffy. My sinuses started hurting. I was like, you know what? I'm going to go back inside, wash the old face, put my feet up until it's time to come see my pal, Grant Harrison Paulson. But yeah, doing well, man.
I've got a daddy-daughter ball tonight.
Yes, you do.
So with all due respect to my pal, Danny Rouillet, this is
I'm coming in second today. No problem.
What is a once every 2 years event? Is it semi-annual?
Now, you see, this is the thing I always have so much trouble with. Is semi-annual twice a year? Is biannual twice a year? I don't know the
it's
answer.
one of those, isn't it? It's either bi or semi.
Semi-monthly, is it every other month? Does that mean twice a month? Bi-monthly is every 2 months, I think.
So in 2023, the year of our Lord, I took my daughter on a day much like this one to a daddy-daughter ball. And we rode a horseback carriage, and we did the whole thing. She got all dolled up. I got all dolled up. And it was the cutest, best thing ever. And I was looking at those pictures today and trying not to cry because she looks nothing like she did then. But 2 years later, we are running it back and doing it again. So I will bail for the end of the program, and I'll apologize in advance. But every 2 years, I might have to do that for the daddy-daughter ball, as long as she will allow me to accompany her to said event.
First of all, that's so cool. But second of all, like, who's putting it on? You don't have to
So
give
there's
like the
this
exact
really-
location or anything. I'm just saying, like, who, like, I got nobody else in my sphere. I know a lot of dudes with daughters, and I don't have anybody else doing this. So I think it's cool.
Right. So there's this really cool place that does events like this. This is like their formal big thing,
Mhm.
but they do any day of the week that you go in there and they teach like manners classes for kids or little dance classes or whatever. And so their whole business is events, and a lot of times based on wanting to be a princess or whatever Disney movie's out or what have you.
Mhm.
And so this is there's probably more to it. I don't have all the details, but this one crosses my desk if I could.
Yeah, you sign up for this one.
But it will be a poor horse is gonna have to pull your boy around all first. So I hope that horse is ready for the sign.
Hey, we got some good rest in this morning. Now, answer me. You said they do classes like manners and stuff.
Yeah.
Do they teach boys in between age 6 and 12 how to not grunt and answer questions with more than one syllable? Do they do
may.
that?
I'll have to
sign up for that
ask.
class.
I'll see what day you can sign up for that.
So my oldest had a field trip today, which is awesome. They went to the Museum of Natural History. Phenomenal. Love that. Love that the school's doing
Bones
that.
and animals and stuffed things. That's a great museum.
Yeah, if I could have done it, I would have, but I got to come see you and got to do the show. So just timing wouldn't have worked. He drove me crazy. He wore socks and slides.
Oh, you can't do that.
In general, you cannot do that unless you are literally throwing something out, right? Like you're taking, like your wife goes, take out the trash when you're about to like relax. You just grab your slides with the socks on, just shuffle to the garbage can outside and shuffle right back inside. You're going to get your paper, maybe the mail, maybe you hope nobody sees you go to the garage, but whatever. Not to walk in downtown DC, not to walk about the Natural History Museum and slow everybody down and drag them. And so when he ducked out the door before my 7-year-old and I did, and I didn't see what he was wearing on his feet. And I get there to drop off. He's a minute ahead of me. I go, are you wearing flip-flops? You're wearing sandals? Whatever you call them, slides? And he's in front of his friends. So he's like, shut up. I don't even care. Just leave me alone. Fine. Enraging. You made a terrible decision. And I want to tell you that it was a terrible decision. But you enjoy it. You enjoy sore feet, being tired, having those things come off a million times, and ruining the group for everybody else. You enjoy that.
I like that you're worried about the practicality of what he's wearing. I'm just talking about the breaking of a rule. That's a faux pas.
Come on.
You can't wear socks with slides, man.
Come on.
That's just not how it works.
Of course. Again, I think there are the rare exception. Like I did it last night, in fact, where I've got socks on. I'm at home. I'm inside. And I'm literally asked to take out the trash.
No, but that's not the same. I mean, I'll do that.
And that's my point. And that's the only
just to be
time.
nice to my neighbors, I'll try to throw on a shirt while I'm doing that. You know what I mean? That could be like I live close enough to people that I'm not going to walk out with a t-shirt and boxers, but I've got to convince myself not to. When you're throwing something in the trash can at your driveway is probably a lot longer than mine, but 15 feet from your front door for me, it's a pretty quick I could toss it from the steps, essentially. What you're wearing is irrelevant. You're going to look like a maniac. If the paparazzi catches you, you're one of those celebrity. You're Adam Sandler, who looks like a goof all the time. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about planning for a day where you're wearing something.
FYI, I just received a text message from our very own Tobias Altizer. I'm going to read it to you now live on air. Here's what it says, and I quote, I'm wearing socks and slides right now. And
no, I wasn't going to throw him under the bus. He did it yesterday too. He does it a lot.
It's a young person thing.
It's a regular thing for him. At our place of work, there's multiple people who do it. It's still unacceptable and silly looking, but who am I to tell them what to wear? I want them to be comfortable in their place of work. We're trying to build a culture on the Grant and Danny radio program of comfort and acceptance.
Yeah.
And we want to be welcoming. So I was thinking about Toby the entire time we were talking about this because he loves doing this, but he's not alone. He's the poster child in the face of this operation. But I'd say there's 4 or 5 people at work that do this incorrectly.
So, Tobes, when you go to HR, are we slide shaming? Is that something Grant and I are doing?
Yeah, I think that is what's going on right now. But to be honest, I know when it comes to our workplace, it's not like we have dress codes. Like people aren't showing up in collared shirts all the time.
True, yeah.
But my level of decorum is you're not going to see my bare feet out. I'm going to wear socks to work. That's where that's my one little line. So would I wear socks with slides generally if I'm just going out to run errands? Probably not. Am I going to do it to work? Yes.
Oh, that's interesting. So I've always taken, because I see you in socks and slides frequently at work, I have always taken that to mean you just think that that's an okay thing to do and you do it in your life all the time. That is you kind of leveling up for work, essentially.
Yeah, that's me dressing up, putting socks on.
It's dressing up, yeah.
That's you not wanting to go full Mullins, where you're just wearing slides with your bare feet out, walking around barefoot in the office.
Yeah, essentially, yes.
Okay, understood. I mean, to me, Danny, if that is the case, and now we're getting into a critiquing of Toby that I didn't want to welcome, but frankly, he sent the text.
Yep.
So here
I didn't
we are.
text myself,
I think what he's saying, I can't wear these slides and show my feet at work, so I'm going to class it up and put on socks. And for me, the actual move is to say, I can't wear these slides and show my feet at work, so I can't wear slides at work. Gotta wear shoes.
See, that's the
going to
escalator.
work.
Right.
Gotta put on shoes.
Right. That's the extra part. Now, if you're doing a show at home, or what it's like a 4th of July themed barbecue to come, or you're doing the show from the pool or something, like we're on location, you could throw the flip flops on.
You don't know what I'm wearing on my feet right now.
You wearing slides?
I'm wearing slides.
Yeah.
Sockless slides,
Yeah.
sitting in my basement, talking to Danny Huhay and Toby Altizer right now.
No, I wear shoes to work for a million reasons. And it's not
which is a big deal, because you often wear like workout clothes. You're a big sweatpants to work guy.
Yeah.
You're a mesh gym shorts that you just ran in with like some type of t-shirt. Like you.
Yeah, if I don't have time to shower, I'll just come to work sweaty.
Exactly.
But I usually wear the shoes. So the reason I don't just wear one of the reasons I don't just wear flops or slides or whatever is like my toes are all kinds of banged up. So I actually understand Toby's point there. Like, my feet are gross as it is. I don't think anybody's feet are nice. Like,
you don't want to put that evil on us to have to see your feet.
Right. Like I don't know if I can even hold my foot up, but I can show you. I have one toenail that's like, it looks like Mr. Deeds' foot. You know what I'm talking about, Ryan? Like it's so hideous and so gross. It doesn't hurt. It feels fine, but like there was an injury to it and it still hasn't healed all the way. So it looks terrible. Like it's the type of thing that's like a little bit embarrassing. So I'm not going to subject people to that. So I understand the sock pathology, but the difference between the two of us and Tobes, or any young person pretty much in general, as I'm generalizing, is you would go, okay, I need to wear socks. Therefore, I've got to wear shoes too.
Right. He's thinking.
And he's going, I got to wear socks, so I'm going to go ahead and just throw these slides on.
Yeah, he's saying I can wear socks and slides, whereas you and I are going, as soon as socks are in the equation, slides have been ruled out. The two cannot coexist. And in his mind, he's going, I still have slides on the table. I've got shoes as an option as well. We'll go slides. But to me, socks disqualifies slides. But I'm glad that it sounds like your son's going to be comfortable as he rolls around D.C.
Yeah, well, I got a scouting report from one of the dads, my good buddy who's on the trip, and he's been complaining nonstop.
No way. That's funny. Well, it's a lesson learned.
So I just showed Ryan my toe there, by the way, and he's disgusted.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm not there. More so than
you would not be able to handle it.
No.
What's worse, this toe or someone having any food on their face?
Well, I don't know what that toe looks like, but because it's a toe, I'm going to say the toe is like minus 140. Food on face, which is disgusting and appalling and stomach turning, probably like plus 120.
Ryan, how banged up is it?
I mean, his toe is disgusting.
It's disgusting.
God, it's purple.
Yeah,
Like
the nail's
imagine
purple.
like blue cheese is already moldy as it is, but imagine blue cheese that is like even moldier and it's just like
Okay.
nasty and disgusting.
No. It's not a toe jam situation.
It's not a toe jam situation, but that's what it looks like.
We don't
it's
need
like
to be making people sick all over town.
No, I'm not making people sick over town. It's a nasty toe, Dan. It's a nasty.
As I said, it's a banged up toe. It's gross. And you know how my big toes are oversized anyway. It's that one. The nail, like long bruised and hurt, whatever, and it was like it's permanent. So it's slowly but surely, as the nail grows out, the regular nail is coming back. It's now about 50-50. Wouldn't you say, Ryan?
Yeah.
50 regular nail, 50 the like.
Respectfully,
damage.
I'm so tired of hearing about your toe.
Yeah.
I just don't want to. It's disgusting. With all due respect to your toe, you're gross.
I'm not trying to tell you it's not this. I literally opened up with the admission. Yeah.
But I mean, you can keep talking about it. Just tell me when to come back.
So
'cause
here's what
I just don't
happened
wanna
with
hear
my
about it.
toe.
No, I'm good on that. So Pat, who just tweeted us,
Mhm.
he's listening to the program.
Socks and slides.
Yeah, he's got socks
What
and
are we
slides.
doing?
And I don't like. I'm trying not to be mean because he's a nice guy. It seems like, and he listens to the program. This is the goofiest look I've ever seen.
Yeah, you got to clean that up.
He doesn't just have slides, by the way. When I say slides, normally I'm thinking about there's one bar across the top.
Yeah, the single bar slide.
It could be a thick bar, but it's the top of the foot, like down toward the toes.
Mhm.
At the end of the foot, you've got one bar. He's going 2-bar, like Jesus sandal slides.
Yeah, these are sandals.
With socks. This is if I saw him in public, I'm not going to say anything, but I would go, what a goofy person.
Like, what else do you need from Walmart, sir? You know what I mean? Like that's what it looks like. You can't, Pat. Again, respectfully.
Now, maybe Pat, his legs are large and hairy, so I'm going to assume he's not 7. But maybe he's a child. And if he's a child with a Twitter account who's driving right now with his foot on the brake pedal, The number one, you shouldn't be driving, young man. And number two, it's okay that you're doing that because you don't know any better. But assuming he's a grown-up who's driving, Pat, tighten it up. Like, what are we doing?
I also, and again, Pat's nice enough to share this with us, so I feel bad beating him up.
He opened
But
up.
here I go.
Like, this is like a Reddit forum where you go, roast me. He sent us the photo of his legs and slides and socks.
Are we not going to talk about the mid-calf sock pulled up to go with all this?
You know what?
It's a mid-calf black sock into 2-bar slides.
Yeah.
Everything
it's
about
so
this
bad.
is like morally wrong to me. Like, I can't handle it.
I didn't even think about how tall the socks are.
Yeah.
But that's why it looks so. Well, I should take that back. The reason it looks unacceptable is because it's socks into slides. But the fact that the sock is going up as high as shin guards would on a soccer pitch.
Yep.
Come on, man. Like, everything about this is wrong.
Yeah, it's not the high sock of like a Lawrence Moten or the Keith Van Horn back in the day, getting buckets on people where the sock almost went up to the knee, or the ankle sock look that my generation knows and found that and understands how acceptable and correct it is. It's this weird mid-calf Ryan Clary length black sock into double bar slides.
Well, guess Pat's age. I mean, we don't know it, but I'm going to say he's got to be 23 to 26. There's just no way that someone over 30 has his socks that high with double bar slides on. Come on. Nobody's doing that.
That's a 25-year-old. That's a 25-year-old going about his business today.
John said, planning my lunch break around the beginning of your show today was a mistake. Yeah, I agree, John. And on behalf of the Grant and Danny radio program, we apologize for what was a very detailed analysis of Danny's disgusting toe.
Yeah, it was just a toe.
Has anybody created a Twitter account at Danny's Toe yet?
Not yet. Not
it's only
yet.
a matter of time.
Not yet. I said a few times, hoping someone would do it.
If our listeners are who I think they are, I'll get a tweet from Danny's Toe in the next few minutes.
Now, do I need to give them a picture somehow to like actually have the profile pic?
I hope not.
Yeah,
but that's up to you.
Because that's the internet's forever, dude. They'll be out there.
As much as your toe's a problem for you, I want to get to something that's been grinding my gears a little bit.
Go ahead.
Now, this is sports related. I hope you're okay with that on the Grant and Danny radio program. Danny, I still don't know when the Caps are going to play game one. And that's because nobody does.
The NHL's crushing this, by the way.
And that's because the Capitals don't know right now. They clinched the first round on Wednesday night. Wednesday. Carolina advanced the day before on Tuesday night. So as of 9:58 p.m. or whatever it was on Wednesday, we knew the matchup. Thursday was yesterday. We're now well into Friday. It seems like maybe they're waiting for tonight's game between Winnipeg and St. Louis in the Western Conference to figure out if they need a game Sunday or not. But potentially, the way I'm reading this, unless something trickles out during the show, we could find out late night tonight on Friday night that there's a home game on Sunday at Capital One Arena with 36 hours or whatever to spare. This is a joke.
Yes, it is.
What is the NHL doing? I understand you want TV ratings and you need them, and that's cool. At some point, though, the preparation of the hockey needs to matter. Now, the Capitals will tell you people are buying the tickets. They don't really care what day it is. They're going to have butts in seats. So from a business standpoint, I don't know that this is maybe the deal breaker that I would have thought. But the team has to get ready to play hockey. They had an optional skate today because you're not ramping up yet for a game that you don't know when it is. And Carolina has even been waiting a day longer. I just think this is so bungled.
100%.
What are we waiting for?
It's you already said it. It's the TV thing. But when you're a slave to that, you end up with these kinds of, as you said, bungled decisions. It's embarrassing, quite frankly, that they can't get this right. For example, like now I'm not going to be able to go. I've got a million things going on. But were I to buy a ticket hoping that it was Monday, I find out it's Sunday. I'm going, well, crap, my wife's birthday is this weekend. So now I can't. Like that sort of stuff happens. Real life happens to people. I understand playoff hockey's a huge deal, but my God, like how could this be at this point? I understand that a lot of the series, or a couple of series, I guess now, are not wrapped up. This is one of those cost of doing business type situations where you have to look like you're on top of it. You have to look like you know what you're doing, even if you don't, right? Let us complain that round two's already started. One of the round one games is still in game 7. That ain't right. This is worse. This, we'll see. And the fact that the teams don't know, even if it hasn't been announced yet.
Right.
Right? Like, that's the part that's even worse. As fans, we should know. Obviously, you want people to in on your product. Please let people plan accordingly. But for the teams not to have any real
Well,
indication?
I'll go further, right? So not only, Danny, do they not currently know when they're playing, which is a problem, but they could play Sunday, they could play Monday, or they could wait all the way till Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
All three are on the table. Think about the difference in preparation. Now, by the way, I kind of want to wait, even though the Caps will be rusty because the Canes will have waited for a full week at that point. And it's just more build up to pump up the crowd and excitement and people get lathered up and ready to go. But there's also part of me that just wants the game to be played and the puck to be dropped. But it's not like it's Sunday or Monday. What's the big deal? It could be Sunday, could be Monday, could be Tuesday. It's already Friday afternoon. Come on. By the way, I was on a radio station in Carolina today. I've known this guy for years and years. We crossed paths a long time ago, and we've kept in touch, and I go on his show in Carolina a bunch. His name's Adam Gold. He's down in Raleigh, and he's a huge Hurricanes fan and really good hockey mind, and he talks Canes all the time. So I went on his show. We were previewing the series, and I got to say, I actually regret my performance a little bit because for the first, 10 to 12 minutes of a 14 or so minute hit, I just did what I normally do. I was press box Paulson. I played it so straight.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing that he said that drew my ire and I pushed back on a little bit was he correctly acknowledged how good Tom Wilson is and how desperately every GM wants him. But he said he, used to have this goonish behavior, and that word set me off a little bit. But at the very end of the interview, I don't know why I did it, but Grant Trolson came out.
Oh, no.
And I basically took off my press credential and I put on a Brandon Duhaime sweater. And I just went in so unnecessarily. He was just being so nice the whole time. And after the fact, I'm like, was that too much? Like, I went from me to biz nasty, just like yelling at him.
What did you do?
It's so awkward. So
did you text them afterwards? Like, hey, that's my bad.
I actually kind of did.
It escalated quickly.
Not to apologize as much as I said, hey, I hope that was okay. Just wanted to have a little fun and get the juices flowing.
Mix it up a little bit for your listeners. Mix it up a little.
So what happened was, we were talking about it. Everybody's having a good time. Everybody's fine. And then he's like, so last thing, like, what's your prediction for the series? And then I was like, well, look, Hurricanes fans and I have had at it most of the last couple of months. I made a comment I didn't like about Rod Brindamore, who's a complete goose on the bench and chirps players, and I can't stand how he acts. And he's like, oh, well, you're so wrong about that, but continue. And I'm like, no, he's a really good coach, and I can't stand how he acts. And then I don't know if it was that moment, but it just kind of went. And I brought up the Warren Fogle dirty hit on TJ Oshie. Like I said, ideally there will be no series-changing hits up 3-2 where Warren Fogle takes a cheap shot since he's not on the Canes anymore. And ideally your defenseman won't slam any of our players' heads on the ice unnecessarily. And he's like, oh, well, Connor McMichael shouldn't have picked the fight. That happens. And I said, that's true. He should have gotten beaten up the way that you get beat up, but you can't slam someone's head on the ice. And then I brought up how Brandon Duhaime beat the ass of the player who did it, so everything's fine. And it was just very much all of a sudden combative, and I was like a Caps fan calling in. And so it just happened very quickly. It escalated. I don't know what happened. And I just kind of looked up, and there was blood everywhere. But hopefully, I got to have him on the show now and just let him reciprocate a little bit, I think.
Man.
Yeah.
Man, oh, man.
But he's a buddy of mine, so I think we're fine. But, I mean, Canes fans, when they hear it, they're going to be so upset.
Well, yeah.
Just a guest in their house who's just helping myself to their food.
Because it's not the first 12, 13 minutes of the interview that's getting played over and over again. It's
exactly.
the clip that's going to make the rounds down there is the trolling part. I hate Rod Brindamore. Please don't slam people's heads on the ice. Warren Fogel's a cheap bleep, bleep, bleep.
I literally said, don't worry, though. Brandon Duhaime already beat his ass, so we're even. Like, that was my last comment. I mean, that's tough. This was not press box Paulson. But this happens with hockey. I can't help myself. The hockey playoffs just bring this maniac out of me.
It's your last bastion of true fandom is hockey. Every other sport having you covered is kind of taken some of that away, morphed your persona. For this one, you got your pom-poms.
City Tap House next week, whenever the games are. I'd love to be able to promote when we'll be there, but we don't know yet because the NHL won't tell us when the games are. But whenever there's a weekday game next week, hopefully Monday, Wednesday. So we have 2 nights out at City Tap House. But if it's just Tuesday, whatever, if it's Tuesday, Thursday, before the games, if you've got tickets to games 1 and 2, which will be at Capital One Arena, we know that, we will be at City Tap House. And we'll be breaking the series down all week long here on 106.7 The Fan. All your Caps playoff coverage is brought to you by Ace Trim Carpentry. 25 years, Ace Trim, a trusted trade partner for new home builders in the DMV. They specialize in full-service interior trim carpentry, handling everything from supply to installation. turnkey and hassle-free. Contact acetrim.com today. Ace Trim, the home builders trade partner. Do the Commanders need a running back or an edge more ahead of training camp? And who's still out there? We'll look into that next on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In hockey, Coach Spencer Carberry has been named a finalist for the Jack Adams Award for the Coach of the Year. The Capitals advance past the Canadiens. They'll take on the Hurricanes in the second round. Still waiting on details for dates and times of that second round matchup with the Hurricanes. Games 1 and 2 will be at Capital One Arena. In baseball, the Nationals salvaged one game in Philadelphia and beat the Phillies 4-2 last night. They'll take on the Reds for the first of 3 tonight. 6:10 first pitch. Near that game right here on the Fan. Mitchell Parker set to take on Hunter Green. We'll see if they get that one in. There's some weather put in the forecast in Cincinnati. In basketball last night, the Knicks beat the Pistons 116-113 to close out that series 4-2. The Clippers beat the Nuggets 111-105 to extend the series to a game 7 tonight. Rockets and Warriors game 6 at 9 o'clock. Golden State leads that series 3-2. And Greg Popovich is going to be transitioning from head coach to team president. The Spurs will be hiring assistant Mitch Johnson as their head coach. He's took over as the interim head coach in November. He's been an assistant with the team for over a decade. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
With Danny, I'm Grant. This is the Fan. DC Council member Kenyon McDuffie joins the show at 3 o'clock in 30 minutes. And in 1 hour at 3:30, Caps defenseman Trevor Van Reamsdike as Washington gets ready for the second round. They are underdogs going into their series despite having home ice advantage against the Carolina Hurricanes. Carolina, most sports books have them around minus 150, Caps about plus 130 to win this series. So we'll talk to TVR about the matchup in about an hour. Remember, at 3 and 4 today, you can get tickets to Old Glory DC Rugby here on Grant and Danny. I've heard people saying both that Washington needs to sign an edge and that the Commanders need to sign a running back before training camp. So I thought, Danny, we could dive into both of those things here and just look at who's available, see if there's actually any options that we like. So starting with running back, I got to say the market is barren when it comes to the thing that we've been saying we want, which is speed and somebody who's shifty and complements or fits on first and second down that can kind of make big plays and possibly hit a home run or two. That guy's not out there. Your best available running backs based on money made last year, Jamal Williams, who's 30, coming off of a run with the Saints. Gus Edwards, who was with the Ravens and the Chargers, who's a power back, who's 30, goal line guy. Jeff Wilson, who's had all kinds of injury issues in Miami. He's 29. Nick Chubb is intriguing to me because he's been so good when healthy. He's now 29 years old. And then a couple of guys I've liked throughout their career that are pass-catching backs, Naheem Hines, Amir Abdullah among them. But I'm looking for the speedy back that you and I wanted this offseason, and that guy just isn't in free agency right now.
It's not there. It's they're good players, productive players. Every time Gus Edwards has gotten the football consistently, he's kind of like an Alfred Morris type character, right? Nothing sexy about it. He's thumping, he's going downhill. J.K. Dobbins is a free agent. Every time
he's more injury prone than Nick Chubb, but at least he's young. He's 26.
I know it seems like he's 50 because he's you've heard so much about him and the constant injuries, et cetera. Had a really nice season last year, but that's not something I can bank on. Now, it wouldn't break the bank to bring him in and just to see, but again, that the guy that you and I are talking about is not in free agency, I don't think, and that's kind of the deal. The speed back, that's a draft thing to me because what happens is you get into the league and you get banged up, you get beat up, you get hit. It's the nature of the position. You are, when you come into the league as a slightly undersized scat back, pass catcher, whatever, you got to pass pro, you got to deal with punishment. You have the normal slate of nagging injuries that beset running backs, and the occasional super mutant, an Adrian Peterson or a Derrick Henry's immune to it. But the rest of the mortals, it wears you down, and you're no longer that guy. It doesn't take very long for that to happen too. So to me, I don't know that answer is in free agency right now.
Yeah, it's easy to say they got to go sign a running back, but of the options that are actually available, nothing's all that interesting. Doesn't mean I wouldn't do it, but my expectations would be tempered and frankly, just minuscule. And to your point on getting banged up and losing some of the speed, the guys that are available, the injury histories are long.
Oh, yeah.
Sheets of information. I mean, Nick Chubb, you mentioned J.K. Dobbins, Cam Akers, who had a couple of Achilles, I'm pretty sure. Maybe one was an ACL, but He is only 25, about to be 26, been in the league for 5 years. That's a name I might roll the dice on. He was like a 4.48 guy, but it's mostly 4.5, 4.6, 40-time running backs. If you were going to sign one of these guys, who would you bring in to compete in training camp and try to catch lightning in a bottle from?
Jeff Wilson's the name that comes to mind for me. Part of that rotation in Miami where he's been added and dropped 17,000 times by everybody's fantasy team because, one guy got hurt, Mostert gets hurt, and then maybe he gets a chance. He's caught some passes in the past I don't think would break the bank. But again, this is a flyer. I don't see him supplanting anybody that they would have. But a guy that I think at times has displayed a little bit of a burst.
I get it. He was a 4.6 40 guy before the draft, which is about as slow
Which,
as
by the way,
you'll
is
see.
a long time ago because he's been in the league for 6 years. Yeah.
Now, it might have been a bad 40 time. He might be faster than that, but I'll bet you he's not anymore. Nick Chubb at the right price, I actually would have interest in because I think at his ceiling, he would be better than Brian Robinson on first and second down. And he only made, $2.3 million or so this past year, coming off a pretty serious injury. So maybe at 29, you could get him at a Eckler-like rate and just say, hey, we're going to give you some carries on first and second down to try to keep your career alive. I'm not overly interested. I guess if you're going to hold me to the fire, I'd say either Chubb or if they wanted to go a little bit younger, maybe Akers with his injury history and see where that gets you. The conversation's not that different on the edge, although there are a lot more guys that have produced recently. They're older. You're bringing the baggage here is you're bringing in a really old player probably. Von Miller's 36 and is no longer the defensive player of the year that he once was. Matthew Judon's going to be 33 years old. Is a couple of years removed from being an impactful player. Preston Smith is 32. His last couple of years with the Packers and the Steelers, respectively, he's been mostly non-existent. I like Za'Darius Smith the most of the expensive guys from last year that made $10+ million. He's going to be 33 this football season, but he's at least most recently helped and been a guy that looked like he could get you 10 sacks, maybe. So I think there's more edges available maybe that might be able to pressure the quarterback than running backs, but they're older and there's plenty of baggage with these guys too.
100%. I mean, they're bigger names that you recognize, right? Guys with a lot more deposits in the bank than the free agent running back.
That's
crowd.
the way to put it.
Right?
There's like more past stardom available.
Yeah, Von Miller's a Hall of Famer probably, entering year 15. Matthew Judon has had some really big seasons. We know Preston Smith there. Za'Darius Smith has been a double-digit sack guy. When you go down the list, Brandon Graham is on year 16 or 17, I think, who's been a thorn in our side for years. He's played for a couple different teams now. So I don't know. To me, there's nobody that's that exciting. Honestly, the guy that is the most intriguing to me is probably Preston Smith, which would be a little bit odd, but it's the circle of life, I suppose, right? Let him bounce around a little bit. I think he's big enough, long enough, pain in the butt enough to help set the edge a little bit. I don't think he's a world-class pass rusher. I think he's solid in that regard, but that's kind of what we're talking about here. This is the picked over leftovers, not a great marketplace for those guys. And now maybe Ty goes to Washington when it comes to culture, fit, place that et cetera. But nobody would really be one of those, wow, I'm so excited. It's kind of, I think that ship has sailed.
Yeah, and to your point with Preston Smith, it was 8 sacks 2 years ago with the Packers, right? 4.5 sacks this past season as he started with Green Bay and finished in Pittsburgh, fell off a bunch. But I think he could help you against the run. And maybe that's now what they have to really prioritize and care more about anyway is, all right, there's nobody out there that's going to help us go get 10 sacks, so we don't need to try to chase a ghost. Who can get 5? Who can get consistent pressure one-on-one and maybe push the pocket a little bit on passing downs, and who's going to be actually helpful and a legitimate contributor against the run? And maybe Preston Smith with his length, could be that guy. I wouldn't hate that. And to your point, nobody here left in the organization really knows him all that well because it's all new people running everything. But as a fan base, we remember the player, the person he was, and he's a guy that'll fit in pretty well, I think, in this room. But let's open up the phones for you guys at 800-636-1067. If you were going to make one more solid veteran free agent addition, either a running back or an edge coming out of the draft where you weren't really able to address either to the extent that a lot of us were hoping, which would it be? And is there a name that we just threw out there that intrigues you? 800-636-1067 is the number. We've got Council Member McDuffie at 3 from D.C. to talk about the stadium deal, and Trevor Van Reamsdike of the Capitals at 3:30. This is Grant and Danny. In less than 15 minutes, we'll talk to D.C. Council member Kenyon McDuffie, and at 3:30 today on Grant and Danny, Caps defenseman Trevor Van Reamsdike, who was tremendous in a 5-game series win over Montreal. We've been hearing folks discuss the running back and edge positions needing bolstering. If you could sign an edge or a running back, which would it be, and is there a name you like? We just threw a bunch of them out there for you. Top pass rushers based on resume would be Von Miller, Matthew Judon, Preston Smith, Za'Darius Smith. Those guys are all 32 or older. And in the case of Von Miller, he's 36. Running back-wise, there's just nothing there in terms of speed or explosiveness. It's mostly injury-riddled guys over the years or thumpers, and you've got a couple of those already. But names like Jamal Williams, Gus Edwards, Jeff Wilson, Nick Chubb, Naheem Hines, J.K. Dobbins, Cam Akers. So what would you rather Washington address? That's the question. Let's go to the listener lines. Elijah is in D.C. on Grant and Danny. What's up, Elijah? How are you?
What's going on, fellas? Of the two, if I had to pick, I'm going to pick defensive end. And especially now with the cornerback room, I was saying to producer on the line, I think we have to go at this defensive end situation, also thinking about protecting the edges on a corner, because how many times do we see cornerbacks? I'm gonna make my way. Give me a second. How many times do we see cornerbacks giving guys free lunches to be able to run their routes? Which timing wise, that is a different ball game. When you have guys on the perimeters, being able to get hands early to be able to disrupt that timing, now we can really look at our defensive line. So we had guys, not to rag on the guys, but we didn't know, we wasn't set at cornerback. And a good defensive end appreciates a guy who's going to be press man. Why do you think they're going to get these press man corners? It's like, wait a second here. There's another cog that has to be addressed before we talking about defensive line. If you really want to see your defensive line, you really want to see what they can do, truly, like who can do what. When you're protecting the edges, you have cornerbacks that are willing to put hands on guys early. I grew up, we call it hot potato. You don't grab. You pretend the receiver's jersey is glaring hot. No, you're not going to get in trouble for being hot potato, all the way up the field. And then those defensive ends, because a lot of times it was we would panic. If we don't panic, we'll give it an opportunity. No free lunch. And then then you can go and get defensive ends that really can keen in. Guys can put their hands up because, okay, corner say, I'm going to stay home. Boom. Certain things. I like Amos. You see how aggressive.
So it's a really good call. I want to jump in real quick. I appreciate you. Here's my problem with that. It's a smart call, and you're 100% right. But you're acting as if the corner situation is completely solved. And maybe it is. But if it is, Danny, that means Marshawn Lattimore is going to have a really good year, which I think is very much a question mark. He ranked 136 in passer rating allowed and 129 in reception allowed last year. Adam Peters and everyone else in the building is saying he wasn't healthy. He was chasing his tail. We know he's going to be better. But for what his vision that he was just selling to come to fruition means Lattimore's really good again. And then Amos is a rookie. Now, I loved the pick. I'm thrilled that they made it. I think he's going to be really good. But are we sure he's going to be great right away? That's not always the case with rookie corners. So if those are your two guys on the boundary, they're still both question marks. That's my only concern. If we're operating under the hypothetical that they're both awesome, then yes, that immediately improves your pass rush, and it's going to help you a ton.
They addressed it, but we don't know if it's solved yet. And that's with any position, by the way. When you don't have a track record, or in Lattimore's case, a recent track record of success, we do have a track record of oft-injured, and not great play from when he was here, and then his last a little bit in New Orleans. And a rookie, Jonathan Jones, comes over as well, who's maybe an option in case some of these things don't really, work out, initially, or, is Sanders still going to be inside, outside, everything in between? They like some of the versatility there. So I'm hoping it's solved. And they did the right thing. They addressed the issue, right? Where you go and we're going to get some bodies here and we're going to see what we do. You trust their scouting eye, but nobody bats 1,000. So to me, there's some counting. I don't want to say counting chickens. I'm not accusing anybody of anything, but it's one of those, we needed a corner. We got a corner, so we're good. Let's hold off slamming the gavel just yet.
Let's go to Leo in Falls Church on Grant and Danny. What's up, Leo? How are you?
Hey, guys. Good. Thanks for having me.
I definitely think between running back and edge rusher, I think we'd be very prudent to go grab an edge rusher. A guy like Von Miller jumps out to me, and I was telling whoever screens us before we call in. I think he reminds me a lot of what a Ryan Kerrigan kind of brought to us when we had the young edge rushers and Sweat and Young. I think he can be a great presence down there, and I also think when it comes to signing guys, you definitely want to sign guys who have that playoff experience and that playoff tenure. And I think Von Miller could bring that to us. And, there's concerns about his age, obviously. But we've had a lot of, maybe not a lot, but we've had some very notable performances from older edge rushers. To y'all's point, guys like Brandon Graham, performed really well later into their careers. Reggie White. I mean, I know those are, great names, but I'd put Von Miller up there with those guys in terms of where they rank among the greats. So, won't get into it too much more, but thank you guys for taking the call. Definitely would put my eggs in the Von Miller bucket.
Appreciate you, buddy. I don't hate that, honestly. Now, again, the price has to make sense, and who knows if he would take a lot less to come here, but it would sort of fit their MO, honestly. It's that Bobby Wagner school of you already got the gold jacket whenever you're ready. You want to come here and be a leader? You want to come here and kind of find the fountain of youth with a bunch of kids that haven't really ever done it yet? Let's go do that.
Yeah.
So if you're looking at that route to say, hey, 1 year, your job, don't worry about anything else. When you're on the field, you get up that field and go after the passer. That wouldn't be crazy to me.
I do worry about his inability at this point, I'd imagine, and I haven't studied it close enough, but this is based both on PFF grades and just my own eyes. I don't think he helps you much against the run at this point. As you said, he's kind of a hired gun pass rusher, but I would have said the same about Dante Fowler, and that was a liability occasionally, right? It's not like you, as a pass rushing specialist, only are on the field ever for passing downs. 3rd and long, I got a pretty good indication, but there's plenty of passing downs where teams run it. So would I be interested in Von Miller? Yes. Do I love it? No, not at 36 and not as bad as they were against the run last year. Kenyon McDuffie, a council member who we currently have in the yes pile of council members on the Stadium 2.0 over at the RFK site, is going to be joining us right here at the top of the hour. Trevor Van Reamsdike of the Capitals at 3:30. You're listening to Grant and Danny on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is brought to you by I-66 Express Lanes. In hockey, Coach Spencer Carberry has been named a finalist for the Jack Adams Award for the Coach of the Year. We'll see if he can win that. Capitals and Hurricanes will be the second-round matchup. Still, dates and times have not been announced, but games 1 and 2 will both be at Capital One Arena. In baseball, Nationals beat the Phillies last night 4-2. Brad Lohr getting his first Major League win. Nationals begin a 3-game series in Cincinnati tonight at 6:10. Near the game right here on the Fan. Mitchell Parker takes the hill for the Nationals. He's 3-1 with a 2.65 ERA. He'll take on Hunter Green, who is 3-2 with a 2.70 ERA. Nats and Reds at 6:10 right here on the Fan. Pending some weather, though, that could be in the forecast. Last night in the NBA, the Knicks beat the Pistons 116-113. New York advances. They won that series 4-2. The Clippers beat the Nuggets 111-105 to force a Game 7. Rockets and Warriors tonight, Game 6, 9 p.m. tip-off. Golden State looking to close it out. They lead the series 3-2. And Greg Popovich is going to be transitioning from head coach to team president. The Spurs will be hiring their assistant coach, Mitch Johnson, as the head coach. He took over as interim head coach in November. He's been an assistant with the team for over a decade. What's the road to a reliable commute in Virginia? That's easy. The 66 Express outside the Beltway is the answer you've been looking for. Get the inside track to Express travel on I-66 outside the Beltway at ride66express.com. Guess less, no more. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Brought to you today and every day here on The Fan by the law firm Kondorian Murad, who will help you draft a last will and testament, to set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Go schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. Tell them we sent you, get a discount. kmlawyers.com. We're Grant and Danny. This is The Fan. We have been covering the massive news of the week from all angles, that the Commanders are looking to come home and that there's a deal on the table in D.C. for RFK 2.0, but they need support from the D.C. City Council. And so there are 12 council members, and we are about to have our 4th council member on the show this week, and that's Mr. Kenyon McDuffie, who is an at-large council member who joins us now here on The Fan. Councilmember McDuffie, thank you for the time. How are you?
Oh, I am. It's my pleasure to be here with you guys. I'm doing fantastic. I'm excited about the news and bringing the Commanders home. So hopefully you all are too. I bet you all are.
Yes, you have pegged us correctly. As sports fans, we would like a stadium in D.C., but there's a lot of questions to be answered, and obviously the job of the council is now to make sure this deal works for the city. You were at the press conference. Should we take that to assume that you are a yes on the stadium deal?
I was at the press conference, but I've also been, one of the champions for bringing the Commanders back home to the nation's capital, their rightful place, back to their winning ways right here in D.C. And so me being at the press conference was just another example of my support of bringing our team home to D.C. And although there's still some questions that remain unanswered, it is the job of the council to vet those questions, to vet this deal, but ultimately to move this deal forward so we can get this thing done.
Council member, I've asked everybody that we've had on this, both for and against, et cetera. So I want to give you your chance to weigh in on it. What are your critics, or what are the critics of the deal, I guess on the opposite side, so to speak? What are they getting wrong here, whether it's misinformation or opinion-wise? Floor is yours.
Yeah, I think they are rushing to judgment. And I think anytime people hear that the city's going to spend money on something that is at the expense of our residents. And frankly, it's quite the opposite. We're talking about making an investment in the future of our city. We're talking about prioritizing our residents when it comes to the thousands of jobs that are going to be created by this development. The stadium is obviously the anchor, but we're talking about 180 acres of opportunity. And when planned and when done right, which is what the mayor has sent to the council, we're talking about transforming an area that has been dormant for decades. And so we're talking about jobs. We're talking about opportunities for the district's small businesses. We're talking about neighborhood serving amenities. We're talking about housing that is affordable for people across incomes. But really, there's too much potential for this site not to be developed. And so the stadium has to be the thing that is the catalyst that spurs the rest of the development that is to come.
Council Chair Phil Mendelson was on and made it pretty clear that he doesn't think the timeline works for a vote by July 15th. He says there's currently not enough support, but he went as far as to say that, laying out how many months it was between even agreement and a vote at Nats Park and Audi Field and all these other locations, that there's no way to do this by July 15th, which is what the team is trying to get done to stay on track to open in 2030. What do you say to that?
Look, I think the time frame is important. I think the mayor's laid out the time frame that she's negotiated with the commanders. But I also understand from working with the chairman that we obviously have to do our due diligence as a council. It's our job to provide rigorous oversight of this deal and ask all the questions that residents want to know answers to, questions that we need to know answers to before we vote yes. But ultimately, we have experience with the monumental deal not too long ago. We know how to move quickly as a council. We've done it in the past. And I think the importance, the significance of this deal means that we have to work hard and quickly and smartly. I'm not talking about rush things along. I'm saying do our work in an expedited fashion that allows us to properly vet this deal and get to a yes vote so we can move it forward. I appreciate what the chairman is articulating, but I also know how important this deal is to our residents and to the future of the District of Columbia. While we're seeing all these financial challenges because of what the federal government is doing, some of the decisions that are happening there, we've got to grow our local economy. And this is, I think, one of the best ways to do that.
Councilmember, again, I'm just trying to put some balls on a tee here for you with what opponents have said. So answer this one for me, if you wouldn't mind. This is prime riverfront real estate here in Northeast DC, and I can't remember exactly what the value is, so forgive me. I believe it was north of $6 million an acre, give or take. Why not have a developer come in and develop whatever they'd like, and then just collect money forever instead of having costs up front for the city? Can you explain to folks why that isn't the best course?
Well, I think what you're going to get with this deal is an anchor development that actually spurs the type of energy and excitement that you'll need, frankly, to attract additional capital to this area. When you're talking about the commanders and a more than $2.7 billion contribution, which marks the largest private investment, as I understand, in DC's history, you're talking about spurring the type of confidence in the market that will attract more people to want to invest in this development. The city's economic future, to me, is tied to what we do at this site. And I think it makes sense to have a master developer with the stadium as the anchor, building the parking facilities that are going to feed our fans from Virginia, fans from Maryland, and across the region to this site, while also making sure that we have parcels that are carved out for the sorely needed housing along that area as well. But other community amenities beyond housing that talks about parks and retail spaces, recreational facilities. We're talking about building an entirely new, vibrant, livable community that meshes with some of the existing neighborhoods that are already there and encourages residents, I think, both new and old, to live, work, and play in that community.
To this point, and we're talking to at-large council member Kenya McDuffie, kind enough to join us on Grant and Danny from the DC City Council. There have been 4 public yeses and 2 public nos, and we have had people on both sides of the conversation tell us that there are and are not enough votes and not enough votes to get this done. Do you think if there was a vote today that it would pass?
There isn't a vote today, and I think people need an opportunity to actually get the deal from the mayor. I know there's been a lot of leaks and conversations about what's out there. I know the mayor's talked publicly about aspects of the deal, but the council doesn't have that yet. But I do want to remind critics of what smart investment in stadiums look like in the District of Columbia, right? Think about what Nats Stadium did for our Capital Riverfront area. Think about what Audi Field did and is doing for the area around Buzzard Point. We've got real-life examples of how investments from the District of Columbia, in the case of Nats in building that stadium, in the case of Audi Field and infrastructure and parking, how it has transformed communities in a way that is helping to drive revenues for the district's bottom line. And so we don't have the deal yet at the council. When we get the deal, I'm going to ask the chairman to make sure that we move expeditiously to review it and pass it, because that's what residents want.
to your point, we work in the Navy Yard. So we are 4 blocks from the center field gate of Nats Park. That's our radio headquarters. It's where the interview is originating from here. And I was thinking just yesterday as I was driving into work and ended up walking and getting lunch at a restaurant that's only really there because of the ballpark. This is the proof that this is kind of the checkmate here. But the argument, I guess, that the other side would make would be Nats have 81 home games. They do 150 events, whatever it is, when they have that Christmas deal for a month or two at Nats Park, and that football stadiums are different. What do you say to that in terms of the number of events being a sticking point, that there's just not enough business over there because you're not going to have 40,000 people there more than 20 or 25 times?
Well, I mean, that's a similar argument to what people were saying about Audi Field, right? Where Nats and baseball is different than soccer, right? And so, we've heard those arguments before, but we also know that these smart people, these experts who manage these fields, know how to program these things outside of when the sports are being played there, right? And I think it's a smart investment. You can look around the country in other parts, in other cities where they've made similar investments in football stadiums and how it has spurred economic activity that wouldn't be there but for the construction of the stadium and because of the demand that exists with football. And so I'm really confident that this is going to help create the sort of economic activity that the District of Columbia needs, so we are not so reliant on our federal government. We need the jobs, both construction and permanent, that will happen over the course of several years. We need the estimated $1.3 billion in annual revenue that ultimately will flow once this stadium is built and all the economic activity is generated as a result of the anchor being the Washington Commanders. And we're going to get a Super Bowl soon by the looks of it, with all the amazing things that the Commanders have been doing as of late.
DC Councilmember Kenny McDuffie, kind enough to join us here on Grant and Danny. Councilmember, you mentioned the federal government and the budget. Another thing that critics have said is this is budget slashing time. It seems like a lot of what they're arguing is a lot of services will be cut. A lot of essential things are going to have to go at the expense of, quote unquote, giving a billionaire $1 billion. That's not something necessarily I agree with, but that's one of the things that comes up there. So what about kind of the timing here with the potential budget issue for the city where there's going to be more expenditure?
Yeah, I don't agree with that characterization either. And I think people who are reasonable understand how you invest in areas to actually grow your local economy. And we're talking about catalyzing economic growth through this project, which is ultimately going to help to create the jobs that residents need. It is going to really help transform that area and provide, I think, sustainable economic activity for multi-generations to come. And so I think we have a once in a generation opportunity, if done right, to build the stadium, build all the associated hospitality, tourism activities, build the housing that's going to flow from this. And we can get this right. We just have to make sure that we are not slowing this down unnecessarily, that we're reviewing it, asking all the right questions, prioritizing our small businesses and the contracting opportunities, prioritizing DC residents for the jobs that are going to flow from this, and prioritizing the community serving amenities that the people in the surrounding area say that they want and need and have wanted and needed for decades now. So I think there's a way to do it right and to prioritize actually expanding our economy, growing revenue so that we can provide for those social safety net programs that may have to be constrained because of the decisions that are being made at the federal government. What we're seeing happen to our budget right now is happening swiftly over the last several months through no fault of local elected officials. This is happening because of decisions by the federal government. And so we need to act to not be so reliant on our federal government and the jobs that flow from that. And I think having these really broad, comprehensive economic development projects help to do that.
So just a logistics question, if you don't mind. You've mentioned a couple times in this convo that the council members like yourself don't actually have the proposal or the deal yet. And I heard Mendelson as recently as today say the same thing. Why don't they? The deal was struck and kind of finalized before the press conference Monday, right? So, what is the next step, and when does the mayor send it to them, and why hasn't that happened?
Yeah, well, we're made for the mayor to submit the budget to the council, and I've been in communication with the mayor. She's invited a number of council members. By the way, I understand she invited every council member to the press conference, but she's also chatted with us about some of the things that are likely to be in the budget. But because of this issue with Congress, particularly the House of Representatives, holding hostage our fiscal year 2025 budget, the mayor has not submitted the budget to the council yet. And once she submits the budget to the council, we'll see it. Yeah.
We don't know when. I mean, they could hold it in perpetuity. As you said, it's kind of not what you guys are doing, it's what they're doing. So does that mean that the proposal for the stadium wouldn't be sent their way until the budget's complete? And if the budget's not complete and they keep holding the money, then when do they get the proposal?
Well, my understanding in talking to the mayor is that the fiscal year, not to get too much into the weeds for your listeners, but the fiscal year 2026 budget and financial plan has already been completed. And so it is really the issue of the fiscal year 2025 budget, which our CFO says needs to be submitted together with the fiscal year 2026 budget and financial plan. Again, way into the weeds, but ultimately, this is not something that is being slowed down because of the council, but it also is something that the mayor really is waiting on Congress to act. And if Congress doesn't act soon, unfortunately, I think she's going to be forced to submit the budget and slash it by significantly hundreds of millions of dollars solely because of the politics being played by elected officials that have really no care in the world for the people in the District of Columbia who need those services and supports that they get in our budget.
Councilmember, the final thing from me, what would you just say in general to kind of closing argument style for folks that may be on the fence or opposed at this moment, just to the plan as it stands?
If you are a fan of the Washington Commanders, if you cheered for them in 1992 or 88 or 83, or are a fan looking to cheer for the next Super Bowl, you want this stadium to be built right here in the District of Columbia. And if you live in the District of Columbia and want this council to be great stewards of your tax dollars, then you want this stadium to be built so that we can have a catalyst that spurs billions of economic development and revenues to our budgets to come to support all the services and everything else that our residents need. And so this is a smart play for the District of Columbia. It's not all fun and games. It is dollars and cents. And the smart thing to do is to get this budget to the council and get this a bill passed so that we can move forward.
If it doesn't happen, what would be lost for the city, in your opinion?
I think you lose that once-in-a-generation opportunity to have an amazing transformational economic development project on 180 acres of land that is laid dormant outside of the fields at RK, is laid practically dormant for decades. And if we want to continue to turn things around, really highlight the District of Columbia as the sports capital of the USA, then we need to get this deal done. I mean, it really makes sense. It makes sense from a financial point, but it also makes sense because this is exactly what residents want and what fans of the Commanders want. So let's get the deal done.
Councilmember, really appreciate you spending some time on a beautiful Friday with us. I'm sure this is like the most fun thing in the world for you to do and talk about city budgets and fiscal years and all those sorts of things. So appreciate you informing us and our listeners.
I appreciate you all having me on. It's always fun to be on with Grant and Danny. You all do a fantastic job. I love listening to your show.
Oh, it's very kind, sir.
Thank
Thank
you so much. Means a lot. And go get this thing done. I want to see it
Let's get it
happen.
done.
We're rooting for you. So go for it.
We're going to get it done. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Kenyon McDuffie, at-large council member, D.C. City Council. So we have spoken to Phil Mendelson. We have spoken to Kenyon McDuffie. We have had Brooke Pinto from Ward 2 on and Charles Allen from Ward 6 on. The count is currently 2-2 among our guests, but the formal count at this point is 4 yeses, 2 nos, and 6 maybes if you're keeping score at home.
And the mayor's a yes, but she doesn't get a vote on this part. So who knows, man?
She's very much a yes.
Dude, the local politics show, Grant and Danny. It's how we do it.
Who knew? And by the way, we have reached out to all 12 council members.
Yes.
I do want to say, selfishly, both the folks that we've agreed with here, or I'll speak for myself, that's the second time we've had council member McDuffie on. He wrote an op-ed several months back about wanting the stadium here in D.C., and he was kind enough to join us. So it was great to have him back on. We had not talked to Brooke Pinto, but she was kind enough not only to come on, but to come to Capital One Arena
Meet us there, yeah.
Ward to sit down with us. And then even Charles Allen, who's one of the most adamant against the deal. He has always answered our calls and come on, which I love.
Yep.
Most of the council members to this point have just kind of said, here's my statement, or we got nothing to say right now. So I prefer the ones that actually, answer questions publicly and let their constituents, hear what they think. But maybe in due time, as they get more information, the others will continue to join us here on the show. So thank you very much to the folks who have been kind enough to stop by, including, by the way, if you missed it yesterday, the mayor, who was, I guess, just driving around in her car and called in on line 4 like she was Steve in Fredericksburg.
Love it.
That was hilarious.
Those, by the way, are some of my favorite things that happen.
I agree.
Like when the mayor calls, or like Joe Theismann, one of my heroes, is like, I was just listening to the show. And I'm like, what? What do you mean? I mean, it makes sense. We're broadcasting, but still just crazy to me that someone of import would give a darn. It's awesome.
You got one shot to get your football team from the nation's capital back in the city here. We will see if they can land the plane. Trevor Van Reamsdike of the Capitals, a D.C. team that plays in Washington, D.C. They almost lost the Capitals and the Wizards, but eventually got a deal done with Ted Leonsis, gave him some money to keep the teams there, or else they would have gone across the river, which would have been unbelievably damaging to that Penn Quarter neighborhood. Van Reamsdike's going to join us next on G&D here on The Fan. Hey guys, it's Grant. FanDuel's the best place to find all your favorite player props during the NBA playoffs. And you can now make the smarter play with new performance trends, which I love. You get in on the app and all the information needs right there. No toggling back and forth between tabs. If you want to see if a guy's hitting the over consistently, or maybe if they've been working on triple doubles, get the latest stats right inside the app. See who's heating up. Once the game starts, you can even bet your props live and string them together for a same-game parlay. If you don't already have the FanDuel app, it's not too late to get in on the action this postseason. Get started with $200 in bonus bets. All you got to do is hit a $5 bet, then you get $200 in bonus bets for winning a $5 bet. Visit FanDuel.com/GP with promo code GP today. That's FanDuel.com/GP. Got to be 21, present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bet expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. Terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In hockey, Coach Spencer Carberry has been named a finalist for the Jack Adams Award this season, and the Capitals will take on the Hurricanes in the second round. Dates and times still to be established for their second round matchups. Games 1 and 2 will be at Capital One Arena. In baseball, the Nationals beat the Phillies 4-2 last night to salvage one game in the 3-game set in Philadelphia. Brad Lord getting his first major league win. The Nats begin a 3-game series in Cincinnati tonight at 6:10. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Mitchell Parker takes the hill for the Nationals. He's 3-1 with a 2.65 ERA. Hunter Green toes the rubber for the Reds. He is 3-2 with a 2.70 ERA. The Nationals and the Reds at 6:10 tonight, pending some weather in the forecast. You can hear it right here on the Fan. In basketball tonight, Game 6 between the Rockets and the Warriors at 9 o'clock. Golden State up 3-2 in that series. And Greg Popovich is going to be transitioning from head coach of the Spurs to their team president. The Spurs are hiring their assistant, Mitch Johnson, as the head coach. He took over as the interim head coach in November. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Puck back for Savard. Back in net is Dobesh. Everyone standing here in the nation's capital. The Caps are moving on as the puck goes far wing. Chipped up in the air by Trevor Van Reamsdike to the Montreal line. For the first time since 2018, the Capitals nailed down a best-of-7 series. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night, Montreal. Logan Thompson and the Capitals are moving on to round 2.
John Walton has heard right here on the Fan. The Caps with a 4-1 Game 5 win and a 4-1 series win, taking care of business with 3 victories on home ice to move on to round 2. Caps playoff coverage on the Fan brought to you by Ace Trim Carpentry. For over 25 years, Ace Trim's been a trusted trade partner for new home builders in the DMV. They specialize in full-service interior trim carpentry, handling everything from supply to installation, turnkey, and hassle-free. Contact acetrim.com today. Ace Trim, the home builder's trade partner. Let's go right now to the Ruud Guest Hotline. Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And welcome onto the show, Caps defenseman Trevor Van Reamsdike, who was a huge part of a series win over Montreal. Trevor, thank you for the time. How are you?
Good. How about you?
We're great, buddy. Congrats on the series win. My first question is, when are you guys playing again?
I don't know. It seems kind of strange that to have this long of a break this time of year, but we'll take it, use it to our advantage, and enjoy this beautiful weather we've been having. It's been nice, but obviously I think guys are slowly starting to get that itch to get this next series started, especially because we know who we're playing.
Yeah, it would be nice to know when we're playing at this point as a fan base.
It's
just
weird to want that, yeah.
You know, I know you guys probably as players want that as well, but let's let the National Hockey League take their time whenever they're ready. Maybe they will clue us in on what's next. But I want to go back to Montreal for a second. You guys over the years, and I don't mean you and this group, this iteration, but the organization generally, finishing series has been tough, and ending things in 4 and 5 games has just kind of been non-existent. How are you able to, in a lot of close games with them throwing everything at you, finish them off the way that you did? I don't want to use the word casually because you had to battle, but as far as playoff series is go, that one kind of came and went quickly by Cap standards.
Yeah, no, it was a great series for us, and I thought we played really, really well. I thought that Game 3, obviously, that atmosphere in Montreal, and they were desperate. They needed that win. That game probably got away from us a little bit. But, I mean, you look back at the series and those first 2 games, I thought we played well, but, I mean, they still ended up being super tight. One in overtime, one where they were throwing everything at us late, and LT had to make some huge saves. So, always confident in our group, but a bounce here, a bounce there, and all of a sudden they win one early on, and then it's a totally different series. So that's just kind of how playoff hockey goes. You can play almost identical games, and some games you'll get a bounce, some games you won't, and you can't dwell on it too much, the wins or the losses. You just got to take each game as it comes.
Trevor Van Reamsdike with us here on Great and Danny. You mentioned Logan Thompson, Trevor, and good heavens, he was outstanding in that first series for you guys. A, just your thoughts on him, but B, what's it like on ice when I'm thinking of that one like from the high slot that he robbed with his glove that was a goal, like 999 whatever times out of a billion, and he just ripped it up and just like had it and had that look, and they were so dejected. What's it like on ice when a save like that happens? Are you positively giving him an attaboy or something like that, or just talk about him and what's it like when he makes one of those oh my god saves?
Yeah, he's been awesome. He's done it all year, and he's been huge for us to be in the position that we're in. And yeah, I think that is kind of the way he does it, kind of in that casual way. Sometimes it can be frustrating for other teams, especially in a playoff series. As you get going, you feel like you're doing all the right things, getting all the chances, and when a goalie's standing on its head, it takes a lot of mental strength to not let it get to you and just stay on your game. I know their goalies in Montreal played really well, and you can feel it in those games where you feel like, oh, we should be winning. We really should. It takes a lot of discipline and diligence to stay with the program and not try to do too much or try to do, oh, now I got to do more because this isn't working. It's just you got to stick to that plan, and that's hard to do. And when LT's standing on his head and it feels like nothing's getting by him, that's a nice feeling to have when you're on the ice and on the bench.
Trevor Van Reamsdike is with us, one of the unsung heroes of the Caps series win over Montreal. Just marvelous. A couple of assists in Game 4, including making the play to spring Mangiapane for the game winner. Had 3 games where he had over 16 minutes TOI in this series. And with what's going on defensively, no Marty Faravari, which is a huge blow. Alexiev playing a little more than he has. And Van Riemsdyk's really had to step up and was massive. In fact, in the post-game victory speech from Spencer Carberry to the team, he only singled out one player. He only called out one guy, and it was you. Let's listen to that from after the game.
One more guy I want to highlight, okay? And this guy doesn't get a ton of credit, but I thought he was phenomenal in this series. Trevor Van Reamsdike.
I mean, Carly's losing it. Everyone's going crazy. Like, a lot of times he singles out little plays. He's like, I like this board battle from Willie in the second. That hit got us going. Hey, and how about LT? And everyone claps. He called out one guy who had a great series, and it was Trevor Van Reamsdike. How about that?
Yeah, that was obviously extremely special, and the guys to give me a reaction like that, it definitely meant a lot to me. And yeah, I mean, but you look back on a series, and so many guys did so many things. Willie was a force all series. LT stood on his head. So obviously throughout the series, different games, different guys stepped up, and obviously to get that from Carbs was special. But there's definitely 20 plus guys that have done a ton for us in that series, and the best part is we just get to start over and try to do it again in this next series. So it definitely meant a lot to me, and to have everyone react the way they did, it meant a ton. But yeah, I think he could have said that about a lot of guys. Anytime you win a series in 5 games like that, there's definitely a lot of guys doing things well.
So, Trevor, speaking of doing things well, okay, so I'm a rube. I could sit there and mix company and be like, what a good series is Dylan Strome because he had like 1 million points. I'm good at that level. How will I know that TVR is on his game? Like, how do I know that you're having a good series to the point that Coach Carbs is going to call you out?
Yeah, I think the most important thing in my game is breaking the puck out of our zone well. I think and Alexiev, you got to give him props. Obviously not playing a ton during the regular season, and then you step into a playoff. I mean, he had to do it last year too. He did it awesome, and this year has been no different. He stepped in. I mean, going into that Montreal building on the road, he handled himself like a veteran. And yeah, I think when we're playing well, we're just trying to be out of our end as quick and as smooth as possible. If you're not hearing my name too much, that's probably a good thing. And yeah, especially against a Carolina team coming up who can really forecheck and really get on you, making those plays in your own end, staying composed while a lot of chaos is around you is important. And when you can do that, it just makes your game look that much better when you're getting most of your touches in the offensive end instead of the defensive zone.
And Alexiev did it without his teeth too. He had a couple of teeth get left on the ice there. Which
just a warrior to come back like that after taking that right in the mouth and the toothless grin after the big win was was great to see. But yeah, he's done an awesome job. You can't stress how tough that must be to stick with it mentally, physically throughout a long year, and to step right in the playoffs and just like he hasn't missed a beat and playing with confidence, making plays. And it's we're gonna need him if we're gonna win another series, and he hasn't showed any signs of slowing down.
I want to preview the Canes and talk about that team in just a moment. Trevor Van Reamsdike's with us, one of the American skaters on the Cap squad, a New Jersey native. So maybe we can ask him about some of his other sports proclivities before we get out of here. But by the way, by the end of the series, you were getting taken in our goals draft that we have here on Grant and Danny. So we do a little snake draft where we pick the Capital to score a goal, and we have a little ongoing scoreboard. And TVR
I hope you were getting favorable odds for making that pick.
It's 15 deep. We go 3-round snake draft. But by the end of the series, just the way you were playing and activating, you were coming off the board.
Yeah. I mean, I probably should have scored. I had a little half breakaway there early in game 5, and I probably looked like a guy who doesn't score much with my attempts. But I appreciate the love.
You got your op for sure. All right, let's talk Canes for a minute. The Penguins have long been the team that collectively as a fan base we hate the most. But the Hurricanes are trying real hard to give them a run for their money. Obviously, the 2019 series, going back way into the past, 3-2 series lead, Fogle, cheap shots, Oshie, everything goes off the rails.
I was on that Carolina team.
Oh, so
yeah. Well, I wish you about that.
That Fogle hit was nonsense. So you can text them when we're done. That was BS. But anyway, so then you know a thing or two about Ron Brindamore, who I think's a big pain in the ass too.
Yeah, Roddy's for sure passionate, and when he played and when he coaches, he definitely brings the energy behind the bench, and their team style, the way they play, is a direct correlation to that. So they're definitely. I know teams hated playing against us when I was there, and I know it's definitely a pain in the ass playing them now. They're super direct. You know what they're going to get. They're not going to surprise you with anything crazy, but they're super hardworking and dedicated to the way they play, and they're all bought in. And when you have 20 guys that are kind of doing the same thing on the same page, it'll make it tough to play against. And I think that's what's made us so good this year is we're all kind of on the same page, doing the same thing. We play a little different than Carolina, obviously, but you can see the power of getting everyone on the same page, pulling in the same direction, and it'll be an exciting series. We've definitely had some exciting regular season games against them this year, so there's no love lost, and that only makes for more fun.
So Danny and I always wonder this: who's the guy you think will hate the most by the end of the series? Like Jalen Chatfield. Number 5 is still circled for me. Now, Duhaime whooped his butt and got even after he slammed Mikey on the ice. And Mikey shouldn't have picked that fight. Let's face it. That's not where we need McMichael being. But then you can't slam him on the ice. So Duhaime, Doggy went and beat him up. So we like that. But who's the guy by the end of the series that you think we're going to despise the most on the Hurricanes?
Oh, geez. Well, I mean, they've got a bunch of guys that play that style that run around and cause a lot of chaos, and they do it with a smile on their face. So, I mean, Martin
sounds like something I'll hate for sure.
Yeah, but Martin Nook's made a career out of it as being just a high energy, really hard-working guy, and he's had a heck of a year for himself. Him and Jordan Stahl kind of playing together all year long, and they've put up some really good numbers. And then, I mean, even their top line, it's not a top line where it's just kind of on the perimeter and playing, kind of making fancy high-end plays. They play hard too, so I'm sure the fans will all have their targets, and we'll have ours too, and they'll have their guys of ours that they don't like, and that's what makes playoff hockey fun. I know in this Montreal series, we were things were boiling over, things were hostile, and but at the end of the day, the series ends, and you get in line and shake the other guy's hand. As tough as it may seem after games 1, 2, 3, 4, you can't imagine it. But when things settle down, it's everyone's just trying to get the same thing accomplished and do the same thing, and that's helped their team win. So I think when you're within the series and things are going on, the crowd gets wild and all that stuff. It's hard to think that you're going to be shaking hands with some of these guys, but I think as you settle in, when the series finally ends, you realize everyone's just kind of trying to do the same thing.
Trevor, my last one super quick is how not you, but anybody in general, how do you approach the agitator? In other words, you can't let them get away with everything because you can't just start walking all over us. But at the same time, you can't do the thing that they want you to do, which is to get off your game and get all pissed off and make it a point to like find them. So like, what's the line? How does it work?
Yeah, I think every team and every guy that kind of embraces that role, you kind of treat differently. And I think, yeah, like you said, the most important thing is you can't allow it to affect negatively the team game, to let our focus be more on retribution and getting guys rather than the final scoreboard. So there's always, I mean, it's going to be long 7-game series. There's always going to be times to make big hits and kind of get back at guys a little bit. And if they're going to hit you, you're going to hit them and not let them off the hook. But yeah, I think the most important thing is to not get wrapped up in it, because a lot of guys in that role, that's what they want. They want you thinking about them, like, oh, how am I gonna hit them? And instead of making the smart play, I'm gonna try to inflict some pain, and that's never where you want your headspace to be. I think it's a fine line, and the guys that are best at that agitator role do a good job of it. But yeah, it's you don't want to back down from anyone. You don't want to let anyone on the other team get away with anything that puts guys at our team at risk, but also you want to put the team first always.
TVR, Capitals getting ready for the Canes, played in all 82 games this season, was a +20, was really one of the best kept secrets on the squad. By the way, are you an NFL fan? You a Giants fan? What's your non-hockey sports proclivity?
Unfortunately, I'm a Jets fan, a Knicks fan, and I'm not a huge baseball guy, but I guess I don't even think I'd pick a baseball team, but Jets and Knicks. But Knicks are trending.
Bro, the shot last night was badass.
Yeah. No, the Knicks are they got it going on the last couple of years, and to see, I mean, I just see social media clips, but when the Knicks are good, that city is going wild, and yeah, so it's fun to see them doing well. But yeah, the Jets, I love the Jets, and that's just been a tough ride lately.
Yeah, sorry about that. We can relate as Commanders fans that used to be Redskins fans.
Hey, you guys are looking like you're heading in the right direction here.
Jayden Daniels,
Jayden Daniels has the team just taking off.
Yeah, he was sitting on the glass cheering you guys on. The whole quarterback.
Yeah, that was awesome.
That was pretty cool. Well, hey, man, we are so fired up about the series win over Montreal. Cannot wait for this to be determined game one.
Maybe
the
you guys
NHL
play again, it'll be fun.
The NHL will let us know sometime in the next week or two. Yeah, hopefully it's sometime in May. But when it starts, we'll be there with bells on. So go get them.
Oh, awesome! Yeah, no, thanks for having me, guys, and it should be a great series whenever that is.
Trevor Van Reamsdike and the Capitals just waiting to figure out when they're going to play game one against the Carolina Hurricanes. Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. Thanks to Trevor Van Reamsdike of the Capitals for looking back at the Montreal series and looking ahead to a matchup with the Hurricanes. More on the Caps with Mike Vogel coming up on the Beltway Blitz. We'll also be covering the NFL and the Commanders. It is Grant and Danny, and it is time for our double play. Normally on a Friday, we go winning off the field, but it's going to be abbreviated, just a couple of minutes here, so let's keep with the double play driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today.
Jeepside beats a long-running video game last night, Black Myth Wukong. I took a couple vacations from it just to go do some other stuff, just because I really liked the game. This is a strange thing about me. I really liked the game, and I wanted to kind of stay in the world for as long as possible. So I actually would take breaks from playing it and kind of go back and level grind a little bit and earn some of the extra things. But one of the incredible success stories in the gaming world here over the last couple of years, studio that nobody's ever heard of, out of China, basically this Chinese mythology, they made it into a game, and it did tens of millions of sales in terms of number, not just the dollars, it's billions of dollars over around the world. Pretty incredible, but I beat it last night. I'm happy to answer any questions from you. I know it's something you did a while ago.
Yeah, so I don't know what took you so long. I beat this game. How long ago? Was it 2 years ago, I think, that I beat it?
It came out last year, but I know your point. I mean, you've been out for a while.
As you know, I got the advanced copy, so that's part of why I was. They give us, so for those of you that don't know, Danny is familiar with this, but they give 4 or 5 of us that are true gamers that beat games very quickly these copies of these games years before the folks like Danny get them, respectfully.
Just the regular people.
Just normal people.
Yeah.
And so we beat them, see how long it takes. So it took you longer than it would have taken me. But I'm glad that you finally beat it. What was the hardest part? Was it the boss at level 4, or what got to you?
You actually joke, but in the secret realm, outside the pagoda realm, in the third area. Okay, so there's a secret realm you have to navigate. The pagoda was a big pain in the ass.
I thought pagoda realm was fairly seamless. You had issues with that?
Yeah, that realm is a pain in the butt. Everyone knows it.
Okay.
But finding the secret realm and beating the Dragon King Erlang was
Erlang.
An unbelievable pain in the butt. In fact, we're talking about it in the chat right now. The only way I could do it was to change the different soaks on my gourd to restore the chi, to be able to use Cloud Step multiple times, because you leave the decoy behind. I maxed out Cloud Step for the battle, and then you can do a max focus build-up for a heavy attack to stun him.
You maxed out Cloud Step for the battle?
I had to, every time. It's the only way I
can't believe you did that.
The only way I could beat him, only way I could beat the optional boss at the Ruyi Skull location, the Smith. I mean, the only way to do that was Cloud Step. I'm not good enough anymore to do regular combat, all the dodging and different stuff. I'm not going to say I have to cheese it, but it's closer to having to cheese it.
Soaks on the gourd sounds like something Dara should dump. I mean, I don't know exactly what it means in the video game parlance, but it doesn't sound like a video game to me.
It's very regular, because in order to
classify,
re-up your health.
Re-up health.
You drink wine from your gourd, okay, and there are different soaks that you can soak the gourd in to have slight enhancements.
I'm just glad you finally beat the game. A lot of us have been talking in the video game community about what was going on with you. So now what do you do? Now that you've beaten it.
Yeah, so now that I've beaten it, like I stayed in the world for a little bit, and I said goodbye my own way, beat a couple of the bosses again, let you run through some of the new Game Plus, and I started God of War Ragnarok, which has still been left in my queue.
Thor Ragnarok?
No, God of War Ragnarok.
Oh, I just got Thor Ragnarok. That one doesn't come out yet. It's going to be a couple more years, but God of War Ragnarok, I got that one in 21, so I forgot about that.
You're actually right, it's a few years old. But so what's weird is we're used to the mythology from the MCU, so the bad guys in this one are Thor and Odin and Baldur,
Loki and Baldur
and Freya.
Freya's not in that one. Freya won't be in that one.
Literally the opening scene, she's in it. So like you can't.
That's the only time you'll see her. You do not see her after that.
That's not true. I mean, it's not true, right?
No, it's totally true. You'll find out. You'll see.
Admit that that's not true, real quick. Can you just admit it?
Are we talking about Freya?
Yes.
That's totally true.
Wow.
Yeah. So I'm happy for you. You're talking about the same Freya I am.
Yes.
Significant figure in Norse mythology, known as the goddess of love, beauty, fertility, and magic.
Yeah. In the previous game,
daughter of the sea god.
Well, previous game, I quite frankly, this is a little bit of spoiler here, but it's been out for long enough. Kratos does battle with her son, and he wins. So
this is Freya's sister.
Yeah. Well, Freya hasn't forgiven him.
Freya is also associated with war, death, and gold. That Freya?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, same one. You'll only see her in the opening credits.
All right.
Anyway, congratulations.
Thank you, buddy. Big deal for me.
The Beltway Blitz comes your way next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is powered by Old Glory DC Rugby. Scrum together, glory forever. OldGloryDC.com. In hockey, Coach Spencer Carberry has been named a finalist for the Jack Adams Award. He will be a finalist for the Coach of the Year Award. The Capitals set to take on the Hurricanes in their second-round matchup. Dates and times still to be announced, but the Capitals will host the first 2 games of the series. In baseball, the Nationals beat the Phillies last night 4-2. Brad Lord getting his first career win. Nationals now head to Cincinnati for a 3-game series against the Reds. 6:10 first pitch tonight for game 1 of the series right here on the Fan. Mitchell Parker takes the hill for the Nats. He's 3-1 with a 2.65 ERA. Hunter Green for the Reds, he is 3-2 with a 2.70 ERA. Some weather in the forecast, but right now, Nats and Reds scheduled for 6:10. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. News in the NBA today, Greg Popovich is transitioning from head coach to team president for the San Antonio Spurs. The Spurs are hiring their assistant, Mitch Johnson, as the head coach. He took over as the interim in November. He's been assistant for over a decade, and the Grizzlies are hiring interim head coach Tuomas Asalo as their head coach. He replaced Taylor Jenkins in late March. He's going to become the first Finnish-born head coach in NBA history tonight, Game 6. Rockets and Warriors at 9 o'clock. Golden State looking to close it out. They lead the series 3-2. When Old Glory DC takes the pitch, it's not just a game, it's a collision course. Don't miss as Old Glory takes on the Utah Warriors this Sunday at 2 p.m. at the Maryland Soccerplex. It's Kids Day when families can enjoy the action together. Get your seats now at oldglorydc.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
G&D here on the Fan. We're going to do a lot in short order. So here's the first order of business. Caller 9, caller 10 at 800-636-1067. You'll win a family 4-pack of tickets to Old Glory Rugby Saturday, May 4th versus Utah. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com. That's 800-636-1067. Callers 9 and 10, you guys will be the winners. This radio program right here, Grant and Danny, we're brought to you by the law firm of Condori and Morad, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration, the whole kit and caboodle. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. It is now time for Ye Old Beltway Blitz. Spin you around what's going on in the district in terms of these sporting events and things that you care about. We'll start on the ice. Our pal Mike Vogel, WashingtonCaps.com, joins us to discuss those Capitals. Vogues, when are they going to play round 2?
Yeah, that's a good question, Danny. I think we'll know. I think we'll know by the end of the night. But yeah, talking to Spencer Carberry today, he said they're preparing as if it's going to start on Sunday, but that's only because they know that's the earliest it could start. So I think it could bleed into Monday or Tuesday as well, depending on what happens in the Winnipeg-St. Louis game tonight, and how TV runs the show, as we all know. So whatever TV decides it wants in whichever window, that'll be determined by the end of the night. They should wake up tomorrow knowing what their schedule is going to be like for the next couple of weeks.
Folks, how important was it for them to dispatch Montreal quickly?
Well, I think it was. It became important when Carolina dispatched New Jersey pretty quickly a night earlier. I think of all the possible second-round matchups around the league, all the possible permutations, everything that could have happened, I think almost everyone would tell you this one was the most likely. You had the 1 against the 8 in Washington and Montreal, and kudos to the Canadians. They played well, but the Caps were going to win that series. I think most people thought so. And the same goes for New Jersey and Carolina. New Jersey was banged up going into that series. They got more banged up in game 1. They were never really in that series. So I think we kind of knew this was coming. Carolina knew it. Washington knew it. So now I think the more time that each one of these teams has to sort of lick its wounds, whatever wounds it may have lingering from round 1, I think the better going into round 2, because I do expect that this is going to be a bit of a battle, certainly more than what we witnessed in the first round for both of these teams.
Yeah, folks, going to Carolina, they terrify me. It's not just speed, because a lot of teams have speed. The Caps have some speed, but it's the speed, and it just feels like there's not even room to breathe. It's that there's that extra pressure on every touch, every clearance attempt, every trip through the neutral zone just feels contested, and they're just always there. Again, I can't describe it in better hockey terms than that, but Carolina is, there's a reason they're one of the odds-on favorites to win the whole darn thing. Just talk about them, their style, and the challenges they bring.
Yeah, I think you did a pretty good job of describing it. They just swarm you, and when you look at what they've done here, they've had this. This is their 7th straight year in the playoffs. 7th straight year they've won at least a round in the playoffs, and 7th straight year they've had Rob Brindamore behind the bench. He's the first coach in NHL history to pull that off, making the playoffs each of his first 7 years and winning a round. So these guys are pretty battle tested as far as they know exactly what he expects from them. And all 4 of their lines, all 3 of their D pairs play the game the same way. Like you said, for me, it's more of a mindset. They go out there and they know in their head exactly what's expected of them. And it's just the shots come in a fusillade, not just one here or one there. They will rat-a-tat-tat them at you, and then they'll create the traffic and the chaos at the front of the net to try to bury some of the loose change that the original shots create. But they do not want you to get out of your end clean. They want to swarm you, take away your time and space, and try to shorten your decision-making process so that they force you into errors and hem you in your own end, and they can get a change. And now you're sitting there with guys that have been on the ice close to a minute, and they've just poured another fresh 5 guys over their bench, and they're coming at you hard again. And typically, when they're at their best, what you see is a bunch of high flips to just alleviate the pressure. It's a Band-Aid on a bullet hole, just flipping it out to the neutral zone, trying to race to the bench for a new set of guys who are going to come in and be under siege again. So for me, in the playoffs, you're trying to take away the momentum or hold on to the momentum yourself. For me, this team, this opponent, is more about neutralizing what they do, not just in the playoffs, but for all 82 of the games of the regular season and for the last 7 years. They are probably the most easily defined team that remains in the playoffs. Everybody knows what they do. Everybody knows what's coming. It's a matter of defending. It's not unlike the goals that keep coming from Alex Ovechkin in his left dot office. They're coming. Good luck trying to stop it. And it's kind of the same thing with the Hurricanes and their forecheck.
Folks, thank you as always, buddy. Have a great weekend.
Yep, thanks. You guys too.
We will see you, buddy. Hit that NFL sounder, please. Our pal Benjamin Brown from The Score joins us to talk about the NFL. Benjamin, how many seasons of high-quality football, if any, does Matt Stafford have left?
That is a good question. I would say at least one more. Obviously, how things ended towards the end, it looked like a little bit of a rebuild and tear down. I do think running it back one more season with Stafford does make sense. But yeah, I would say maybe 2. Maybe he gets a Rodgers type deal next season. But I think anything after that is very much too far, too low, and kind of going to be the Aaron Rodgers situation that we've seen play out the last couple of seasons.
Tells you how fast time goes. It seemed like just yesterday that, I was intrigued by Jair Alexander in the draft. Now he and the Packers are having some discord. Just give me your assessment. I remember liking him coming out of the draft. It's not as if I followed Green Bay religiously or closely. I feel like he's pretty good, but what's going on there and what might the solution be?
Yeah, it is obviously, always a question. I think Alexander has been, good from, definitely a PFF grading standpoint. I think in a lot of ways they have had these discussions previously, a little bit of disconnect from a contract standpoint. This is the first time Alexander's kind of, gotten back and forth with the Packers. To me, he's definitely a guy that can still play. Obviously, run defense is a little bit more of a question mark, but he can legitimately be, a shutdown type corner. I think earlier on in his career, he much more was thought of kind of that, has had some in and out type seasons. But I think overall, you are getting a guy that's, going to be a top 20 type player at the cornerback position. And given the weak, weak link sort of nature of the position, that's always the guy that's going to find a roster spot for sure for the next couple seasons.
This is open-ended here. What are the New York Giants doing?
I think it's a situation where are they kind of going to go in a complete reset throughout the entire organization? Like Brian DeBoer obviously has had a couple seasons at the helm. Like I think really understanding what they can do with him at the quarterback position is really going to speak to if he's kind of in line to potentially make a top-end draft pick next season at the quarterback position. Again, obviously they went Jackson Dart this year, but I still think they're a team that feels a little bit further away, especially in the NFC East, given the top-end talent that we're going to see in that particular division as well. So I think they definitely need to kind of move in a positive direction. Ideally, Jackson Dart would answer the question for what they need at quarterback in this situation, and they're kind of in that spot where they're in pick 10, pick 15, feeling good about potentially kind of closing the gap in the NFC East after next season. I think that has to be, in some ways, the blueprint for what the Giants are at least trying to establish and do and get on the right direction and really kind of be an NFC type of contender here in the next couple seasons.
Benjamin, of course, power rankings are meaningless and silly and don't mean anything other than just, something to talk about in cannon fodder. So here are some power rankings. Now, so post-draft, NFL.com has kind of this group of 5 at the top. You could shuffle them up, and I think everybody would be just fine, whether it's Philadelphia, Baltimore, Kansas City, Buffalo, and Detroit. Those, to me, are kind of I don't say they're separate from everybody else, but there's good enough track record, a lot of success, a lot of wins in there. Super Bowl contenders just on paper right now this minute. Washington was 6th on their rankings, part of that next group of Washington, Tampa, the Rams, Green Bay, Minnesota. Do you agree with me that group of 5 at the top should be separate, and then that next group of 5 is kind of a similar phenomenon where you could sort of shuffle them up and make an argument for anybody?
Yeah, I mean, I think in that scenario, there is very much still a little bit of the top end distinction in both those categories to me, because even going back to the Washington Commanders question in particular, they are a team who has hit on the rookie quarterback, and I think they've done, for all intents and purposes, maybe besides the edge position, have kind of answered every single question that you would want them to answer coming up in this offseason. I think in a lot of ways, they're maybe making their way a year behind what the Texans in a lot of ways tried to do. And I think they are kind of that team that could potentially close the gap. Now, what you think of the rest of the NFC is going to kind of make up, where they inevitably end up landing. But I do think that, given the Chiefs and what I, appreciated with their draft, given what Philadelphia did in the draft once again, I do make the distinction that they are kind of the clear 2 again, and then 3 through 5, I would probably make a case more so that it's we have a top 2 in the NFL, and we're kind of sitting here, 3 through 8, and there's a lot of teams that could potentially enter that 8th, 9th, 10th kind of spot when it's all said and done as well.
Benjamin, thank you as always, bro. Have a great weekend.
Thanks. Have a great show.
Thank you, pal. Hit that Local 53 sounder. That's Michael Phillips' music, Odyssey Richmond and the Richmonder. We love having him talk about the local football team. So, Miguel, obviously got to ask you stadium-type questions, not to do the local politics hour, which seems like Grant and I have been, delved deep into council business here. But to me, and I want to see if you agree with this, short of something that's impossible, aka changing the name back to the previous thing, this is the best olive branch for fans my age and older that still have some nostalgia.
Right? The details are what we're arguing about. We're arguing about tax money and parking revenues and municipal bonds, all the really exciting things I know you want to do radio about every day. Yeah, but everybody agrees. 99.9% of not just listeners, but people in the DC area and the Virginia area agree. This is where the stadium. This is the good memory, the nostalgia for people to get. This is where everybody wants to be. And now, now the other fun stuff.
We're going to do this next, Miguel, so I want to give you a chance, put you on the spot here. What's your elevator pitch? Let's say you're riding up the elevator with Josh Harris. He's like, hey, how's it going, Michael? What floor are you going to? So it's Josh Harris, Mayor Bowser, a couple council members, key decision makers. And everyone's looking at you. You go to these games, right? You're a man on the scene. What's the new stadium got to have? What's the thing that has to happen? Logistically, transportation, amenities, whatever. What's a gotta have thing for you? You ride the elevator pitch, go.
Yeah, it's got to have juice, and you know it when you see it, right? It's one of those things. I've been to every active stadium now, Danny. The best ones, you want to go before the game. You want to hang out. You feel like you're a part of a community among the fan base. You go in on the concourse, you feel people are chanting, people are cheering. You're in the stands. It's noisy, it's loud, and not to beat up on the current place because we've done, I guess now 27 years of radio doing that now, but then it's not noisy and loud, and it's not community because it's in a parking lot. So I think you want to really lean into that downtown feel. You want a gathering spot, a pep rally spot, a pregame spot where people are feeling like, man, I'm not just going to a football game. I'm part of the community here. I'm part of a bigger network of people. And then in the stands, I am in my luxury seat, with my cup holder, enjoying a lovely American football game, but you're loud, you're rowdy, you're cheering the team on to victory. You're providing that juice. We see how much home field advantage means, and it's a rare chance to create. I'm watching with the Clippers, their new stadium, right? Mm-hmm. It's a great stadium, big TVs. Yeah, I'm sure they have lovely food and all that, but the thing it's really got is the juice. You feel that crowd right on top of you in there. That means something.
Are you old enough for the SNL skit? You like the juice, huh? Juice is good for you. Or are you too young?
Too young. Who's in that one?
That's a Rob Schneider bit. It was the dumbest sketch of all time, but they did it a few different times. So it was after the John Belushi cheeseburger, no cheeseburger, Coke, no Coke fry.
I got that one. Billy Goat Tavern.
Yeah. So the later version was this one place where like someone was like, like Mike Myers would play the straight man or Phil Hartman, like, hey, is it okay if I have some more of the juice for my lamb or whatever? And he would go, you like the juice, huh? The juice is good? I get you more juice. So that's what I was thinking about when you were talking. Anyway, real football question.
My kid came home from school the other day. She said, my teacher showed us this funny video today. It was a guy, and they kept telling him to play the cowbell louder, and it was really funny.
Oh my God!
Oh my God! I failed you as a parent.
She's like, apparently this is on the internet somewhere. I'm like, oh my God, I'm 1,000. There are a lot of names that people recognize on the free agent list for defensive ends or edges, I guess we have to call them now. Von Miller, Matt Judon, Preston Smith, Zadarius Smith, Kazir White, Brandon Graham. Do you think one of these guys kind of post free agency, post draft might fit this Peterson Company 1-year deal to kind of continue this Bobby Wagner trend, for lack of a better term for it?
Yeah, I mean, I just think certainly in terms of snap counts, you need one more warm body in there. Like, I don't think all the snaps are accounted for right now. And, maybe that's bringing in young guys. Maybe that's the 1-year deal. I love the 1-year deal. I think they've worked it really well so far. I think this is a compelling sales pitch to make to a player and to a guy late in his career as well. I think you saw that last year with Ertz and Wagner. They both enjoyed spending their year here, kind of revived their career a little bit. Wagner didn't need it as much as Ertz did, I think. But they both felt really great about playing here. And, yeah, I think there's room for one more guy who can take 40 to 45 snaps a game. And I think you're going to need that. Nothing against Armstrong and Farrell. You can't play them 100% of the snaps and say with a straight face, we're happy with our pass rush. They're going to need one more.
Michael, thank you as always for your time, sir. Enjoy the weekend.
Danny, take care.
We'll see you, brother. There he goes. And that right there, that's how you blitz. If you're at home going, how do I blitz? I don't even know what to do. What do I even do if I want to blitz? How do I even blitz? That's how you do it. You listen to that segment. You can rewind it on the Odyssey app, and we put on a clinic today on how you blitz. We gave away 2 prizes. We got guys calling different guests in the middle of the segment. There sits the sounder. Now, when I first went to Michael Phillips, he was still not on, but still it worked out fine. It worked out fine. He came on mid-answer, and we tried to play it off, but it's fine. It's fine. But you heard me ask Phillips the question, and we're going to do this next. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Haven't done this in a while. Elevator pitch style, okay? So for me, down the line, once it's built, once it's done, I'm going to tell Josh Harris, he's like, hey, Danny, what's going on? I'm like, Josh, you keep those opposing fans out. Show me potato salad. Show me huge efforts. They're going to get in. They always do. Somebody like knows a Cowboys fan, or someone's like weirdly friends with an Eagles fan, or somebody knows a Giants fan. That's going to happen. They're going to invade. It's the nature of the business. The point is, make a huge production for me to show me that it's important to you that Washington fans are going somehow, some way. That's all I ask for. Give me a big song and dance. But I'm not even talking about to that degree. We're in the building phase. We're in the, hey, there's a glass roof and it faces west, so the sun's going to shine. Or I don't want it to shine. Or the sun needs to only shine on the opposing sideline. Or the sun needs to shine on the end that the opposing team's going to. Or you need to pipe in crowd noise. Or you need to have fun boat rides. Or you need to have a Ferris wheel. Whatever the thing that you want, that's a must-have in this new stadium in Washington, D.C. Elevator pitch. It's you. It's the mayor. It's a couple key council members, a couple of the big swingers that are hanging out that are making these kinds of decisions. And they're like, hey, what's up, dude? What do you think the new stadium has to have? 800-636-1067. Elevator pitch us next. Rouillet here. May is officially here. And I want to tell you about Window Nation. Rising temperatures. Oh, it's happening. Oh, it's so hot today. Before you even know it, you'll be wondering, what else can I do? What can I possibly do to keep cool during the dog days of summer? So beat the heat and keep that AC in. You don't want it to get out. You want it in. Keep it in your home with Window Nation's energy-efficient vinyl windows. During their semi-annual sale, you'll get 60% off and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, and no monthly payments until 2027. That's a whole lot of savings and a super smart investment, especially when those prices keep going up, man. So how do they keep these prices so affordable? Window Nation works directly with the top window manufacturers in the country, which means all their windows are assembled right here in the USA. Plus, their windows come with a lifetime warranty, so you keep saving long into the future. Window Nation's semi-annual sale ends soon, so don't miss your chance to get 60% off and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows, plus pay nothing until 2027. Schedule that free estimate right meow at 866-90-NATION. That's 866-90-NATION or windownation.com.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In hockey, Coach Spencer Carberry is a finalist for the Jack Adams Award for the Coach of the Year. The Capitals getting set to take on the Hurricanes for their second-round matchup. Still unclear when games 1 and 2 will be, but they will be at Capital One Arena. In baseball, the Nationals beat the Phillies last night 4-2 to salvage one game in the 3-game set in Philadelphia. Brad Lord earning his first career victory. The Nationals take on the Reds for the first of 3 in Cincinnati tonight. 6:10 first pitch right here on the Fan. Some weather in the forecast. We'll see if they're able to get the game in. But Mitchell Parker slated to start for the Nationals, who is 3-1 with a 2.65 ERA on the season. Hunter Green enters with a 3-2 record and a 2.70 ERA. He'll pitch for the Cincinnati Reds. Tonight in basketball, Rockets and Warriors, Game 6, 9 p.m. tip-off. Golden State looking to close it out. They lead 3-2 and a couple of coaching moves. The Grizzlies hired their interim head coach, Tuomas Isalo, as their head coach. He took over for Taylor Jenkins in late March, and Greg Popovich is going to transition from a head coach to team president. The Spurs will be hiring their interim head coach starting back in November when Popovich stepped away from the team. Mitch Johnson is their new head coach. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
I got a good question from one of those sports gambling kind of accounts. You know, they're like, it sounds like I'm being dismissive, but it's a little bit engagement for me, right? Where they're throwing chum into the water, and I'm, I bit on this one. So I'll bring that up at 5. I actually think it's good fodder for discussion. Also got a little Grant and Danny's Tony's mailbag today because it's Friday. You know what I'm saying? It's Friday. Darius has been, during commercial breaks, just warming up, singing. He did an entire opera in A major. We're just saying words. I have no idea if that's right or not. 800-636-1067. Welcome back. It's Grant and Danny here on the Fan. GP is at the daddy-daughter dance, which is awesome. So I am flying this good ship the rest of the way before we yield to the Washington Nationals, who are in Cincinnati. 800-636-1067 is the number. Here's what I'm doing with you guys. Your elevator pitch, when we're talking design, when we're talking what has to happen, you've seen a little bit of the renderings. You've seen a couple things about what the ideas are, okay? And you guys on hold, stay there. Everybody else, line up. 800-636-1067. Imagine it's you, Josh Harris, maybe Mark Ein, maybe Nick Rails, maybe Magic Johnson's in there, which would I'd probably be too verklempt and nervous to talk to him because that's Magic Johnson, bro. And he's one of the owners of the team that I love, by the way, which is still so crazy. Anyway, the mayor, DC council, whatever, and they're like, hey, bro, what do you want in the new stadium? Give me your must-have. 800-636-1067. Here's the way I would quantify my answer. We'll hear from Darius, Ryan, and Tobias in a moment. Here's my answer. However I want to do it, I want to be able to do it. What does that mean? If I'd like to swoop in, walk over at, let's say I'm a local or I'm hanging out somewhere. If I want to go at 12:30 and walk over to the stadium, beep, swipe my little thing, go to my seat, do it, and leave, I want to be able to do that. If I say for a 1 o'clock game, I want to go full tailgate Ted on this thing. Now, we're not going to have the tailgate spots, but bear with me. 1 o'clock game, I'm there at 8:05, and I'm getting brunch at one spot. I'm playing bags at another spot, or I'm playing horseshoes, or a million. Whatever I want to do, I want to make a day of it, or I want to be in and out. I want to go to a restaurant over there. I want to not go to a restaurant over there. I don't make me do something. Does that make sense? At Nubbs Field, they made you do something. If you wanted to take the Metro, they made you either try to do a stupid shuttle, walk along a busy street. They tried to prevent that. They made you tailgate. And it was fine if that's what you wanted to do, but they made you do it a certain way. The whole point of this location is however you'd like to consume it, you should be able to consume it. So if I want to come via water taxi, because I was over at over by Nats Park grabbing a little slushy pregame situation at the Salt Line, get myself a stuffy, and then I roll and hop onto the boat, haul my fat buttocks right up the road, or up the river, so to speak, jump out and go into the stadium, I want to be able to do that. If I could take an Uber to get close by and not pay the parking, I want to be able to do that. However I want to do it, I want all the conveniences and everything set up so it's, no, you got to do it this way. I keep pointing to New Orleans, boys. Remember how New Orleans was? However you'd like to consume at the Superdome, you can. You get inside the grounds, and it's You want to go right to the game? You can. You want to eat inside? You can. You want to go in? You want to go out? You want to go to the beer garden? You want to go to the hot dog place? Whatever you want to do. You want to sit on Bourbon Street until midway through the first quarter and drunkenly shuffle over because you're holding a hurricane? Whatever butters the pickle. You could do it that way. I want to be able to do it however I want to do it. Darius, what's your must-have?
I'm actually going to go back to New Orleans as well, and I just thought that the way that the plaza was set up, once you get in there,
was so great.
That plaza is absolutely incredible, and I want an experience like that here. There's nothing at the current iteration of the Washington Football Team stadium that has anything like that, where you can walk into a area right outside of the stadium and basically party. I guess there is kind of something like that, but it's more exclusive. This is more the way New Orleans had it set up. It was more open to the public and open to anybody that had a ticket. You didn't have to buy a special ticket to be able to get access to it.
I don't mean to cut you off, but I'm now, I don't say obsessed with that, but that's now my favorite thing, having gone to almost any stadium, was the way, and it hadn't been there forever, but it's the way they do it now, where in order to avoid that necessary log jam getting into the actual stadium that everybody's experienced in any sport, right? You go to the center field gate at Nats Park at 6:50, or not 6:50, whatever if they start at 6:45 now. At 6:35, you're going to be waiting and inching forward. It's just normal. There's a log jam. They do that 500 yards, 1,000 yards, whatever the number is, away from the gates. So that happens at a staggered pace, and once you're inside, free reign. That is a beautiful system, and it's awesome. Rhino, what's the thing that you got to have?
I got to have something unique, and just kind of hear me out with this one. With Jerry's World in Dallas, you have the massive scoreboard that ranges like 80 yards. That's unique, and that's really cool. Down in Tampa Bay, they've got the pirate ship out for Raymond James Stadium. That is an awesome feature there. So something with the Commanders, they have to have something unique. If it's like a total glass stadium that we've seen kind of renderings of with the glass ceiling that can then tint to dark, whatever it is, have something unique that you can really kind of hold on to and say, this is a cool feature to the stadium. So it's not really something that is very specific here, but I just want something cool and unique that I can brag to.
I know what you mean. I wonder what would satisfy. I know exactly what you're talking about. I'm with you on that. Tobias.
It's an incredibly niche thing, and I haven't been to tons and tons of football stadiums, but this is more so what I've seen in ballparks for baseball, and I would love it incorporated in football. When you go up into the concourse, think of Camden Yards, think of what Nationals Park. When you go up through Camden Yards, you walk outside, you can no longer see the field. When you leave Nationals Park in the lower bowl, you get up to the top, you can still see the field. When I'm in the concourse, I want to be able to see the football field. I want to be able to walk around and still see the field. I don't want to walk out of tunnels, which FedEx Field has now, except for on the ends, you can still see in the end zones. But when I'm walking around, if I want to go grab a hot dog, I want to still be able to feel like I'm a part of the action, not like I'm suddenly outside.
I like that. 800-636-1067. Elevator pitch style. What do you got to have here in this new DC Stadium? Let's go to Drew in Graysonville. Drew, what's up, buddy?
Hey, good to talk to you again. So one, I saw you guys in New Orleans. I go to a lot of the away games, and I'm at the tailgate lot, 7:30 for a 1 o'clock game. So I've been thinking about this. And one is balancing the size of the stadium and the corporate revenue and the fan engagement, right? So there's lots of concerns. We do have an opportunity for unique waterfront and downtown DC stuff. But Joe Seidman said earlier that keeping the fans close was a secret at RFK. And they did that because it was a baseball stadium and it was temporary seats for football. And they really got the fans closer to the field. I think you want the fans closer to the field. And I think you want more Commanders fans. And that's, I think, what gets the juice going to the guy you had on. And so one thing you can do is incentives for Commander fans to not resell the tickets. Either, maybe make them a little higher and give a rebate back if you keep them, or you give them to friends rather than putting them on the secondary markets. I think that there's ways, or like what the Caps did, would limit the ownership to certain zip codes. Of course, I'm in the Eastern Shore, so that better be part of it. I also think the post-game experience. I mean, right now, when the game is over and you're at FedEx, you kind of have to leave. And if we're downtown in D.C., if there's a waterfront and bars and restaurants, because football games, especially 1 o'clock games, get up kind of end a little bit early. So there's room for that. There's also room for getting the current fans there, like maybe starting the PSL process earlier and having a way to prepay some of that so the people that are there. And I know, I talked to Tailgate Ted and Stephen Moore, Rally Captain, and those guys. People are concerned about the PSL.
Oh, sure.
Have a payment plan for that starts earlier. And, in Detroit, they had tailgates off, like a mile off with carts running back. So there's ways to still let tailgates happen. And I do think that using the waterfront and boat gating and that kind of stuff.
I think that's the thing, man. Yep. Drew, I love the call, buddy. Really appreciate you making it. 800-636-1067. Elevator pitch style. So he was talking about kind of something that I feel strongly about down the line. Once it's built, practices to deal with fans. I'm talking more about the construction part. I'm talking more about the nuts and bolts and the bones, right? The thing I'm asking for is thoughtful planning. So a lot of things that Drew was talking about, if I want to come by boat, if I want to walk, if I want to Uber, if I want to drive and park, if I want to tailgate, if I want to get hammered in a bullpen-like lot like they have at Nats Park hours before the game, if I want to eat brunch, go to a restaurant, if I want to show up at 7:45, eat my flapjacks and have a Sunday fun day all day before the game. I want to be able to do whatever the hell I want to do. The beauty to me of the urban environment is A, the location is central for everybody, but B, it should offer the thing that I'm talking about. However you'd like to consume it, you can consume it. Make sure that's available. Make sure that's thoughtfully done. Elevator pitch, 800-636-1067. Your call is next on The Fan. G&D here on the Fan. GP is out the rest of the afternoon for a good reason. Little daddy-daughter dance, one of the cool things that he still gets to do, which is awesome. So I'm happy to steer this good ship the remainder of the way. In theory, the Nats play at 6:10. There is rain in the forecast there in Cincinnati. Vic was breaking down the Vic. Vic was breaking down all the different weather systems and different things that are possible there. He was talking about cold fronts and pressure, and the whole time Ryan was just stewing because he was kind of getting his thunder stolen by Vic. But anyway, topic of the moment. At 800-636-1067. Elevator pitch style. The thing that this stadium during design, etc., it's got to have. What does it have to have? Down the line, and a couple callers have brought this up, and something that I always bring up, is you need to make a big song and dance to show me that you want local fans. Everything you could possibly do to keep opposing fans out. It makes me miserable. It's the biggest reason why I won't go to Nubs Field. I won't do it. I had such a miserable time for tickets that I paid for, getting screamed at by nothing but Cowboy fans in my whole section. I said, I can't believe I paid for this. I'm never doing this again, and I haven't since. And I won't, by the way. Turned down free tickets for decades. So at this new stadium, I want to be able to do, here's my answer, just to give you guys a baseline, 800-636-1067. I want to be able to consume it however I want to consume it. There's basically one way or a huge hassle at Nubs Field. You take the Metro, you walk a mile, or you drive and you deal with whatever comes with driving. I want to be able to utilize this urban environment and consume this thing however I'd like to. Stroll in at 12:30, just do a little beep on the on some security thing, walk to my seat, walk out. I want to be able to hang out for 7 hours before the game starts. Whatever the case, let me do it how I want to do it. That comes from thoughtful planning. 800-636-1067. Dre Manassas is very patient. What's up, man? What's your must-have?
Well, first of all, I caught your first segment about slides and socks. See, these young dudes, they grew up on John Wick. We older men, we grew up on James Bond. So, I mean, that's James would never do that.
Literally, Dre, ever. Ever.
Yeah, what would James do, I think if we're going to have this glass ceiling, like how you go to like a planetarium when you were a kid and then the entire ceiling would change and show you different constellations, different stars. Imagine if you could have like a night game during the day because they just changed the entire ceiling just became dark and you had stars and all that good stuff. I would think it would be cool if they can have that glass ceiling be a part of the experience and they can change. You could do all kinds of different things, not just light, but even just graphics and so forth. I think that would be pretty awesome.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Kind of like the Sphere in Vegas where you could project stuff and all sorts of things. Yeah. I mean, have that kind of technology. And if you don't have it right now, have it so that you can have it. Set things up for future adaptation and development. All about that. Let's go to Chase in D.C. Chase, must-have, elevator pitch.
Yeah, so my must-have is a tailgate, but we can't do that. So I said Grub Tub. They had it in about 2017, 2018. It was a 2-liter soda with chicken fingers and french fries on top. When I tell you I was grubbing this thing down as a 9-year-old, I was grubbing the Grub Tub down.
The Grub Tub. Mm-hmm. So is that a concession item or is it like available on campus or close by? Yeah. Again, the thing that I'm very cognizant of, and I don't mean to be dismissive, and I know picking on isn't the right word, but it's like I use Tailgate Ted as the example all the time when it comes to this. The guys and gals that patronized you before you owned the team, talking to Harris and company, okay? All they've ever done is spend the money, show up, be dedicated. You're taking away something from them that they love. It's for the greater good, and it's a trade-off. It's a sacrifice that I think I don't mean to say I'm just throwing them under the fire, but that's kind of the deal. This trade-off, I think, is necessary as part of this urban stadium situation. What are you going to do for them? What are you going to do for the Tailgate Teds of the world? I think that's an essential question, and it's meaningful, honestly. Because, again, all Ted's done is what you would want a fan to do. I have not, by the way. So don't worry about me as much as you should worry about the guy that kept paying the bill. I had a thing years ago with my cell phone company, right? Where my cell phone company that was that I had been with for, I think, almost a decade, had all these great offers for new customers and knew this and knew that, sign up for this, get this great deal. And 6 days before it was a new every 2 for my phone, I dropped it and I broke it. I'd been a customer for 9 years, 300 days and or whatever, 314 days or some kind of crap, whatever it was. I was literally 6 days away from my new every two. So I called the customer service. I said, hey, I'm a couple days early here. Can I have a new phone or can I do this? And he said, well, you're welcome to send it and get it fixed. And this costs X number of $100. And I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. You're going to give a free phone to the guy that's not a customer, but the dude that has been paying you for a decade, you couldn't do one nice thing for. So I told him I'm leaving, and he didn't care. But that's the point. Don't be the cell phone company that told me to kick every rock. Do the right thing here. Let's go to Matt in Florida. Matt, elevator pitch for a must-have in the new stadium.
What's going on? So I think it'd be kind of awesome if they had a tank on the field. If you're going to kind of not get back with the old name, I think you got to lean into the Commander's name and really kind of buy into it. Let's get a tank out there.
What's the tank? Is the tank going to do anything? Or like if they score, is it shooting off a blank?
Correct.
Uh-huh.
So if they're scoring, I want two tanks crossing each other and they're firing off like they do at the Terps games where they fire up cannons, but we got tanks.
Listen, people are going to dismiss what Matt said. Let's not dismiss it. That's all I'm saying. I don't know the logistics of having an enclosure and having a tank fire something off. I don't know how that would go. You wouldn't want to see that? You wouldn't want like I'm not talking maybe like a full M1A1 Abrams situation. Like we're not rolling into to Paris here. Deliberate, folks. But maybe one of the smaller ones. One of those like little solo tanks, like a Warthog kind of a deal, right? Where with the stupid diabetic mascot piloting one of them, where they're zipping back and forth when they score a touchdown.
You won't get a Warthog from Halo 1.
You see what I'm talking about? You don't want a Warthog from Halo 1? Touchdown, Washington, stupid name. The boom, the boom, the boom. Hail to the thing, right? You're not in? Nobody's in? Let's go to Wendell in Springfield. Mr. Wendell, what's up, buddy?
I'm in with Matt. Great idea from Matt, I'll be honest.
The tank, right?
It's actually a brilliant idea. We have the cannons firing off from the tanks. Possibly having, I think Draft said this before on the Junkies, a pig smoking a stogie. It'd be really cool.
Right.
I'll be that honest. My elevator pitch, though, as long as they make the stadium of notable size, that's my thing. Like,
Interesting.
I do want it to be the biggest show in town because Capital One, to me, love it to death, but a little bit outdated at this point.
Mm-hmm.
I do think if we're going to do something new in the city, let's make it big. Like I've been to Jerry World before to see the guys play, and that'd be my whole thing. So appreciate you, Dan.
Thank you, Wendell. Appreciate you. So I will say this: that's not the trend line. That's not the trend, and that doesn't mean he's wrong, by the way. But you're thinking a more confined space. This isn't the Jerry World suburb stadium, right? It's not the initial design of Nubbs Field back in the day in the late '90s, where you had almost 100,000 people. It's not a college town. This isn't the Big House. It's not Beaver Stadium. The trend is to be in the 60s, and I think they're basically going to go just over the minimum to be able to get Super Bowl, Final Four, World Cup, whatever. But that's interesting because that's not where stadiums are going at this point. It's now that more intimate atmosphere, more right on top, more cheating with noise, bouncing stuff like Seattle does. I want that, by the way. Cheat. Give me all sorts of cheating stuff where all the sound reflects toward the visitor sideline. Give me that. I want all that stuff. Give me faulty wiring like New England does so that the headset doesn't work in the fourth quarter. Give me all that crap. Cheat. Anyway, I appreciate the calls on this. I got a little story here. I think it's just be a fun conversation. Little fun tweet from one of these sports gambling outlets of note that actually I think it might be a fun combo to throw the ball around on a little bit. Plus, I tried to go cheap and it all came crashing down. We'll do that next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. In hockey, Coach Spencer Carberry has been named a finalist for the Jack Adams Award for the Coach of the Year, and the Capitals getting set to take on the Hurricanes in their second-round matchup. Still unsure when games 1 and 2 will be, but they will both be at Capital One Arena. In baseball, the Nationals beat the Phillies last night 4-2 to salvage one game in the 3-game set in Philadelphia. They wrap up their road trip with 3 more in Cincinnati against the Reds starting tonight. 6:10 first pitch right here on the Fan. Mitchell Parker takes the hill for the Nationals. The lefty is 3-1 with a 2.65 ERA on the season. Hunter Green, the righty, takes the hill for the Reds. He is 3-2 with a 2.70 ERA. 6:10 Nats and Reds right here on the Fan. In basketball last night, the Knicks beat the Pistons 116-113. New York moves on to the second round of the playoffs, winning that series 4-2. The Clippers beat the Nuggets 111-105, extending that series to a Game 7. Tonight, Game 6 between the Rockets and the Warriors. 9 p.m. tip-off. The Warriors up 3-2, looking to close out the series tonight. Greg Popovich going to be transitioning from head coach to team president for the Spurs. They're hiring their assistant, Mitch Johnson, as the head coach. He took over as interim in November, and the Grizzlies are hiring interim head coach Tuomas Isalo as their head coach. He took over for Taylor Jenkins in late March. This may only get $120 off, $25 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $600 off doors at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
That's funny, Darius. Listen, we've been traveling a lot over the last couple of weeks. We've been doing roadshow stuff. So behind the scenes, all right, great and Danny on the Fan, blah, blah, blah. You know the deal. All right. So when we're not on location, Darius running the board back in the studio will say to us down the line, so it doesn't go over the air, you're up. Like when it's time to talk. Right? Music's playing. Hey, we're back. Or if there's some kind of kerfuffle there, he'll say, let me know when you're ready. And we go, good. And it goes, okay, you're up. Letting you know. Darius just did that, even though I'm, 15 feet from you? Is that what you would say?
I'm so embarrassed. I can't believe I just did that. That might be the first time I've ever done that.
Well, because Grant was on the Rex Ryan earlier.
He was. Yeah, the Rex Ryan.
So I'm telling you, everything is always jumbled. And we're not in a rhythm. I mean, we're doing the show every day from 2 to 6:30 for the most part. Or 2 to 6, 15. Sometimes the Nats earlier or later. But We've been to 7 different places in the last 13 days.
I don't get to see you guys that often anymore. Yeah.
So you drop there, you're up, and I just looked at it okay, man, I'm here. I noticed the music playing. I was getting ready to go. That was just funny. Okay. 800-636-1067 is a phone number. I got a topic for you here in a moment. But one of these clickbaity kind of things actually caught my attention. And it's a sports book I happen to like. They pay me to do some television commercials. FanDuel Sportsbook, Chuck GPT. What's up, Ernie? Salad, free throw percentage. They're still airing, by the way. I've seen them a couple different times. There are a couple new ones. It's not a big deal. I mean, I'm just the voice of Charles Barkley and Chuck GPT in a national television commercial. What's that, Danny? How many? 3 different ones. Oh, was there one during there was one during the college basketball tournament? There was one of those 2 and the NBA playoffs. So a third one? Is that a huge deal? It is. Thanks for asking.
Danny Routier?
What's up, Chuck? I'm concerned about Bill Belichick. Anyway, where was I? So that was not supposed to come out. That's the character. The character does that. Here's what they tweeted. Will Jayden Daniels win over or under 1.5 MVPs during his career? Over or under 1.5 MVPs during his career. So here's the deal. We're in Washington, D.C., and we love us some Jayden Daniels. And he just had one of the great rookie years in the history of this little tiny league we like. So if I say under, immediately the alarm bells go off. It's like he's a hater. Never mind my track record. Screaming about wanting Jayden Daniels when everyone's like, but he can't throw over the middle. And the pressure to sack percentage is very concerning. Nope. Excellent. Superstar. Everybody shut up and please accept the gift. And then, of course, he's incredible. Rookie of the year and the greatest thing to ever happen. So no one will remember that part, that I'm sitting there standing on the table and beating the desk. I don't know how you could stand on the table and pound the desk, but I was doing both. Screaming for Jayden Daniels. Not that I'm a genius, but I am. Don't remember that part. So when I say under, it's not a reflection of him. It's how many does Josh Allen have? How many does, I don't know, Joe Burrow have? Right? It's not a Jayden Daniels thing. It's there's a bunch of good quarterbacks who are going to put up stupid numbers. Like Lamar Jackson just had one of the great quarterback seasons in history. And because people were annoyed that he has won it before or some kind of weird thing that they go, let's vote for Josh Allen, who had the same number of touchdown passes as Aaron Rodgers. Let's do that. Because one time Lamar Jackson got sacked more or something. I don't know. I still can't believe that that's what happened. Actually, I can believe it, by the way. It happens to us all the time. There were years that Michael Jordan didn't win the MVP. Sorry, he was the MVP. Every time. Every time. Well, there's 1 year I won it. Nope, wrong. That was wrong then, Chuck, and I love you. But it was Jordan. Karl Malone won the MVP. Wrong. Jordan. Anyway, the point is there are too many good players. He might have his year. He might even have 2 years. But then what if somebody does the same stupid thing where they get bored and they vote for somebody else new? There's too many good guys in that 25 to 32 range, which means they've still got at the current quarterback paths where guys are playing into their upper 30s, if not 40 plus. Where you think about I know it sounds crazy, but a Brock Purdy in a great situation in San Francisco if that continues. Burrow, Goff put up video game numbers, 4,600 yards, 37 touchdowns this year. Wasn't even considered, right? You go into, I mentioned Lamar, Patrick Mahomes, a different iteration of this Kansas City Chiefs team could exist where they're offensively good again. And instead of just relying on Pat Mahomes and a defense, maybe somebody could get open a couple times, dog. I don't know. Travis Kelce's real tired. Him and Trav and Coach Reed. Maybe somebody helps him. I don't know. I know it sounds stupid, but Bo Nix just had an unbelievably good rookie season. 29 touchdowns and 12 pickles for Bo Nix. You sneezing at that? I haven't even mentioned C.J. Stroud. I haven't even mentioned Jalen Hurts and Justin Herbert. Now, who's going to have to hand it off 7,000 times as long as Harbaugh's there, but still is capable. You see the point. There's a lot of really good quarterbacks. So my bet is under just because it's really hard to do. Doesn't mean he's not great. Doesn't mean I don't love him so much. Doesn't mean I'm not beyond grateful that he's here and I'm going to enjoy every single second as long as that's the case. I just think it's too damn hard. But conventional wisdom probably says over on that. Wouldn't you guys think? Don't you think, Tobes? Doesn't conventional wisdom say over?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. When you look at like the list of multiple-time NFL MVPs, most of these guys aren't playing anymore. It's Peyton Manning, Aaron Rodgers, Brady, Unitas Favre, Jim Brown, Joe Montana, Steve Young, Kurt Warner, and then two players that are playing right now, Patrick Mahomes and Lamar Jackson. That's it. But I think he's in that realm too, where Lamar, for all intents and purposes, for how good of a quarterback he is, has not won anything in terms of team success, right? They haven't been to a Super Bowl yet. Obviously, a lot of that's to do with Mahomes, but he's won 2 MVPs because he's so exciting. He's so good. I think Jayden kind of fits into that mold where he's so exciting and so good that even if you have a guy, because I think you look at the last 2 years, like Josh Allen might have had better stats the year before, and then he didn't win it. Lamar did. And then this year, Lamar might have had better stats and Josh Allen won it, whatever. I think it flip-flops. But I think he's so exciting that even if he's not the quote-unquote best stats or whatever, he might still find a way to win MVP. So I think he's going to find a way to win 2 in his career.
Who's better than this? Leading the league in completions with 460, 71% completion percentage, 4,918 yards, 43 touchdowns to lead the NFL, single-digit interceptions, 290 yards per game. That was not the MVP this year. That's for a guy that has none in Joe Burrow. That's kind of my count. Everything you're saying is right, Toby. I don't disagree with a single word of it. It's just hard. I guess that's my only response.
Team success is going to play a big part in this because I think Joe Burrow, if the Bengals are in the playoffs, I think Joe Burrow wins it. They were not. And so I think that's part of the reason. So if this team is consistently winning 10 to 12 games and they're one of the best in the league and it kind of becomes a narrative as well because it can be driven by that, I think then you could see that happen a couple of times.
Darius over under 1.5.
I hate it, but I have to say under. One of the things I'm worried about, I'm now worried that the way that this MVP vote went this past year, where they kind of gave Josh Allen, in a way, a sympathy MVP.
Mm-hmm.
Because if again, as you said earlier,
the Scott Van Pelt Award.
Seriously, I think we're getting to a point where the MVP might not be quarterback soon enough, where they're going to be sympathy MVPs for another position, like the running back position.
Like Saquon gets it when he sets the rushing record or something.
And stuff like that. And we've got this new generation of running backs that are coming in that are everybody's projecting are to be really good. Ashton Junty and the guys from Ohio State. And you never know. I think we might be entering a new age where the MVP doesn't always go to a quarterback.
Interesting.
So again, I think that's just another element where it makes it difficult for somebody at the quarterback position to win multiple MVPs.
Did Adrian Peterson win it when he ran for 2,000 yards after the ACL?
Yeah.
Even though that was a year, by the way, I actually said Peyton Manning should win it, which is funny because to your point, it's always a quarterback unless it's not.
Exactly.
Right now, over under 1.5.
I actually think it's over. And I think that I don't even think we understand. I don't even think we can grasp how good Jayden Daniels is just yet. Like, everyone kind of puts him next to Lamar Jackson at this point. Like, I do think Lamar is a better runner, but I think Jayden is a much better passer overall, even at this early in his career. And Lamar is a great passer. He's an MVP candidate each and every single season. But Jayden Daniels is that good. And what he does under pressure separates him and kind of puts him in a category with guys like Patrick Mahomes, which we've seen him carry this team quite literally to an NFC championship game. This defense was awful, man. He was a rookie this season. He is going to carry this team and win multiple MVPs. I do believe in the fact that we have something very special in DC, and Jayden Daniels is going to be in a league of his own, maybe with Patrick Mahomes, and he's going to be at the top of the league. I truly do believe in that.
By the way, I know it's not the point, and we legislated this so hard. 41 touchdowns and 4 interceptions. Led the league in yards per attempt, led the league in adjusted yards per attempt, led the league by double digits almost in quarterback rating, QBR, net yards per attempt, basically adjusted net yards, meaning what happened when you drop back? Everything was excellent for Lamar Jackson, and they were like, no, not this year. I don't see it. Anyway, that's interesting discussion. I wonder if we could probably table that and pick that back up at some point. But again, me saying under is hopefully everyone understands it's not a reflection of Jayden Daniels. That guy is spectacular, and I love him so much. We're going to do a Grant and Danny's Tony's mailbag next at 800-636-1067. So tweet me, chat me. What up, chat, on the YouTube page, right? 1067 The Fan, YouTube. We're doing that live now. What's up, guys? So get a question in there if you want to. You can call us at 800-636-1067. We'll do it there. Tweet me at Funny Danny. However else you want to get a carrier pigeon, whatever you got, smoke signal, we'll do it. I'm going to tell you guys a quick story. I told these guys before the show, may not be enough time to take calls on it, but here's the deal. I got punished for going cheap. So my 7-year-old goes to a buddy's house, and they had one of those basketball shot trainers. You guys know the things I'm talking about? Like, it's the fixture that goes on top of the rim with the netting and a couple of poles or whatever, so that you learn to shoot with arc. You shoot over the rim instead of like line drives too, because little kids, when they shoot, they like basically throw it right at the rim. Doesn't give it as much chance to go in. So it's telling you to get up and over, right? It's one of those training tools. And he really liked it. Said, can we get one of those? I was like, sure. Not having any idea how much it was going to cost. So I'm looking around, and I go on the old Amazons, and I went on a few different sporting goods websites, etc. The cheapest I was finding, and I thought I must be typing something in wrong. The cheapest I could find, most of them were around $1,000. The cheapest one I could find was $450. And I'm like, I love you, dude, but I don't know how badly we need this thing. And sure enough, you slide down, you scan, you check, you look, you search different terms, etc. I found a little off-brand situation, a little bit janky, not that great, a weird seller name on Amazon.com for $150. And I'm thinking, if this is 150 versus 200, I'll get the name brand one, I'll get the real thing, I'll get the Prime, I'll get the regular seller thing. But this is a $300 savings. It looks fine, right? How bad can it be? So I bought it with like 2 other items. I bought it with some peanuts, like a couple power bars, and like some peanut butter or something. Who knows what I bought? And like 3 of the 4 items, like, yep, it'll be there tomorrow. And the 4th, this was back at the end of March, it'll be there the last day of April. Ah, crap. I'm sitting there the whole time going, I got scammed. I'm sure I got scammed. My kids are making fun of me. They're like calling, my oldest is like, what's up, scam? Like he started like trolling me. Well, wouldn't you know it? I get an update a handful of days ago. This has been shipped and it's on the way. And again, could be bogus, could be a lie, but I have a little bit of hope. Well, unlike Grant's Pizzas, this apparatus comes in a box yesterday. It arrives at my house yesterday. I open it up. There's no instructions. There are no instructions of any kind. I figure it out. I assemble it. It's fine. I go to put it on the hoop. Bad luck. Nobody's fault. Maybe mine if you want to blame somebody. I put it together correctly. It's got, hard to explain, but it's got these two hooks at the top that are meant to go on the top of the backboard. And that's how it hangs on. That's the apparatus that it hangs on by. Okay. It just so happens that my backboard is too thick to support those hooks. So the hooks would fit on a normal kind of bit of glassware, normal backboard you'd find in an indoor gymnasium. Well, they don't fit on this one. It's an outdoor backboard. So I'm going, damn, just bad luck or whatever. Not going to work. So I tell them, I disassemble it, and I'm going to return it. I send them a message. Hey, I'd like to return this. And they're like, sure, you can send it to this address. It's in Honolulu, Hawaii. Can we ask just for our own edification, why are you returning it? And I responded, absolutely, thank you. Nothing wrong with the product. It actually works fine. It's great. It's just that my backboard is too thick to accommodate the hooks. Nothing really I can do. Oh, in the initial message, they said, maybe we can help you if there's some kind of problem. Maybe we could troubleshoot it. And I said, no, it works fine. It's my issue with the backboard. Okay. They write back. It's not really worth it to us to accept the returned item. Can we credit you $20? Oh no. Now I'm in it. Now we're doing Amazon disputes. Now we're doing face-offs with the seller. Now we're doing the swing by some outlet to return the damn thing. Now we're doing the shipping label problem. And as soon as that message hit my inbox and I opened it, all I could think about was I would gladly pay $300 to not have this happen. Lesson learned. Until the next time I'm confronted with something that's much cheaper. I botched it. But now I'm in it. And now I can't lose. All right, that's my story. Great and Andy Tony's mailbag next. Any topic, 800-636-1067. Tweet me at Funny Danny. YouTube chat, questions, get them in. Anything you wanted to ask but were too shy to. Questions about sports, questions about life, questions about food, questions about why Grant doesn't eat certain foods, questions about why he does. Like if you had a question, for example, why does he put actual bits of ice in crappy store-bought chocolate ice cream? You can ask that question because that's a thing that he does. 800-636-1067. Tweets, messages, DMs, whatever you got. Hit us up. Great and Danny Tony's mailbag next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is brought to you by I-66 Express Lanes. In hockey, the Capitals had Coach Spencer Carberry named a finalist for the Jack Adams Award for the Coach of the Year. The Capitals set to take on the Hurricanes in their second-round matchup. Games 1 and 2 will be at Capital One Arena, still waiting on dates and times for that series. In baseball, the Nationals beginning a 3-game series against the Reds tonight. The start of the game is going to be delayed. You can hear the game right here on the Fan when it does get started. Mitchell Parker gets the start for the Nationals. He's 3-1 with a 2.65 ERA. He'll take on Hunter Green, who was 3-2 with a 2.70 ERA. NBA playoffs tonight, Game 6 between the Rockets and the Warriors at 9 o'clock. Golden State leads that series 3-2. What's the road to a reliable commute in Virginia? That's easy. The 66 Express outside the Beltway is the answer you've been looking for. Get the inside track to Express Travel on I-66 outside the Beltway at ride66express.com. Guess less, no more. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
All right, so you heard in Toby's update, Nats are delayed. We're still going to throw to the Nats game at 5:40. Then I'm going to hang out, and they're probably going to throw it back here, so I'll be back. That's literally the plan. So now you know. 800-636-1067. We kept them waiting for too long. Like one of the thoroughbred horses getting into the paddock for the Kentucky Derby, Darius has been chomping at the bit to sing his song. Time for Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag. Darius, without further ado, sing us in.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag. Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag.
First question comes via Twitter at Funny Danny. You can ask questions on the YouTube stream. What's up, chat? Or 800-636-1067. Try to get through as many as we possibly can. First question from Robert. What the hell's going on with Cade Cavalli? I tag in Tobias Funke, co-host of Bust and Loose Baseball. Tobes, I just kind of can't do it anymore.
Yeah,
what do you got?
I have no idea, man. He went 9 innings and 2 starts and hadn't given up a run. Looked good. His third rehab start, he comes out after 2 innings. They're citing fatigue. He'd given up 3 runs. I don't know if it's arm fatigue. I don't know what kind of fatigue, but what Grant's been told is fatigue. And if it were anyone else, maybe you'd believe him. But with Cade Cavalli, you have a hard time trusting that. So that's kind of the update we got.
And I'm with you. I don't know what fatigue means. So it's not quite hockey where it's like if a guy like lost his ear, they'd go upper body injury. But it's close. What body tired, arm tired, legs tired, just tired. I remember when Rocco Baldelli had that like mitochondria issue, like some sort of bizarre, and I'm not making light of it, like a crazy medical diagnosis where he was just fatigued all the time. That's really scary. Should I worry about that? What does that mean? What tests are being done? Like one of the first signs, I'm not going to go into that. I'm not trying to be too dire. Well, my point is I had a good friend of mine had a very serious medical issue. And the first sign was that he was tired all the time. Like, really serious. Should I be worried about that? Anyway, 800-636-1067. Let's go to AJ on line 1. AJ, what's your question for Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag?
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag.
AJ, I messed that up because Darius was trying to sing and I ruined it. What's your question, sir?
Hey, what's going on, Danny? How you doing, buddy?
Good, pal. How are you?
I'm good, man. P1, haven't spoke to you in a while. I'm not sure if I'm steering the show in the wrong way. I had about a 30-minute intermission between jumping out of my work truck into my personal vehicle. And once I got into my personal vehicle, I heard you say, yeah, give us a call and you could speak on whatever you want. So I felt like it was an open line, and I haven't spoke to you in a while. The last time I've called during you and Holden's show.
Oh, wow.
In my personal opinion, listen to you. I listen to you and Grant every day.
Uh-huh.
In my personal opinion, still since that day, best segment ever. You and Holden had a segment where you guys drafted the best quarterbacks out of any movie. Like you could pick a quarterback in any movie, and you guys held a draft. But that was the best segment ever. That's the last time I called you.
Oh my gosh.
But I wanted to test your memory because I've seen you after that. So I wanted to see if you remember this, and I'll tell you, it'll all come together and let you know how it all connects. So it was Junkies, Arlington Draft House, Junkies Table Manners premiere. That's when I met you. I met you that night. I just want to see if you remember. I had on authentic Steven Strasburg home jersey and cap snapback, red home cap snapback. Just wanted to mix it up for the night. Of course, Lorenzo Alexander was there stealing all the shine. But you and Lurch were the only two people who walked around and introduced yourselves to everyone. I just want to see if you remember that, because man, you had a conversation, and I know that it might draw your memory. I asked you about, because once I listened to you guys at the time, I had a Twitter, and I always talked to my buddy AJ Atahi before he left. I always talked to him via Twitter. So that night, I asked you about AJ. AJ wasn't there. I'm going to tell you why he wasn't there, but I just want to see if you remember meeting me. Do you remember meeting a person asking about AJ that night?
AJ, I got to let you jump, man. I appreciate it. That long journey. So I'm going to sound like a jerk. I hate stuff like this. I don't specifically recall that. And the funny part, though, there, by the way, is that the two guys most likely to leave locations, old Randy Duye and Jason Bishop, were walking around glad-handing like politicians. So it was great to meet you that night. That's a throwback. I remember that segment Holden and I did, by the way, forever ago. I don't think I had the first pick. I think I ended up with Shane Falco and Willie Beeman on my team. He had the quarterback of Necessary Roughness and Longest Yard. And I'm like, yeah, well, your guy's in jail, though, you know. Let's go to Dan in Leesburg. Dan, how are you?
Hootie, how are you, bro?
I'm very well. Let Darius sing us in super quick. Go ahead, Darius.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag.
What's your question, Dan?
All right, I got a question for you. So a couple weeks ago, Grant made a random reference to Michelle Kwan. And it made me think that, every 4 years, we all in the country get so excited about women's figure skating. And yet I'm not sure I could name a single American figure skater. So I wanted to see Danny Rouillet.
Yep. Can
you name famous American women figure skaters more than, say, 3?
Like current?
Anybody in the last, since the last 20 years.
All right. Here I go, Dan. The answer is not really. I mean, no current at all. At all. You said Michelle Kwan. That's kind of a cheat. So yes. Nancy Kerrigan. Tanya Harding, I got that way up. Now, after that, it's going to get a little hazy. Give me Christy Yamaguchi. That's from that's 30 years ago. Sasha. Come on, Sasha. Not Baron Cohen, not Malia. Sasha. So, just one name, Sasha. Great question. This is from the chat here. Okay, so let's act. Are you worried? Oh, I just lost it. How did it go down there? Oh, yeah. Are you worried that revealing Abby's whole motivation for revenge so early in the show compared to the game will have viewers not give her a chance and just hate her? Yes. Talking about The Last of Us. The show is amazing. It's phenomenal. Okay. The game is incredible. Still top 5 game of all time. Last of Us 2 gets unfairly beaten up, and it's still a top 25 game for me. It is a unbelievable narrative story. Yes. That choice, for folks that have seen the show, even if you haven't, I'm not spoiling anything just yet. Abby, who is our, I would say, antagonist in this season, or in the second game, tells us right away why she's doing what she's doing. Whereas in the game, you got to go through this narrative experience to kind of discover it, and it's meant to evoke emotion. Now, I still felt how I felt. But you find that out later instead of finding it out in exposition the first couple of minutes of the series. I wish they had not done that. I do not like that narrative choice. I would have loved to have kept it from everybody and then kind of revealed it later. Maybe they figured that all the gamers already know and it would have leaked out, so they weren't going to surprise anyone. I don't know the answer to that, though. So I don't love that is my official response. Chris from the chat, 1 to 10. How mad are we going to be if the Wizards trade the number 1 pick? Chris, don't you put that evil out in the world. Now, if they don't get the number 1 pick, which they only have a 14% chance to do, to get future Utah Jazz player Cooper Flagg. By the way, that's happening. Book it. You heard it here first. New ownership. What happens when you get new ownership? You get the number 1 overall pick. The envelope's going to be cold. The Jazz are winning the lottery. Everybody, Ryan, can you bookmark that somehow for the folks at corporate so this gets played when it goes down? The Jazz are winning the lottery. Same percentage chance as the Wizards. My ass is my response. They're winning it. They're getting Cooper Flagg. Anyway, so if the Wizards get boned and get the 5th pick or something, they might trade it. Who knows? Let's go to Josh in Chesapeake Beach. We'll go quick. Josh, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
I'm very well. Let's Darius going to sing us in.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag.
What's your question, buddy?
Is there any sandwich that you're aware of that is made better without cheese? So including burgers, not talking about peanut butter and jelly, but your regular lunch meat type sandwiches, etc.
That's a great question. So you had my answer. Anything that's savory, so peanut butter banana, peanut butter jelly, peanut butter honey, anything with a sweet base is not going to work with the cheese, although some would, quite frankly. If cheese is your base, you can put some apple butter as a topping. Sorry about it. If you have a sharp cheddar, you can have some honey as kind of a palate cleanse there as part of your dipping. But I don't think so. I think a tuna is better with cheese. I think a chicken salad is better with cheese. If you have bread and you have sauce and you have meat, you've got the makings of a sandwich. You put cheese on that SOB. That's what you do. That's what you do. We're going to throw to the Nats, and then they're going to throw it right back. That's literally the plan. Appreciate you guys checking out the show. We'll be back probably in 20, 30 minutes. What is it there? 6:10 we're coming back after the Nats. So we'll throw to Charlie and Dave, hang out with them for a few minutes, do a pregame for a game that's already been delayed, and then it's back to me. I hope that was very clear. Appreciate everybody. We'll be back in 30 minutes here on The Fan.